Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let go.
And if you ain't no, ask Pharaoh. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no, ask Pharaoh. No one is great like Yahuwah.
Yah.
You ain't gon' find no one truer.
Yah.
You think you gon' win, you gon' end up a loser. He repays the faithful just like the abuser. So you can't mandate this. He gave us free will, no man take it. Don't fear the created, cause he was the first. And who Yah bless, no man curse. I am that I am, that's what he told Moshe. Made Yasharel free. They're trying to set us back, no way. You better know Aloha don't play. That's why I'ma stay right in his sight, cause he gave me the breath of life. Don't fear no jabber, no knife. I serve the one that said let there be light. Fear no arrow by day or terror by night. 1,000 may fall at my side, 10,000 at my right hand. He's more than a man, he gave us the book with the plan. When only one set of footprints in the sand, know why? Cause he carry me, man. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no, ask Pharaoh. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no, ask Pharaoh. This one goes straight out to Lido. Seems Yah has hardened your heart, but I guess since it is written, your plans will soon fall apart. Seems like you think you a pharaoh.
No.
You've been confused from the start.
Why?
Is it the rainbow or blackface? You seem to be stuck on your script. You are too late cause the curse has been lifted. And I can't stop Yah's ruachs in this. Ramses ain't believe either. My Aloha speaks through the ether. I seen for myself, he made me a believer. Yah give the blessing, I'm the receiver. I pray for his mercy and grace, and daily I'm seeking his face. He keeping all of us safe, and you to run nothing, why? You better know your place, cause Yahuwah been on the case. I know that you can't relate. All you've been pushing is hate, but it's all on Yah's time, Yah pace. And he don't answer to you, Mr. Blackface. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no, ask Pharaoh. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no, ask Pharaoh. I used to get high off the la, now I only wanna reach my Yah. I know that the path is Yahusha. We shed his blood, that's how I'm led, cause he is my king. I fall to his feet, you worshiping bling, I'm worshiping him. His ruach he sends and it flows from within. I gave Yahuwah my consent. He provides everything, that's why I don't aim for no charts. He chose me, I'm set apart. Why he chose me, he knows my heart. Alpha, Omega, beginning to end. He's way more than a trend. Yah over everything, please don't pretend. My Aloha, my first love, my friend. My bread, my breath, protected me while I slept. Could never be right if he left. He taught me to walk while I crept. I give thanks for every step. And I just wanna know,
What you wanna know?
why you don't know him yet? Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh,
There we go. There we go. Now y'all should hear me. All right. All right. I think y'all should hear me now. Somebody in the chat, let me know if y'all should hear me now. They rerouted. I tell y'all, boy, these spiritual attacks. I swear these attacks are nuts, bro. I tell y'all, boy. See, y'all, well, y'all know I don't be. For the newer people, y'all probably like, man, you just late. No, 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 no. These attacks be crazy, bro. It's all the time, and it's just you gotta battle through the attacks, right? Mental, physical, spiritual attacks, and you gotta keep fighting to teach His word, to be righteous, to be a light in this dark world. You gotta fight, bro. So, um, y'all just excuse me sometimes when I'm late. Y'all excuse me sometimes when stuff like this just happening, because I'm doing the best I can to fight on behalf of righteousness and to bring expose the darkness and bring the light. All right, let's hold on, let me get all right. So let me get myself together. Let's get started. All right, so now we got the audio. That's crazy. They rerouted everything, bro. I couldn't even find my inverter or nothing. All right, all right. So now I can't hear it though. That's crazy. I can't hear it. All right. Let me. What? Okay, I hear it. All right. I guess I can look and see if I peek. All right. All right. So there we go. All right. Here we go. Let's get started. Let's get started. Welcome everybody to the live stream. Hopefully we get through some of the shadow ban. I'm not sure. Started so late, but I hope so because it's going to be a very powerful lesson, a very, very important and powerful lesson. So I hope they allow us to get through a little bit of the shadow ban. So I go to present, invite guests, copy, close that, go Control V, bang, enter. All right. Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. All right. Only how many? Only 40 of us here so far? Yeah. They might be blocking us. I don't know. They already blocked us on Facebook. They crazy. Facebook, I think we toast on Facebook. They like, we tired of your mess. We tired of this truth. You leave our Epstein. Leave Diddy alone. Leave Epstein alone. We ain't letting your people go. And if you don't know, they Pharaoh. All right. So let's get started. How I'm gonna start. So I'm gonna do a little intro to try to see if they're gonna allow more people to come in. I hope so. That would be a blessed thing, but we don't know. All right. So we're gonna try. Here we go. All right. So I put the thing in the chat. There we go. Now let's go. So what I'm gonna do first? I want to do. Let's do this first. We might as well do I want to do an intro first? Yeah. We might as well do an intro first. All right. Hopefully they let us through as we get going. If they don't let us through, it is what it is. We still gonna teach this word, right? Hopefully we'll try on Wednesday, see if they let us through. All right. So everybody, history has a way of repeating itself, right? Consistently. Repeating itself, repeating its shadows as well, right? Empires rise, promising progress at all times. Powerful men promise stability. Institutions promise protection. Tonight, we're going to examine conversations, very deep conversations. We're going to expose some very deep things tonight. Let me let my brothers and sisters in. Shalom, Hakyama, Shalom, Yashi. All right? We're going to expose some very deep things. Let me put my thumbnail on the screen. Let's get started. Where's my thumbnail? Right there. Let me click it. Bang, bang. Stop share. Share screen. Window, bang, share. No, it's not full screen. There we go. Let's make it full screen a little more. So this is the thumbnail, right? Let my people go. That's a dope song, right, guys? And if you ain't know, that's Pharaoh. Shout out to Stay True in the building. Now, shout out to everybody on both live streams in the building and people coming in. Trump, Johnson & Johnson, and Epstein. Now, this going to be a great lesson tonight. That's why I wouldn't be surprised if they don't let us get through shadow ban, because this is going to be a bomb lesson tonight. It's going to be exposing a lot of things. So this thumbnail, you got this image of industry execs denoting pharmakeia, right? And they got the big pharma index. You got the big city lights, the skyscraper buildings, right? You got Johnson & Johnson. Most of us had some products or have products from Johnson & Johnson, right? You got the old Diddy, king of the Diddies, Epstein, looking real crazy looking, right? Shout out to Yaleen. Then you got this glass of green toxic waste, right? This denoting big pharma, right? And then you have over here, you have Epstein files unsealed. And then you got drugs, right? Prescription pills, big pharma, right? So toxic waste, big pharma, prescription pills, big pharma, Epstein files. And then over here, you have that all pyramid, right? And the eye of Horus in it, the all I see and I. Y'all know that all these devils worship with streaming down over the helix, the DNA helix. So that's denoting the DNA of the fallen, the DNA of the bloodline families, the Nephilim, the serpentine that's running big pharma, right? Running these companies that Epstein belonged to, that they worship these ancient deities, and it's in their DNA. You see, that's what the DNA helix going up into the pyramid, the all I see and I on the back of your dollar bill, right? And then you scroll over, what y'all don't see, that these are seats. This is a table. It's a black table, and these are seats. And there was 13 seats around the table, right? So the 13 seats, you can't see them because I put other stuff, like I put Epstein, but it's a round table with 13 seats around, with the helix, DNA going up into the all I see in our pyramid. Then to the left, it gets more ancient. See? Then it got ancient symbols. Y'all see the star Moloch and Remphan that they triune their images. The serpent, right, on the pillars. Then you see these ancient crests, right? See the ancient wall with the candlesticks, right? Denoting their meetings that they have that creates big pharma and pushes the drugs and the toxic waste onto the citizens, onto us, and producing, right, Epstein. And then up here, you have skull and bones. And 322. Oh, we got some exposing to do tonight. That's why I'm like, they might shadow ban the mess out of us tonight. All right? Skull and bones. All right? And this says Trump, Johnson & Johnson, and Epstein. The title is Epstein, Johnson & Johnson, Skull and Bones, Billionaire Power, Trump and the Hidden Networks. All right? Let's go. Let's get to exposing some things. All right? Now, it's a very powerful lesson. That's why I would not be surprised if they do not let us get nowhere tonight. Crazy work, but it is what it is. All right. So, now, these ancient kingdoms promise us progress, protection, stability, but beneath the surface, something older moves quietly throughout all these systems of men. Tonight, we're going to expose conversations about some of the Epstein files newly released and public speculation about powerful networks, and a larger question that we are to ask: who really controls and shaping our everyday life and our food, our water, our environment, the banks, energy, technology, medicine, the media? The modern world runs on complex structures of influences. And when these structures are questioned, the reaction is always harsh and swift, like a shadow ban. Sometimes defensive, sometimes dismissive. So I'm guessing my title, I probably shouldn't have put Johnson & Johnson in there. Because once you start messing with big pharma, you really messing around, right? So we'll see, if we don't get through none of the shadow ban tonight, we already know that's what it is. It was that part, right? Because we already been putting Epstein, we already been putting Trump. The only thing different tonight one was that Johnson & Johnson, right? Scriptures is always warned that power without righteousness will become dangerous. Ecclesiastes 4:1 says, "So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun, and behold, the tears of such as were oppressed, and they had no comforter." All right, now it says, I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun, worldwide, oppressing the people, the citizens, the regular folk, the regular smugglers, us, the oppression coming from these what they call themselves darkly elite, okay? And behold, the tears of such as were oppressed, and they had no comfort. The Bible does not pretend that corruption was ever rare on earth. The Bible acknowledges that systems of wealth and power drift away from justice. Throughout history, there have also been something that they call secret societies, elite, darkly elite networks, and private orders where influential people gather together in the name of sin, darkness, unrighteousness. Some simply portray themselves as social institutions, colleges, universities. Others have been surrounded by speculation for generations. They hide themselves behind conspiracy theory, financial families, blood lineages, political circles, universities. See, these groups that, how can I say that? That control narratives, media, actually everyday life, all things in life. They will push narratives that will say these are just rumors and just exaggerations and speculations. The scripture warns that darkness often hides in places where power feels secure. John 3:20 says, "For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light, neither cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved." Shout out to Amanda W. The book of John 3:20 says, "For everyone that doeth evil hates the light, neither do they come to the light, lest their deeds should be reproved, rebuked, exposed, righteously corrected." The darkness prefers its privacy. Listen clearly. It likes to hide behind shadows, behind enigmas, behind rhetoric, behind, right? Darkness prefers privacy, but light exposes it all. The prophets also spoke about corruption in commerce and leadership. The book of Amos 8:4 warns us of those who swallow up the needy and manipulate markets for profit, saying they make the ephah small and the shekel great. This means that they distort trade and bartering and business in our jobs, our wages for gain. The message is always clear. Economic systems can be used either to bless the society or to exploit it. And history always shows the exploitation. Nothing but painful examples of institutions placing money, their God, their love of mammon, above the people. All right. Then came the rise of industrial medicine, pharmaceutical research, global markets that brought incredible monetary gain to select few, okay, while poisoning, allegedly, the masses. All right. Jeremiah 6:13 says, "From the least of them, even unto the greatest of them, everyone is given to covetousness." From the least to the greatest, they all given over. Because greed has no political party. Greed has no nationality. Greed is a human temptation that can infect any system. It is one of the great sins and transgression. Greed. But perhaps one of the deepest warnings in the scriptures concerns something called the cup of iniquity. Oh man, and that is Circe. Okay, what the Romans transliterated as the church. That's why the church has become wicked for mammon. And you see, Circe and her cup of iniquity. Look it up, CIRCE. Study show yourself approved. And then find out where the English transliterated word church come from, and it'll blow your mind. You got to understand. Because in prophetic language, the cup represents accumulated wrongdoing that eventually overflows. And the iniquity is the transgression and the sin and the manipulation and also the pharmakeia, the sorcery in her cup. Y'all see her when you Google it. She got a red cup of iniquity and sin, and sometimes it's green. Okay? Now, let's get started. Let's get started. Because the book of Revelation 17 describes a symbolic cup held by a corrupt system of power filled with abominations and deception. Revelation 17:4. Circe. All right? Let's go. Now, I'm going to go to, we're going to do, let me see what y'all want to do first. Do y'all want to do an Epstein? Because I haven't did that. Y'all want to do an exclusive Epstein file exposure first? Because I got an exclusive Epstein exposure. I'm gonna see if y'all want to do that first, or y'all want to get into something else first, because I got some things to bring out. So I'm gonna give it a second because I want to see what y'all say. Because I can do maybe, yeah, let's do that Epstein. Let's do the Epstein file first, since I haven't done that. I haven't done that in a couple of live streams. So we got an exclusive Epstein file that we about to release right now. Shout out to GRWG. All right. Thank you, A. Sandoval. I think I'm going to do the Epstein file first. All right. All right. So let's do that. It's an exclusive one. Here we go. And then we're going to get into, and hopefully they let more people come. We'll see. All right. Here we go. Now let's stop share. Right. And let me grab it first. Let me grab that file. Right. We got an exclusive file for these devils. Expose the darkness, the Most High always says. Expose it. So where is it? It's right where it's this one. Bang. And then come back to y'all. Stop share. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. Here we go. Let my people go. All right. Let me see what y'all see. All right. Let me see if I can make that. There we go. Make it bigger, 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 bigger. Right? I think that's big as it's going to get. Right? There. There. All right. Now I can, it's still moving. How's it still? There we go. How's it still moving after I stop moving it? That's fine. There we go. Right there. Now, we starting the file. Now, this is an exclusive file, and it's crazy. And then we're going to get into exposing the Johnson & Johnson, Skull and Bones, the billionaire power, and the hidden networks. Shout out to Marlo in the building. All right. So now, this image right here starts the file. It's a very exclusive file. And it's him, and he's hugging on the victim, and it's a little one. I don't know if y'all can see, but those legs look really little. That arm looks really little. So I think he has more than one of them. These young, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 10-year-olds, right? This Epstein devil. All right, now watch this. Let's get started. This is a very exclusive expose of the Epstein files. Very exclusive. It's not all over the internet. Here we go. This is a scrapbook in the Epstein files from one of the victims. So what you're seeing to the left is some of the folders, right? And yeah, that does look like a toddler. It looks really small. And look what this says. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me get it. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I could have got a little bit right there. All right, I'll leave it there, and then I'll be able to just zoom in for y'all. Now look what this says. It says, once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. So what Epstein did, guys, is he groomed these children. And on some of the other live streams, we exposed how he was, we exposed some of the videos, right? And one of the videos, some of the little girls was playing dress up, And the little girl, they looked like they was about 14, right? And one was filming, and the other little girl, and she was like, I'm getting dressed for my boyfriend. And someone asked, like, Unc, did she say her boyfriend? And I said, yes, because they saw Epstein as their boyfriend. Because some of them, he groomed them since they were like 7, 8, whatever years old. So by the time they got to be 12 and something, they've been around him and working with him so long, they're like Stockholm syndrome, right? So this right here is a scrapbook of this victim that she said, once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl, right? And see, this one says, how do I look? And I guess these are images of her. I guess that's her hugging on Epstein. That's her right there. Guess that's her laying down. And that's her, right? And she still look only like 12 or 13 in the scrapbook, right? So this right here, what we're going to expose, which most don't have, is we're going to expose the scrapbook right here of this survivor victim. I don't know if they're still alive or not, but this person was victimized. All right, let's continue. So that's the first page of the scrapbook. Once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. This page, so she made the scrapbook, as y'all can see, and she put images of herself. And it says, then what is he doing? He wouldn't. And then he says, elastic. And that's, I guess, a picture of him and her. Look, she still looks like she's like 12 years old in that picture, right? And I'm guessing she's pulling, I don't know, something out of a wedgie out or something. And it says, elastic, right? Okay, so you can see she's young in that, all right? This is the next page. She put, I met you. Those are blue eyes and the little teeth. So that's her, I guess, with him. Yeah, hugging on her. They redact her face. And she says, I met you. I'm guessing she's saying those blue eyes and those little teeth. I'm guessing she's talking about him because he got little teeth and big gums in his mouth when he smiles, right? Sorry guys, I know this is sick, but we're exposing the files. All right, we're gonna get to the videos after this. All right, this is the next page. It says, I played the cards I was dealt. So she posted that I guess she played the cards she was dealt. And I guess that's her in the bed. And she's probably, I can't say what she's saying there, but she's probably like explaining like she's playing the cards she was dealt, meaning she's in Epstein's island, she lived there, and he was once he would prostitute them out to his clients, the politicians, right? The Duke of England and Bill Snakes and Bill Clinton and anybody else who was coming to the island, Leon Black and all that stuff. So I guess here she was saying she played the card, I played the cards I was dealt. Okay, let's continue. Next page. So now this is a scrapbook, right? So she got images of planes because they would travel. They would go to Saudi Arabia, Dubai, all these places, and they would, and then they were also, he would take them to Disney World and stuff like that, but they were trafficked, all right? So then I guess that's her and him, or her and two girls, maybe two, and then that's her. Yeah, two girls. So also the girls would start, they would mess with each other because, that's what the clients of Epstein would want. So this is a really sick and twisted experience that they were living. And that's the life of those that are trafficked and stuff like that, right? It'd even be darker than this, right? because some of those that are trafficked be in these cartels that are trafficking them, it'd be much darker and worse than this, right? Because they be in dungeons and all type of stuff. But anyway, let's go to the next one. The first Christmas, she said, "Oh my goodness, I will be the first." So I guess this is her first Christmas there with him. So she put the Christmas tree on his head and she said, I will be the first. So I'm guessing this might denote that he was taking her virginity, that he will be her first. See? I'm guessing, right? And those are her images. All right. So we don't know. Like Akiyama said, I guess he was her gift for Christmas. Yeah, he's under the tree like a present, but I will be the first. All right. All right. Now, this is a Cain. Yeah, we about to get to this dark magic satanic stuff, A Sandoval. Cain, is my cover blown? What could this be? So we don't know what that's about, right? She said, is my cover blown? What could this be? I guess he came or somebody came or whatever. All right. Now, this is the next page, right? This is all in her scrapbook. So a bunch of them redacted, right? And I guess that's him and her. It looks like he's mad at her or something. Or maybe they posing like that for the picture, I don't know. And she said, I learned, and what's this leading to? Oh, it's leading to something else. So she said, I learned. And right here, it looks like Christmas is a big day in the trafficking world. A huge day. The whole season. But you're right, Christmas is one of the biggest days. Halloween, one of the biggest days, like the holidays, the holidays, but Christmas, the season of the witch, what they call it. Now so you see, he's like, he's look like he's kissing her. All right, let's continue. It's the next page. She says, and there you go. So she got the pages connected. It said, she learned from what Epstein was grooming her to be, right? And then she said, I learned. And then the next page said, and grew. What is that? What is this stuff? So this is, I'm guessing, 2 victims. That's her. But that looked like some medical, what they call those things in the hospital with the bags with the fluid in it that go into your IV and stuff. This looked like IV bags. And I don't know what all this stuff is. Yeah, this looked like it could be a medical bag. I mean, a medical bed, sorry. All right, so she said, I learned and grew. And then she took this picture, plasma, up into that picture. So this must have been when she was even younger. That looks, y'all see that? Y'all see that red? Let me make it bigger so y'all can see. It's red. Like she was damaged, like she got bruised, or maybe he made her get breast implants because he was doing that type of stuff too. So he would make them, I read that in the files too. He would make them because everybody have different body types, right? So if someone might have been smaller, he'll make them get breast implants and stuff like that, even when they was really young. And he would have the doctors there, like he had everything there on the island and stuff. So maybe, I don't know, but that looked bad, right? That bruise looked really bad. And she said she grew from that. I guess she was young up into, I guess she a little older right here. Still look about 12, 13, 14 or something. All right, let's continue. Next page. She says, I learned and grew and I beautified. So that's her, I guess, put in, I can't see what I'm looking, I can't see. I don't know what I'm looking at. Y'all probably, oh, I see, that's a hand. Oh, I see it. His face. She's putting the mask on his face. Okay, I couldn't see what I was looking at. So that's her hand. That's his face. She's putting the mask on him, right? And then this, he got the mud mask there, right? And then, yeah, that saline drip. And then that's him, and I guess that's her, right? Oh, that's him. Oh, no, that's him right here. And she's massaging his feet, and that's another victim. So he had a couple of them. And he always had them massaging his feet and doing all this crap, right? And then she got the picture of him getting Botox. So I guess we now know he was getting Botox and stuff because she got the picture of, I guess she was injecting him. Yep, she is injecting him. So look, that's her. And then she drew the picture of the needle. I guess showing she would give him the Botox. All right. Oh my goodness. I learned, I grow, I beautified, and next page, and took care of you. Wow. So she says she learned, she grew, she learned what he built her, molded her into. She grew, she beautified, and took care of him. So she the one who was giving him Botox. She the one was I'm guessing, making sure his mud mask and stuff. Right? And this grown 60-something-year-old man with these children and took care of you. And she got all of these syringes, see? And then she drew her like a stethoscope, like she was a doctor taking care of him. And then she got cough syrup, so I guess when he was sick and everything. So she's seeing herself like a motherly figure, right? Like a nurturer. And this is her childhood way of coping with the trauma and Stockholm syndrome and adjusting to her life on this island and in this ranch and in this experience. She's the next page. B. So him and her, a golf cart, sorry. B. Oh, I think he got probably her glasses on. Probably her glasses on. B what? B4. B4. Oh, so this is before and after. Oh, so before she drew him like this, and after with a suit, with a full suit, before and after. All right? So this, we traveled to Czechoslovakia, milk, Prague, milk and cookies. Wow. You could tell this is a child, right? So she's like milk and cookies in Brazil, Czechoslovakia, Prague, Berlin. I guess that's them in Berlin. Germany. We traveled. Dubai. Oh my goodness, Dubai. Stuff she probably seen. St. Barths. St. Barths. I don't know if that's a real Barths, TH or Barths, but St. Barths. Satanists are really from. All right, let's continue. You're the best. Paris. Ooh, you're so sweet to me. I like Prague. I know I am working on number 3. I wonder what that is. But he said, you're the best. So he's all around, right? She looked like she's getting a little older, especially here. She looked like she's probably 15, 16 or something, right? Paris. I know I'm working on number 3. That's interesting. Yeah. I hope it's not a child too, because he was definitely inseminating them and impregnating them. Um, or could it be they were also recruited? So he would have the youngsters recruiting as well. So it could be she working on number 3 that she brought into his harem, recruiting. We don't know, right? Next page. We fought. And I told you how they always did play fighting with them. And the play fighting was to get them used to grown men touching on them and roughhousing, so that later when they sell them out and these men are rough, they're kind of used to them touching and grabbing. So they would always play fight. So she says, we fought, right? This is some sick stuff, bro. This is some really sick stuff. This is crazy, right, guys? A scrapbook of 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 Moloch and Baal, slaughter of the innocents, baby. The scrapbook from the baby. All right. Now, let's continue. Then hugged. We fought, then hugged. Right? Guess that's him kissing on her. That's him and her in one of his cars. Yeah, they were fencing. We fought, then hugged. All right? Let's continue. We laughed. One ham, please, no mustard. $8.99. Ham and cheese. I guess ham with no mustard. We laughed. Then they got a big deer, because they was probably hunting. She got playing cards. She got oi. Wrong side. Oh man. Oh. Wow. Okay. That was naked. They deducted. Okay, I'm glad I didn't zoom in on that. That's a naked picture of her. And they deducted across her private parts. All right, but it's upside down, so it says wrong side. And she looked really young. Look how skinny. That looks like a 12-year-old. And then it says, oh my, that's that. Good job. All right, this is crazy, bro. I know, guys. $8.99. Oh, that's for the ham and cheese and mustard. They redacting something. I wonder what that is. All right. Next page. I will get you. Now you drive. J.E.'s property. Jeffrey Epstein, such and such property. Oh, so they redacted whatever that is, property. Jeffrey Epstein's such and such property. Then now you, I wonder if that's a real polar pony or not. I don't know. Real, an upside down. So somebody must have flipped over the ATV, and this crab says, I will get you, with a crab. And he has a knife in his hand. I think it looked like she drew the knife in his hand, I think. And that they must have flipped over the ATV. All right. Happy, I guess this must be her birthday. 2007, September 17th. I guess it's her birthday. Happy birthday. Look how young she look in this, bro. It's crazy, bro. And he's kissing on her. Oh, ham and cheese is a little girl. Shout to mathematics over on Facebook. All right. Yeah, it looks like 1 digit, right? She looks really young, bro. This is crazy. So I guess it must have been her birthday. And that's another picture with him and her, right? So you see the number for the files at the bottom, all right? It's crazy, crazy, crazy. So this is the files. So that means the CSAM is child sexual, oh shoot, I can't say, child SEXUAL assault, and I forgot what the M stands for. These have not been scanned. 54 thumbnails. So I have all of this. So on other lives, we'll go through other stuff, right? Because I got all this stuff. There's so much stuff. So we'll go through them through all the different lives. But I think that ends the scrapbook, the actual scrapbook, right? So these are the digital recordings and the files. All right? Yeah, material. Thank you. There we go. It's material. It's mathematics said peace to the room. He said peace and blessings to everybody on the YouTube live stream. It says child SEX assault material not scanned in. Thank you guys. All right. So that was the scrapbook. I just wanted to bring y'all something really exclusive that people don't have, that I've never really seen online ever. So a lot of the things I'm going to be bringing y'all are really exclusive. I try to find the really exclusive materials that ain't online yet. All right, now let's get started. It's only 72 of us here. Man, they really shadow banning us tonight. So I guess we ain't getting through tonight. Well, we're going to still expose it. And I make sense. I shouldn't have put Johnson & Johnson in the title. I gotta think. Because, so the crazy thing, guys, I had something I was going to bring out tonight that was so dark that the spirit told me not to. And I didn't have Johnson & Johnson in the title first. I had something else. I had the 13 bloodline families. I should have left that. I had it, I had Trump, 13 bloodline families, Epstein, 13 bloodline families. I should have left that. All right. Now, and it's only because, like, if they leave us alone, A. Sandoval, it'll be about 400 or 500 of us here, right? And then I know it's going to reach thousands of people worldwide. But when they shadow ban, then this video might only reach 800 to 1,000. And the key is to have more people worldwide see this as possible. So sometimes, so I gotta navigate this. Like, so I was gonna expose some. I'm gonna probably do it on my Patreon. That's so crazy dark, right? And when I was putting it together, I could feel the Holy Spirit say, "No, don't put that out. Like they're gonna strike my channel or something, or they'll." And it was like that much exposure, and I was like, "Oh wow!" And I had already been putting it together, so I had to stop what I was doing and get another thing to bring out because it's that high level exposure. So there's levels to their darkness. So even to like y'all know about the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and stuff like that, right? There's levels way over them. And what I was going to bring out tonight was the level over them, over the hands behind the hidden hands. And as I was putting it all together, because what's happening is a lot of the files that we've had, us who they called us truthers, they called us conspiracy theorists. I'm talking back in 2000 and 2001 and 1990, back in the days. And I got hard drives of all this information that if you would have put it online back then, they would take your channel like they took my first channel, right? And they would take your website, they would take you down. But now a lot of people are bringing out the old files and videos. So I'm going into my old hard drives and I'm starting to bring out like the real exclusive. And that was one. And the Holy Spirit was like, don't, even though it looks like they are allowing us to put out a level of darkness, watch out for the tail that'll come back around and swipe you later. It's like so you got to think like chess moves, right? Imagine it this way. Imagine them allowing everybody to expose as much as they're going to allow you, and they get to see who's doing what, who's watching it, who's doing, and then they can come back later and try to pin a lot, right? I'm like, that'll be a brilliant move. Yeah, stacking evidence against you for later. Yeah, right? So I'm like, so the spirit's like, just don't be fooled by how much freedom it looks like you have to expose. Because most people are saying, yeah, they don't care. They don't care no more, which I understand because all their hand, like they're on the next level. But the Holy Spirit was like, the Rayak was like, nah, be very wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. So I said, okay. Yeah, just like all these people coming against America, you facts. Yeah, I agree. So he must be speaking out against it too, a Sandoval. So it's like it's certain things, right? So that one, the Mossad, the Holy Spirit said, nah. So I'll probably release it on the Patreon and let y'all know. Y'all can just go over there, right? It'll be for free. Y'all ain't got to worry, and it'll just be because there's no really, it's just a small amount of people. So also the Holy Spirit said, the further that they let us get through the shadow band, the more I have to be very, very mindful. We have to be wise as the serpent, okay? And understand the devices of the serpent. They don't always show your hand, all right? All right, all right. Now, let's continue. So I came out with this. We're still exposing some deep stuff, but what I was going to expose, and I'm going to put it on the Patreon, I'll let y'all know, is the crazy. It's so crazy that when I went to my old files, right, my old hard drives, and I was like, oh my goodness, this stuff is creepy, bro. I'm like, yeah, this stuff is crazy. And that's when the Spirit's like, do not put that on, do not put that out. I'm like, oh man, right? Then I had to be still and let him guide me. All right, so let's get started. Let's get started. First clip of the night. Let me grab it. We're going here. So let me grab the clip. All right. And let me grab it. So what is this one? Oh, that was his song, Let My People Go. Let's do it. This first clip. First clip of the night. It's going to be a great lesson. Powerful lesson. Stop share. Come back to y'all. Bang. Share screen. We ain't even reach 100, Hakiyama. You know they doing us super dirty. We ain't even reach 100. We'd be about 300, 400, 500 people in the live stream by now. All right, so it sucks because this lesson is so powerful. They do not want this out. So I'll try to think of another way to do something else. All right, let's go. First clip of the night. That's crazy. I knew it too. I could feel it. I'm like, watch they shadow ban the mess out of this because I put that in that title. All right. It's like I let them know. So what I'm thinking, guys, is I got to play what is called wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, right? So I got to play the same game, right? What do? They hide through secrecy too, right? So yeah, I could have put the baby oil or I could have put just something else, right? Because you're talking about these billionaire, trillionaire companies and institutions who pay for everything. And once you start exposing pharmaceutical, you in trouble. Yeah, please hit the like button, guys. That might help a little bit. So please hit the like button, right? So once you start exposing them, now it's a whole nother level from just exposing secret societies, right? Once you start, because now you're affecting their money and everything. You understand? So I'll know next time. I just got to be very wise in how I expose. And I could have titled this something else, right? And then, yeah. I got you. I got you, Father. I'm learning. All right, let's get started. First clip of the night. This part is the skull and bones, billionaire power. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting to the video for educational purposes. Shout out to Chuck in the building, Chuck Taylor. All right, let's go. First clip of the night.
The order is truly a secret society. It was founded in the United States at Yale University in 1833. It has continued and exists down to the present day. Each year, the order takes in 15 men, senior students from Yale University. Never more than 15. Only once has it been less than 15. In 1946, they took in, I think, 10 rather than 15 members.
So now, this is very exclusive information on the Skull and Bones Order Secret Society at Yale University. It says every year they take in just 15 men. Now, their numerology, their numbers, their symbols, all that means something, right? It says only 1 year did they take in anything different than 15, and that was in 1946. They took in 10 rather than 15, right? So every year, so what we have is a secret society, right? All right, let's continue.
Society, which over the last 150 years has accumulated about 2,500 members, of whom perhaps 500 are alive today. Of this 500, perhaps 100 are...
Hold on, let me make sure I didn't miss something. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Never more, the senior society, right? Never more than 15. All right.
Once has it been less than 15. In 1946, they took in, I think, 10 rather than 15 members. So what we have is a secret society which, over the last 150 years, has accumulated about 2,500 members, of whom perhaps 500 are alive today. Of this 500, perhaps 100 are actively in pursuit of the objectives of the order.
That was a good statement. Thank you to Audrey. That was a good advice, Audrey. I'll make sure I do that. I ain't got time now. I probably should take Johnson Johnson name off. Oh, it's on the thumbnail too. You right? it's on the thumbnail and the title. Okay, you're correct. I'm gonna switch that out. All right. So now he says out of them, the 2,500 members, 100 actively in pursuit of objectives of the order. Objectives. Of this 500, perhaps only 100 are actively in pursuit of the objective.
500, perhaps 100 are actively in pursuit of the objectives of the order.
15 recruits every year since 1833. And if this is real, it would explain why the world feels like it's accelerating. Like decisions are being made faster than people can react. Like we're being pulled towards something and nobody voted for it. And maybe what we're seeing right now isn't the beginning of the story. Maybe it's the part where the system finally starts showing itself. Watch this.
It's not another college fraternal society. Yale University is the only university in the United States, or indeed the world, which has senior societies. These are societies where the 15 are selected in the junior year and actually are initiated at the beginning of the senior year. They stay on campus only 1 year as members. They are called knights. When they graduate, they leave the university, they go out into the world, then they're known as patriarchs. So at any one time, you only have 15 knights in existence, and for the rest of their lives, they're known as patriarchs. And they work during their lifetime, or a number do, towards the ends of the order. They are pretty much guaranteed success. Certainly they're guaranteed financial success. And in my reading of the material I have, I infer that so long as they go along with the purposes of the order, so long as they gear their careers and their lives towards certain ends, then they are guaranteed success.
So you see the symbolism that they use, like the knights from the Knights Templar, the patriarchs, like the 12 patriarchs, right? So these are all these ancient, so these go back. They go back to ancient Kemet. They go back to ancient Sumer, Akkadia, Babylon, right? This is where the Mason with the free word in the front comes in at, because if I put that, they'll put that image under my, if I say that word They'll put that image under this live stream, this video, right? The Masons with the free in the front, right? So these are, all right. So everything they do is ancient. It's actually ancient fallen angel Anunnaki worship. That's what it is. And it goes all back through all the different cultures, right?
And here's the unsettling part. If he really is being guided by pipelines like this, then what we're watching right now might not be random at all. It might be the last phase of something that's been running quietly for a long time. And the reason it's hard to see is because it doesn't feel like a takeover. It feels normal until you zoom out. This is Anthony Sutton, an economist and researcher who spent years digging into power networks. He was one of the few who got that far. But once he started exposing their entire system on live TV, it made powerful people pay attention. And let's just say they didn't exactly let it spread too far. Watch this.
Well, up to 6 months ago, I denied that there was a conspiracy because, frankly, I couldn't prove one. I suspected a conspiracy, but I couldn't prove there was one until 6 months ago. Well, a little before 6 months ago, I received the catalog, which is the membership list of the society, all the way back to 1833. And I received some of their internal documents, enough for me to put together the way they correspond with each other, the operations within the order, to some extent their problems.
If that's true, then we're not dealing with conspiracy talk. We're dealing with documentation. But even if you stay skeptical, and you should, what he describes next is something you can actually look up. A building on Yale's campus, with no windows, and a number that keeps showing up in the strangest places. 322.
The order has a temple on the Yale campus.
A temple?
A temple, yes. It's a building maybe this 50, 60 feet by 40 feet, maybe 40 feet high. There's no windows, two big steel doors.
Okay, so pause. Because when most people hear secret society, they picture something vague, a rumor, a name, a symbol on the internet. But a temple is different. And what he's describing isn't subtle either. It's not a hidden room somewhere. It's a building on campus, with no windows and steel doors. Look, we can debate the bigger story later, but this building is real. Watch this.
We know what the temple looks like because back in 1880s, a number of Yale students became a little unhappy about what was going on inside this temple. When they went by it at midnight, sometimes they heard strange noises and all kinds of rumors on the Yale campus as to what this might be. There was a break-in. I call it the Yale Gate. There was a break-in to the temple, and the students who broke in cataloged what they found.
This is where it gets weird, because you know how these stories usually go, right? It's always people say, or some believe, but he's claiming something more specific. He's saying there was a moment, way back, where the secrecy cracked. Students broke in, and according to him, they left with documentation. And what they found inside had numbers on the walls.
And they made a drawing, a design of the interior of the temple. And three of the rooms are numbered. One is 322, one is 323, and one is 324. 322 is also, I suspect, the chapter number.
And then he drops a number, 322. And this is where the story shifts again, because numbers don't work.
322 popped up in the Pizzagate files for that store. Remember, they had the skull and bones at the entrance of that store. Then they had the 322 there, and then when you went down in the basement, it had for sale children. That I forgot what it was called, the name of that store. We did that on a live stream. Shout out to Sister Amy. No, GRW, that's Kayana in our ministry singing at the end. That's Kayana. She's in our ministry as well, singing at the end. All right. So that 322, yeah, but it wasn't the Comet Pizza. It was the that store. It was called forgot what it was. And they went in the store. It was a bookstore and it was another store. And they went, and then when you go downstairs in the store, when they had that, I forgot what the name of the store was, but at the entrance of the store, they had the skull and bones drawer and the cement, and then they had the 322 going in there. All right, let's continue.
And this is where the story shifts again. And then he drops a number, 322. And this is where the story shifts again, because numbers don't work like symbols do. A symbol can be interpreted 100 ways, but a number usually points to something specific. And what he says next is the part that really stuck with me, because it implies that 322 isn't just written on a wall, it's used as a signature, as if it's a quiet way of saying, I'm one of you.
322 is an identification. And also in correspondence between members, they conclude their correspondence where you and I will conclude yours truly or yours sincerely. They conclude yours in 322.
And this is where the name most people recognize finally enters the story, because the order isn't how the internet knows it. It's known by something much simpler, something that sounds almost childish, until you realize how long it's been attached to real power: skull and bones. And the number that keeps following it, 322. Now this is the part people usually skip past, because it gets uncomfortable. But it's also the part that explains everything. Watch this.
This is a symbol of death. Now why would they take a symbol of death?
Yes, from what I understand, when a new member is initiated, that would be in the senior year at Yale, he's placed within a coffin.
Oh my.
And from the photographs we have of members inside the temple, many of these photographs are the 15 sitting around a table, and they have this skull and the crossbones sitting on the table in front of them. It is the symbol of death, and it has been called the Brotherhood of Death, and I think it probably...
Because they worship death. Even ancient Kemet got the Book of the Dead, right? This is all Anunnaki, fallen angel. You understand? So each of them, right? So look at the ancient picture. Shout out to Sister Cookie in the building. Shout out to Sister Leslie in the building. All right. Now it says, and they have the skull and the crossbones. And look, they got literal skull and crossbones. Now, everybody pay attention. That ain't props. That ain't some Halloween store skull and bones. That's actual somebody's head and bones that they got on that table. More than likely, it was a melanated person's head and bones, more than likely. But they didn't just, again, these ancient practices, it wasn't about skin color. It's about blood lineage, okay? Because when you go further back, because this goes all the way back. So the Mason with the free in the front, and all of these societies, they go all the way back to ancient Acadia, ancient Ugarit, ancient Phoenicia, ancient Anatolia, well, Hittites, the Amalekites, the Horites, okay? So you got to take it really back. Yeah, sacrifices. You got to take it. Shout out to Amy Bonduran in the building. You got to take it all the way back. It goes way back. And it wasn't about like skin color. It was about lineage, nation of people, those who are Nephilic in DNA structure, right? That's why it goes to 13 bloodline families, 33 houses. They call it house, right? House is a bayat. It's a domicile, the covering. That's why this is the house of the Most High. So this stuff is ancient and it goes back. So it's not about color of skin. It's about blood lineage that goes back to one of the Nephilic from children of the Watchers, children of the fallen that mix with men, you know what I mean? And have their lineage passed down and they keep their blood lineage pure. They were in the high places in the mountains, right? This is ancient. Most of them descend from Ham descendants. Right? Ham, so it's 3 children from Noah, right? Nayak. It's Hayam, Shamayam, and Yafeth, right? Y'all call them Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? Most of the fallen descend from Ham's lineage, okay? Cursed be Canaan, right? Canaanites come from Ham's lineage, right? Cushites, Nimrod, all of them, right? Keftorim, right? So most of them. Now Japheth got his lineage as well, okay? And even Shem lineage, because Esau from Shem's lineage mixed his seed with all of the Nephilim as well, right? So you have your of any of Ham, Shem, and Japheth's lineage, you have them mixing with the fallen, the Nephilim, okay, and the different mountains, right? You have Mount Ora, Mount Seir, you got the Horites, you got all of these places, right? And this way before the Caucasus Mountains. So most people, they get caught up on, like, quote unquote, the white man, and thinking it's just the white man. If I tell you that way above this fold, right? So y'all see this society, right? And these become the presidents, and you seen John Kerry, you seen young senior Bush, you seen, I think they showed, it looked like FDR or somebody, right? You see these presidents and these powerful, there's another level above them, right? And then there's two more levels. And what I was going to bring out tonight was one of the top levels that they would allow us to know. And the Most High said, do not, do not release that. Do not. It is, they're making us think it's safe to expose. Yeah, maybe safe to expose this level, but that level, and I was holding it because they took my channel before. I had this for years and years, right? And my hard drives. He said, nah, don't get comfortable. I'm like, whoa, okay. I always listen. Now, when I'm pointing out that when you go above these levels, they don't be all white. They be black. They be other nations. The further you go up, the closer it goes back to Adam and Eve, descendants, the fallen. When the fallen angel came down and slept with the daughters of men. So a lower level of understanding of these levels of darkness is the trauma to just people be, it's just the white man. The devil's a lie. All them Canaanites wasn't white. You got to understand. Canaan was the son of Ham. Okay? Okay? So the Canaanites were actually, Ham was the darkest of all, right? You know how they let y'all know Ham was, right? So the Canaanites, all right? So Amorites, Amalekites, all right? Ammonites, okay? These were Nimrod, all of them, right? So again, when you limit your understanding of, and it's really limiting your understanding of the knowledge, shout out to beloved brother, of going back, you'll understand that the further you go back, the darker it gets. And they know that because they understand where their lineage come from. Now the fallen who came down, they shape-shifted and they took on forms. You had a set of fallen that took on a white. They called them tall whites. I'll be able to do that one time because certain things I can do, they don't care, right? They call that, right? So you hear about those, the tall whites. That's what some people say these aliens, they the ancients described them. All ancient Acadia and all these people, right? All these cultures, they describe, right? But then there was others, okay? Just like people get caught up in thinking that all Neanderthals were white. They weren't. And all Denisovans. Remember our lesson. We got it on this live stream. Go back in our live stream. Click on the live tab in our channel and go back. I think we did this last year, right? And we broke down. You'll see a Denisovans, and I'll show you the original. They look, right? So, but they destroy us for a lack of knowledge, and then the trauma, they make us try to just blame one set of people when that's the hand of the puppet master, where you won't see the devices of them. Thank you, cut from a different cloth. You won't see the devices really, so you're looking at a limited scope. So anyway, all right, let's continue. All right, so
inside the temple, many of these photographs, and from the
symbol of death.
Yes, from what
Explains everything.
So the symbol of death.
Watch this.
This is a
Because the Most High said we are to eat from the tree of life, right? They want to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the tree of death. This goes all the way back to the garden, to sin and transgression, okay? when sin was brought into the world, right? So they worship death, while we are supposed to be the children of life, of light. They are the children of darkness and death. Okay? All right, let's continue.
Symbol of death. Now, why would they take a symbol of death?
Yes, from what I understand, when a new member is initiated, that would be in the senior year at Yale, he's placed within a coffin.
Oh, my.
And from the photographs we have of members inside the temple, many of these photographs are the 15 sitting around a table, and they have this skull and the crossbones sitting on the table in front of them. It is the symbol of death, and it has been called the Brotherhood of Death, and I think it probably more adequately should be called the Brotherhood of Death.
Okay, this is where my brain stopped treating this like a rumor, because up until now, everything could still be explained away. But this is the first detail that feels deliberate, like it's designed to do something to you. And when you see rituals like this show up inside a closed network, you start asking a different question. Not, is it real, but what is it for?
Look at the history, the biographies of the leading members of the order, and reconstruct their career and see if there's a common pattern in their careers. So, but to come back to my point, I have to reconstruct the objectives. What are the objectives? In the words of one member, might is right. If you have the power, you use it to achieve your objectives. What is the objective? As you look at the histories of individual members, it can only be one thing: to acquire power, to keep power, to use power for their own purposes.
There it is. That's the engine underneath all the imagery. Power. Acquire it. Keep it. Use it. And this is where the story...
And power is control. All right? Control the masses. Control the narrative.
...story starts tightening up. Because now the ritual makes sense. The temple makes sense. The code makes sense. It's not there to look spooky. It's there to create a machine, a pipeline, a loyalty structure, a network that moves people upward and keeps them aligned.
For example, Abel Harriman is a very influential member of the order. Harriman was initiated in 1913. His club number is D111. All the other 14 of D111 have died off. Abel Harriman is the only one left. To come to the other part of your question, who are some of the significant members? Today, two men stand out. One is Abel Harriman, who is the chief financial angel of the Democratic Party. The other is Vice President George Herbert Walker Bush. The Bush family is quite prominent within the order. Now, if you go back in history a little, you'll find that George Bush's father, Prescott Sheldon Bush, was also a member of the order. He was a member of Brown Brothers Harriman, which is the Harriman private banking company. So today you've got two men who are supposedly in politics in opposition, Bush and Harriman, actually the members of the same secret society. And Bush's father was not only a member, he was a partner in what was then Harriman and Company, which later became Brown Brothers Harriman. So behind the scenes, and this is something you don't see until you investigate it, people who appear to be in opposition politically or financially or industrially or in many ways are working together.
That's the moment where the story shifts. Because now it isn't just symbolism. It's a claim of...
So again, they're showing that they manufacture opposition to make us think that they are against one another, right? That's where politics come at, right? Different wings of the same bird. And they have the norm, that's why they divide and conquer. So they have us, I'm on the left, I'm woke, and this one, I'm far right, and I'm, far extra conservative and all that stuff, right? And they have you going against one another when actually they are actually one. It's manufactured confusion, or what do they call that? Contesting, or what do you call it? Chaos. So they manufacture the chaos, right? And that's the Hegelian dialectic, right? Manufacture the chaos and have the masses buy into it, right? And they're manipulating and controlling Shout out to Jay Scott. Shout out to everybody new coming in. And they manipulating and controlling the masses through it. Okay? Now, and they all won. They're doing it right now. So when they do these presidential debates and all this stuff, and you thinking this is for this against this one, this against this one, they act like they're against each other, but behind closed doors, they all belong to different orders, secret orders and organizations, and you know what I mean? Right, that's why we got these terminology. I'm gonna do the linguistics another day, right? Of corporations and you know what I mean, these different terminologies. Okay, all right, let's continue.
About alignment, about people where the story shifts.
Or industrially, or in many ways, are working together.
That's the moment where the story shifts, because now it isn't just symbolism. It's a claim about alignment, about people who appear to be on opposite sides, moving through the same pipeline. And if that sounds impossible, he explains the method in one sentence.
The method they use is that of the Hegelian dialectic. Thesis played against antithesis leads to a synthesis. In other words, for Hegel, for history to make progress, you have to have conflict. And
That was the word I was looking for. Conflict. Conflict. This is why they always keep starting wars. So everything that they do is to create conflict. Conflict is chaos, confusion. Who is the author of confusion? Right? Hasatan, the adversary. Who is the bringer of death? Hasatan, the adversary. Who do they serve? So they bring conflicts. That's why they do all of the wars and everything. Wars and rumors of wars and conflict, right? Right? And then they control the narrative, right? So they call it thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Okay? That's the Hegelian dialectic. I did a diagram for you. I'm gonna break it down in a second. All right, let's continue.
when you look at the key people, and they have to have conflict. And for history, that of the Hegelian dialectic. Thesis played against antithesis leads to a synthesis. In other words, for Hegel, for history to make progress, you have to have conflict. And when you look at the key people in the order, you will find that they generate conflict. So Bush and Harriman politically are conflicting. Coffin and Buckley, although part of the same order, are in public conflicting with one.
So conflicting is the key word, and chaos, contesting, right? So right there, he like George W. Bush, this is Papa Bush, and Harriman, right, are conflicting in public, and they're making us think that they are opposed of one another. Same way it's the political game. Now, this is everything, this Hegelian dialectic is what they've tapped into or following. So I'm going to break down the definitions, right, of Hegelian dialectic. All right. So first of all, I got to break down the definition of thesis. A base definition of thesis is an initial proposition, idea, or state of being, okay? Because I'm going to break down thesis and antithesis and synthesis. It's the philosophical dialectical framework associated with Johann Fichte for later and G.W.F. Hegel. That's where you get the Hegelian dialectic. All right. And it's to describe the progression of ideas. This is what they follow. Y'all listen clearly. So the thesis is the initial idea or an initial state of being, right? So if I come up to you and I meet you as a friend at the job or something, right? And I just start working there and you working there and we get introduced. And now when I meet you, that's your initial state of being. I'm meeting you where you're at in your life. You might be married. You might be, you might be loyal to your wife, right? You might be married. You might be loyal to your wife, right? And I'm meeting you at this state of being in your life, right? Now, what I can do, and this is what these devils do. Y'all need to watch out for this in your life, right? Now, The antithesis or the antithesis means I need to make a conflict in your life. The things that you believe in, let's say if I meet you and you believe in the Most High, or you believe in Yah, or you believe in God, right? Whatever you call him, right? The Creator, our Father, who art in heaven, right? Now, the antithesis, I want y'all to look at that like antichrist, right? So antithesis. All right. Now, this is their when I'm about to show you, y'all gonna understand everything that they're doing. Once I meet you at the job or something, I weigh and judge your state of being. That's my thesis. Your initial proposition where I'm meeting you at, right? Now, in order for me to be an antithesis, I need to bring a contradiction into your life, or negation, negative, or I need to bring an opposite reaction to your thesis. So if you believing in the Most High and you're trying to live righteous and you got a loving marriage and your wife and you're loyal, then I need to analyze the areas that I can be an adversary in, an antithesis. Y'all get it? Antithesis. Listen clearly. And I need to bring things into your life that contradict your normal thesis state of being, the initial proposition where I met you at. So I need to bring contradicting a negative into your life, negation, or reaction to the thesis. Now, once I initiate, and I can do that by starting to, trying to get you to drink and trying to get you to go out with me and trying to get you to talk about other girls, and maybe we should just go out to drink and trying to break up your marriage. And you see what I mean, right? Now, that's the thesis and the antithesis. Now, then, and what I'm going to show y'all, it's going to tie in, and then the video going to play, y'all going to have a full understanding. Then it creates, once I put this work in your life as an adversary to infiltrate your state of being, to make it negate, bring my darkness, my agenda into your being, into your state, then what will come from it is a synthesis. Mean that's, I will bring forth a resolution of the tension. And the way that you do that is, if I'm bringing you so much opposing contradictions into your life, you can start to fight back against it. Now listen clearly, this is the mind manipulation, the games that they play. It's a beguiling, like they did in the garden. The serpent beguile, seduce. They don't want to change. Listen, they don't want to just be an antithesis into your life, because they can lose a lot of people who will fight back and then go away. So what they do is they push just enough to bring confusion, to get into your head, into your life, right? And then they find a resolution. They call it resolving the tension. So what they'll do is they'll integrate elements from your life and from their agenda that they're trying to bring into your life. They'll merge the two. So so let's say if you were believing in the Most High and you were going to church, or you were going to assembly, or you were, right? And they was trying to get you to start worshiping the Book of the Dead or the Fallen and stuff, right? So they would initiate the first conflict. Y'all hear me? The contradiction, right? To stir up confusion. But then they would say, okay, let me go to your church. And then they would act like, oh, I see. Okay, I receive your God. Well, mine's got some. So it's like a mixture. It's like with what they're doing to the genders, right? It's like no longer male or female. It's both. You see, non-gender. It's a mixture. It's the thesis of what the Most High created, and then that contradiction is Baphomet, and then the synthesis is oh, well, we're just two in one. It's emerging. So it's the resolution of the tension, integrating elements from both the thesis and the antithesis into a new, higher level of understanding. So they're molding you. Now, this process actually implies that history and thought progresses or advances through conflict. So what they teach in the matter of fact, I did a what's the name for y'all. Let me do it this way. I did a because the thesis is the starting point. It's the formal statement, proposition, or position that is set forward. Like the saying of freedom is absolute, right? It represents the initial idea before it's ever challenged, right? The antithesis is the direct opposite of that, the contrast or the negation of the thesis. It arises as a reaction to the thesis, showing the contradictions or the limitations of the thesis. So if we follow the previous example of freedom is absolute, the antithesis might be freedom is not absolute, it's restricted by laws. See? So then the synthesis, this is the resolution that brings together the thesis and the antithesis. It does not simply destroy your idea, the previous idea, but it resolves the conflict that it brought and built by retaining things from both and combining them into a new synthesis creature, a new being. That's why I tried to use the idea of what they're doing with the children, non-male and female, right? Binary, non-binary, right? The Most High created male and female, created in them, right? So now we have these new creatures, synthesis, okay? Combining, right? Not negating the male and not negating the female, but merging them. You get it? Into a new synthesis being. So, so now the, I'm gonna show you this. I put this together for y'all. Watch this. And then I'm gonna get back to the video. Stop share. So y'all, I like to do visuals. Share screen, window. Where is it? I gotta click it. Okay, let me click it. I gotta double click it. So click it, bang. Okay, now it's open. So why I can't see it. Now come back to y'all. And it should, there it go. Share. All right, so Hakyama, let me know. I'm about to make this full screen. Let me know when it's full screen. It should take up the screen. All right, and then I won't be, you're gonna have to say it because I won't be able to see y'all while I'm breaking this down. I created this for y'all. All right, here we go. I'm gonna make it full screen. Oh, that's in the way. Let me move that to the side. Now do it. Click it over here. There we go. Full screen mode. All right. Hakyama, is that full screen on your on y'all? Okay. So I created this for y'all. The architecture of conflict. Deconstructing the Hegelian engine of power. History does not happen, it is engineered. Destructing the Hegelian engine of absolute power. This is the structure that they created, that they work off. Absolution of power, their control. They use the Hegelian dialectic. Okay, let's continue. The doctrine, the engine of progress is engineered conflict. So what they believe is the way that they gain progress, right? That's why they got all this progressive movements, right? And the progressives, what do they believe in? They believe in we progress into another dialect. Well, we're progressing to another state of being where it's not, everybody got the right to choose what they want to be. No male gender, no female, right? You can be a furry. You can identify as this. They are progressing, right? Now, their engine of progress, they believe, is engineered through conflict. Always conflict, chaos, confusion. Right. So this is the theses and the antitheses. Now, theses played against antitheses, antithesis leads to a synthesis, syntheses. For history to make progress, they believe you have to create conflict. You have to have conflict. Thesis, antithesis, crash in conflict, and it borns something new. Synthesis. This is that male and the Baphomet, right? This is how they take what the Most High created and make something new, right? Hasatan. Implication: societal friction is never an accident of nature. It is a mechanical prerequisite for systemic evolution. This is what they believe, right? They believe. So they create these conflicts and they create the world and the people engineering, right? This is in the Bible when it says it'll be worse than the days of Noah, where they was mixing, splicing animals and genes and foods, right? Right now they making what they call that not GMO, genetically modified foods and organisms, right? They taking the seeds out of our fruits, right? They genetically altering our bodies. They did the Jim Jones jab juice. That's what that stuff is, right? Change your mRNA statin, myostatin, changing your genetic structure of the Most High, right? So these things are nothing new, but they are progressing. They progressing the engineering of the conflict, okay, to create their synthesis, their new created state, okay? Now, let's continue. The doctrine, the public enemies, and the other side is private architects. So they'll make us think that they're in conflict with one another, but they're not, okay? They are actually working together. So on this side, they said Bush, the Papa Bush and Coffin were in conflict, right? And they showed that to the public. And they said Harriman and Buckley was in conflict, but really they weren't. Just like they'll show you the two opposing Republican Democrat, right? And they're in conflict, but they're really not on the biggest scale. See, Bush and Harriman politically are conflicting in politics in the public. Coffin and Buckley are in public conflicting with one another because conflict leads to a new synthesis. So they create the wars, they create the conflicts, because whenever they do these things, they're trying to create a new synthesis, a new creation, a new agenda. They're bringing forth something. So every 4 years, they make us think there is new president or that's new conflict, because they're creating a new synthesis, something that they're leading their agenda forward. And their agenda never stops through no president since the beginning of this stuff. It's been going in one direction. No matter what we think, it's been leading in one direction. It has never changed, ever. The implication: true allegiance belongs to the order, the society, not the public ideology. Political combat is theatrical friction designed to generate the syntheses, the synthetic organisms. So they do this theater, this friction, this political combating, right? Their allegiance is to their order, their society. Let's continue. The illusion of choice, the public spectacle. So in the public, they give spontaneous societal division. Like right now, they're doing the woke versus the conservatives, right? Democrats versus the Republican, right versus the left, red versus the blue, right? They doing spontaneous societal division, genuine ideological warfare. So they making us battle off our ideologies. You understand? So they're playing like mental warfare. The winning side changes. So the side that wins, whatever it is, when they win, like now, the Republicans are in the White House, so the winning side changes. The architect's reality, conflict by strict design. So the public spectacle was spontaneous societal division, but what they're doing, actually conflict by strict design. The genuine ideological warfare is actually the fight itself is a trap. So this is what this is the Hegelian dialectic that they're playing on. This thesis, antithesis, 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 synthesis. Okay? Genuine ideological warfare, what they're really doing, the fight, the conflict is the trap. So having us black versus white, this Republican versus Democrat, this versus this, the fight is the trap. They're the puppet master. And as long as they can keep the masses fighting in conflict, in chaos, in confusion, who's the author of confusion? They can keep sin. Sin is the beast. That's the mark of the beast. Sin, from Genesis 3 and 6. Genesis Barashayat 3:6. When sin was brought into the world. The other marks are marks of sin. So these marks of the forehead and in the hand and all these marks that's going to come later, these are marks of sin and transgression of the beast, of you confiding and taking all these symbolism. All right. It started in Genesis 3:6 when Eve, right? Adam, and Hayavah, Adam and Eve, when they transgressed and created the second world, and the God of this world is the adversary, the devil, for a time. So this world belongs to the beast for a time. That's why it's so dark. You wonder why they in power and why they continue to do all this stuff with all the money. It's because the world was given over to the beast because of our ancestors' transgression. But it's for a time. You understand? It's not forever, right? So the fight itself from the conflict is the actual trap, right? So they're trying to make, right, racial wars and having us against right versus left, this versus that, it's always have to have chaos, right? Now, the winning side changes. That's the public spectacle. But the architect's reality is the overarching direction never changes. So the Democrats might win and get in office. They'd be like, we won, we in office. The Republicans might win and get in office. We won, we in office. Ain't neither one of y'all won. That's the public spectacle. The direction never alters. If you've ever felt like the winning side changes, but the direction doesn't, that's because of the illusion of choice. It'll never change direction. The other video I was going to show that the Most High told me not to, I'm going to probably cut a clip. It shows the directions of all the presidents. It shows it's crazy when y'all see that graph. All right, let's continue. The consolidation of absolute trajectory. The objective isn't just influence. It's bigger than money. It's bigger than influence. It's a direction for the entire system. They want to acquire power above all. It's all about control. It's always been about control. What did Hasatan say? He said, I will ascend the heights. I will ascend into the heavens. I will be as the Most High. He wants to replace. What was the Tower of Babel and what was they trying to do? Shoot up. They were trying to kill the Most High. Bust through the firmament. They think it's stupid, but it is what it is, right? Stupid is what stupid does, right? So let the dark do their darkness, right? Foolish to me, but whatever, right? And they want to destroy the Most High, and Hasatan wants to take his place, okay? Now, they want to acquire power above all. So the engineered conflict is not deployed to generate money. I told you on the last app, they don't care about no money. It ain't about generating mammon. They make money out of thin air. Financial reserve, now they got digital. That means nothing to them, right? Just like now, the market's going crazy. For those who paid attention, right? I told you to get back in the market at 60, the early 60s in your Bitcoin stuff. You see now it's 74s and 7, right? They manipulate. It's going to, right, later in 2020, it's going to go up crazy. So I'll do that on another time to get some of y'all in the financial space to play the financial game so that you can prepare for the collapse that's coming. The Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare. So you have to know the devices of the serpent to understand how they use mammon and the money. You understand? Money ain't evil. It's the love of money, the abuse of it, the infatuation. Money is a bartering tool. We have parable of talents. We are called to increase. We are to use money to help feed others and barter and trade to make life better for others, to increase, right? Now, but they use money as a worship God. That's their God. The love of mammon is the root of all evil. That's a God. And that's who's on that dollar bill. In God we trust. That's mammon on that dollar. That's why they got that eye of Horus, all that, right? This is all secret society, fallen angel, Anunnaki, ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt, ancient Ugrit, ancient Sumer, ancient Acadia, right? It's nothing new under the sun, okay? Even modern day. Now, engineered conflict is not deployed to generate wealth. It is deployed to secure uncontested political authority and steer the global apparatus toward a predetermined destruction. That's what that said. Now, it's engineered conflict. It's not about for them to generate wealth. It's for them to have uncontested power and steer us, the global people, toward a predetermined destination. All right? Destiny, where they want to lead us. And I know what that is. That's as actual slave, worldwide slave, the other 9 billion or whatever, how many they are that's in, right? And they want to be a parasitic host over our temples, right? And use AI to run all of them, the robots to run the stuff, but they need our souls. They need our spirits to siphon off because they need our blood, they need our essence, they need our they need our souls, the souls of the children of the Most High, for them to sustain their life forever. But it doesn't play out like that. But whatever, they're going to still try to do the work of their father, right? So I know how this ends because we got a cheat sheet, right? But it's hard to live that cheat sheet, to live it out, to make sure you end up on the right side. That's why we all gather together on this Monday night. That's why they blocking this lesson like this. We still ain't reach 100. I've been waiting for her to hear us say we over 100. And I'm like, wow, that's insane. We never, that's crazy. But let's go. We're going to continue to teach this word. And going forward, I know how I'm going to navigate wise as a serpent. All right, here we go. The erasure of individual sovereignty. See, the final synthesis, the final amalgamation or product demands the annihilation of the self-freedom. Well, annihilation of the self. Freedom is systematically redefined not as liberty from the system, but as a total subservience to the system, right? Annihilation of self, where we give our temple, that's the parasitic host. All we doing is serving the order, the system. We're just slaves to the system. Individuals such as you and I will be cogs in the state. It's a cogs in the wheel, in the chain, that we have no individual rights. Individual rights for Hegel come about to obedience to the state. That's why they said we will have nothing and we will love it, or something they said, right? We'll have no rights, we'll have nothing. So the Hegelian dialectic, the individual rights come about to obedience to their order, to the state. The trap, engineered political conflict, right? That's what we see, the mechanism, the Hegelian dialectic. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. The prison, a total state, totalitarian state where they have total control over everything, total control. To understand the dialectic is to step outside the engineered fight. The fight, the chaos, the conflict is engineered. It's fake, everyone. It's all fake. To understand that they be doing in these systems, To understand the dialectic is to step outside the engineered fight. Awareness of the architecture is the only defense against becoming a cog in the machine. That's why the Most High says, my people are destroyed for what? A lack of knowledge. Because you don't know. And then he says, those who, and they don't know because they refuse the truth when I send the truth. And those, I'm butchering, I'm paraphrasing the scripture. Hakyama will put it up. He says, it says along the lines of, they reject the truth when I brought it. And for those who reject the truth, I'm going to reject you and your children. That scripture's crazy work when you know this safari that they call the Bible. Our Father don't be playing. And understand, he ain't mean. Everything he's doing is because you're getting what you are doing. He pointed out what we are to do. He said he brought you the knowledge, but you reject the knowledge. You rejected him. That's what our ancestors did. Rejected the Most High. You want to serve all this other darkness. He said, okay, what's going to happen? You get what you give. You're going to be rejected, okay, for what you've done, all right? The same thing that you give. You receive me, you will be received. You reject me, you will be rejected, okay? He creates kalalaya, completion, all right? The wholeness of the matter, the whole completed opposite. Equal opposite reaction to your action. You have the free will. So that's why they say freedom, in the thesis, freedom is not absolute. Yeah, it is. You might not see it because you might think, no, it ain't. Yes, freedom is absolution. You know why? But see, it's a will within a will. What I mean by that is the Most High has law, right? We have law that he's given us, right? We are not to lie, cheat, steal. We're to do righteous, right? But freedom is absolute. He didn't make us robots. He gave us law. But what do we have, everybody? We have free will to either do his law or not do his law. This is the part that they try to trick you with this dialectic. That was the argument with the synthesis and the thesis. Right? Some say freedom. Freedom is absolute. It's called free will. Then you got others that say, well, we won't really. Yes, you do. Yeah, you got free will. We got laws of the land we live in. We got laws of the state, laws of the city, laws of the town. Some of us got laws in our neighborhood. If you live in what's the name? Subdivision, right? You got laws in your house, right? If you got parents or if you got a man or a woman who you live under, right? You'll have laws in your house. There's laws everywhere. But everybody listen, freedom is absolute. You know why? Let me come back. Let me stop sharing because I can't see the chat. Let me escape. There I go. You know why I'm telling you freedom is absolute? Because guess what? You have the freedom to either do those laws or reject them. Now, what I mean by that is the Most High has laws of righteousness that we are to govern. And if we don't, choose ye this day. Come on. If we don't do his law, then we get the equal opposite reaction from our transgression. That's what sin is. Sin is transgressing the Most High's order, his law, the Most High's rules. That's sin. Once we transgress those, that's the beast. Okay, now the mark. The mark of the beast is transgression, is sin. Okay, now we've marked ourselves as being adversary to his law, outside of his order, like broken his law. We become like prisoners, right? You become a convict, right? Right? Because you've broken his law. Now you need to repent and come back into his law and order and follow his law, and everything will go good for you. You'll be righteous. Now, that's the Most High. Listen clearly. Shout to death before dishonor. Now, I'm showing y'all how freedom is absolute. He didn't make robots. Now, when we have the, they messing with my mic now. We have, okay, I'm gonna have to restart my thing. Oh my goodness. All right, is it? Yep, it's still messing with it. All right, so I'm gonna get through this and then I'm you say you nosy. You're not nosy, death before dishonor. Death before dishonor, we got plenty of our brothers that you would call so-called white. Our brother Yahakanan right there that just welcomed you, death before dishonor. He's about Yahakana, how old you? Like 29, 30 in our ministry? He would be what you would call a so-called white, but he don't identify with those things. He is grafted into the house of the Most High, right? The house of Yasharel. So he's been with our ministry for years, and he's gotten married. They have him and his wife. They got a baby. He's 25, all right? So a lot of people don't realize, right? So that's why I tell y'all guys, it's not about, right? So I know some of y'all knew, they like, wow, yes, you would have no idea how many, who was what, because if you receive them as children of the Most High, then you will see their righteousness. All right, so let's continue. Now, I was talking about the absolute, freedom is absolute. Now, if we go against, remember, the Most High got law, and we got the freedom to what? To go against it. Right or wrong, right? We got the freedom to go against it, right? Yep, and I married him and his wife. They got a little baby boy named Aman Ya'al, right? He's a couple of months now, almost about to be a year. And born in our ministry, I married him and his wife. He met his wife in our ministry, all of that. And they got married under the Most High, right? Praise the Most High. That's what we're called to do. Go forth to every nation, kindred, and tongue. Go forth and bring them home to righteousness of the Father. So we live this word out. You heard? All right, now let's continue. So freedom is absolute. Now, you also got laws in your state, your government, your city, right? In your neighborhood. You can break the laws in your neighborhood, right? There are laws everywhere. You can drive the car and don't stop at the stoplight. You can drive through every stop sign. You can drive through the stoplight. You can drive on the wrong side of the street if you want to. Everybody, don't let them make you think freedom is not absolute. The Most High gave you free will. And your freedom, you have the freedom to choose this day everything in your life. From this day right now, you can say, I choose, again, with my absolute freedom, not to abide by any law. Listen clearly. You can start right now and say, I ain't going to abide by the Most High laws. I ain't going to abide by the laws of my state, Caesar. I ain't going to abide by city, my subdivision, my house, even my house, my wife, I ain't going to abide by nothing. You could say, I ain't even going to get dressed. I'm not going to eat. Listen clearly, guys. You could say, I'm not even going to abide by the laws of my body, my temple, and feed myself. I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to eat. I'm not going to put on clothes. I'm not going to work. I'm a drive, but I'm a drive through all the red lights. I'm not going to abide by no laws. And guess what's going to happen? The equal opposite reaction, the kalalaya, the completion from your actions, you're going to get what you've given. If you neglect the laws of your temple, your body, you will die. You see? The Most High ain't kill you. The Most High ain't had nothing to do with that. He gave you his law, and he gave you absolute freedom of choice. Freedom is absolute. You have the freedom to choose to abide by the laws or not. And you're going to pay the consequences. You get the blessings or curses from it, right? So don't let nobody trick y'all with that. Yeah, it is. Okay? That's why he says, give Caesar what Caesar's, follow the laws of the land you in, follow the authority of as long as they don't go against the Most High law, their structure and order. You understand? So with it, but don't let people think, because you have people coming, we ain't got no freedom. Oh, yes, you do. You got the freedom to choose to not do nothing else ever again. You can choose to I'm going to just lay right here and do nothing forever. Freedom of choice. All right. Now, the dialectic is to understand the dialectic is to step outside the engineered fight. The engineered fight. Awareness of the architect is the only defense against becoming a cog in the machine. All right, now let's get back to the video. I just wanted to break down this thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, because with y'all having that understanding, you know their playbook. This is the playbook of the world stage, even with the wars. Like right now with Iran, and all of these are parts of the same order. All of these kingdoms, what they are. And they're fighting for head of the king, who's going to be head in their new world order, their new synthesis. We're at a stage now where they're trying to complete in this global order the new synthesis now. And that's why it's going to have a new currency, and it's going to be digital. You understand? Because it'll be 100% controllable and trackable once they finish with it, right? At the beginning, there's some freedom with cold wall storage, but later, right? So this is leading to the Armageddon, right? So their synthesis is going to be two sides. Like I said the last time, the Western Hemisphere versus the Eastern Hemisphere, right? And that will make one, once whoever wins that will be the head of this new synthesis. It's a world order, one, their oneness, ahayad, right? And then that is when the light versus the darkness, that what ushers in the Armageddon, the spiritual war, okay? And they're going to have the portals open with CERN and the AI and the robots. They're going to have all their, they're trying to get Simjaza and Azazel and lock them down from the pit. They're going to be trying to get Leviathan out of the marine, right? Okay, now, the synthesis. So the Hegelian dialect was created by G.W.F. Hegelian. That's where it comes from. But he didn't use the exact terms. He didn't use thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. That was the Frick dude later. Hegel, G.W.F. Hegel, he used terms abstract, negative, and concrete because that was back. So this is what they call a trinity, everybody. It's the trinity or the triad or the triune. This is why I'm sorry for my Christian brothers, but Trinity is not in the Bible. That was these Roman ditties, devils creating this thing. Is a triad always a triune, right? It's a, right? So this triune of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis is more accurately attributed to Fitch, all right? Now, but later it got popularized by Karl Marx, Marxism, okay? But Hegel, G.W. Hegel, he called it abstract, negative, and concrete, all right? Now, they use this philosophy and they use it, the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis in philosophy and history, all right? And they describe it of how societal and intellectual movements evolve. They believe in evolution, okay? And they introduce an idea, right? They introduce the idea of something, then they give a counter argument to it, and then they give you a conclusion that resolves both of them. So they create the problem, they give you they create the problem, the idea, create the problem, and then give you the solution. All right. And this plays out even in Hollywood, right? In theater, Shao Saudi Tate. This plays out in storytelling. In storytelling, what do we have, guys? We have the hero of the story. That's the thesis. The hero meets the villain. The villain is the antithesis, the antithesis. And then the culmination between the chaos, the conflict between the hero, the thesis, and antithesis, you get a resolution. The end of the movie, a change, the synthesis. So the Hegelian dialect plays everywhere. Shout out to Crypto Recall. All right? And this is the powers, what they're using to control us. So you're getting the recipe to this death soup, this death, you're getting a recipe to this death meal that they're serving the world. Okay? All right. Now I'm gonna get back to the video. I think I did. Yes, I did my thesis. I did my what's the name? So let's get back to the video now. All right, let me come back to y'all. Stop share, bang, stop share, share screen. We just about 100. They is not letting us get. So that meant when I finish this video, we're probably gonna have like 1,000 views, 2,000. They mad at us. They is pissed. I should not put that Johnson & Johnson, but we going to teach this word. I learned, Father. I got you. I'm picking up what you putting down. Picking up what you putting down. All right, here we go. Johnson, share. Now, so Bush and Harriman politically were conflicting. See? Just like, what's his name? Trump and Biden. Just like, Biden and, Barack and whoever, Bush. Just like Clinton and whatever, right? Everybody listen clearly. Now let's go back a little. So now y'all have the full understanding of the Hegelian dialectic, the thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Now let's continue.
The order, you will find that they have to have conflict.
Be on opposite sides, moving through the same pipeline. And if that sounds impossible, he explains the method in one sentence. Through the same pipeline, it's a claim about alignment, about people who appear to be on opposite sides, moving through the same pipeline. And if that sounds impossible, he explains the method in one sentence.
The method they use is that of the Hegelian dialectic. Thesis played against antithesis leads to a synthesis. In other words, for Hegel, for history to make progress, you have to have conflict. And when you look at the key people in the order, you will find that they generate conflict. So Bush...
Wow, Dawn says something's not letting her subscribe to my channel. That's crazy. Yeah, they cut off my other ones too. I hope. Well, let me pray a prayer over this channel and this ministry. Father, we pray. I pray to you, Father, as your servant, as your child. May you please cover this lesson. May I repent for my error and put in that pharmaceutical company in the title. I will change it as soon as this video is over. Maybe I'm gonna change it in a second. I'm gonna change it. Oh, it's still on the thumbnail, though. I can't. I don't got another thumbnail to replace it. I'll do it after this is over. May you please cover this lesson, cover this channel, so that we can continue to teach your word. I will abide, and I will try to make sure I have clear. I'll make sure I have clear instructions what to expose and what not to expose, because the thing is, this is their house, and we have to abide by certain rules of the house. And I ask you to please, all in your will, cover this lesson, cover this channel, and cover everybody's watching and everybody who gets to watch on the replay. May they be allowed to still subscribe. May they be allowed to hear your truth. May they be allowed to hear your righteousness. And may you continue to lead and guide me and instruct me on how to navigate this space, this age that we're in, this synthesis that they're striving to create. I say this prayer to you in the name of your only, your odd Son, begotten Son, who comes in your holy name. And I say, Aman Yah, Aman, Amen, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Inshallah, Father, Selah. It is done. Praise your holy name in your rightful order. Praise Most High. All right, hopefully you could find a way to subscribe, daughter of the Most High, Sister Dawn. All right, let's continue.
The order, you will find that they generate conflict. So Bush and Harriman, when you look at synthesis, in other words,
he explains the method in one sentence.
The method they use is that of the Hegelian dialectic. Thesis played against antithesis leads to a synthesis. In other words, for Hegel, for history to make progress, you have to have conflict. And when you look at the key people in the order, you will find that they generate conflict. So Bush and Harriman politically are conflicting. Coffin and Buckley, although part of the same order, are in public conflicting with one another because conflict leads to the new synthesis.
In simple terms, it's conflict by design, one side against the other. And while everyone is trapped inside the fight, the outcome gets shaped somewhere else. If you've ever felt like the winning side changes, but the direction doesn't, this explains why. Now the question becomes, what's the point? Because if the conflict is engineered, then the outcome isn't random. And Sutton says the objective isn't just influence, it's bigger than money. He says it's a direction for the entire system. Watch this.
One can only deduce at this point from the operations of these men as individuals and working together. They want to acquire power above all. As you look at their actions, the political power is to bring about what they call a, which is a, but
what he blocked out, because he is the what they call the NWO, right? This order, right? 2030 agenda that they're trying to bring about, right? All right, let's continue.
the political power is to bring about what they call a, which is a, but they use the Hegelian techniques. We know enough about Hegel to know that not only does this mean the dialectic process, the creation of conflict, but it also means that individuals such as you and I, or anybody watching this program, will be.
Now, I want to show y'all something that most of y'all won't know what that is. You see this image he showed? Hegel?
This means the dialectic process, the creation of conflict, but it also means.
This is Circe, everybody. Y'all go look it up. Study to show yourself approved. The Most High says study to show yourself approved. It's Circe. You can Google it. You can Wikipedia. You can do it. It's all the information out there. This is where the Romans get the word church from, right? They would never call Circe a church. They would call the Messiah and his disciples, they assembled, okay? Assembled. All right. Circe is a cup of iniquity. So right here in her hand, see that? That's a drug from the plants and the herbs, right? That's the mixing of, right? And then she has a cup in the other hand, all right? This is Circe right here.
Individuals such as you and I.
And that's why they're showing Circe. So they know who they serve. That's why I said this goes back to ancient Hellenes and Romans. These were fallen angel worshipers. They were mystery schools. They followed the gods Osiris, Apis, the Anunnaki. They followed, but then they changed the name to Olympia and Zeus and Hermes. And these were the deities. These were the Epstein. This is what they was doing in the council when they changed and when they created Circe. When they took the original Habariya Hebrew tongue and named it churches and Lord, Baal, and all of this stuff, they changed the terminology. So they changed the Sabbath day, the seventh day, to worship on the first day, Sol Invictus, the sun gods and all this stuff, right? But people thinking like, you just like, oh, well, I don't care. I just go to church. No, you should care because they got you serving their gods. You need to care. You need to snap up out of it. My people destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And then when you willfully keep serving it, then you don't really love the Father. If you really love him, you would want to serve him in spirit and in truth. You understand? The truth of it, and you will change. You will put down, it's called emptying your wine skins, right? You're full of old wine, it's gonna burst. You have to empty the things that they indoctrinated you with. Do you understand? And understand the truth of the scripture. The scripture is true, but man is a liar. Man has went in and took the scripture. They enslaved the 70 Hebrew elders on the island of Pharos, these Hellenists, what they called Greek later, ditties, and enslaved them and made them write. And they wrote their likeness and their image and everything. And they changed the dates and the times and the names. You heard this part. So you got to understand it. That's why they show you what they worship, bro. That's Circe, bro, that they just showed. And most people won't even know it. It go right over your head. Okay? All right, let's continue.
Does this, we know enough about Hegel to know that not only does this mean the dialectic process, the creation of conflict, but it also means that individuals such as you and I, or anybody watching this program, will be cogs in the state, that we have no individual rights. Our rights for Hegel, individual rights for Hegel, come about through obedience to the state.
Sutton goes a lot further in this interview. He gets into history, institutions, even global events, and we obviously can't fit all of that into one video. Now, I'm not here to tell you what to believe. I'm just showing you another way to look at power.
All right. Now, I'm going to put Sutton's full video on my Patreon. Right? I meant to do it, but I was putting this together all day and all night. So I'll have it up. So, Dad, I don't got my link to my Patreon either. I got to start having all that on deck, right? Hakyama, do you got the link? Oh, she got it. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you, Hakyama, on it. Thank you, daughter of Yah. So I'm going to put the full video of that on there. And I'm gonna be putting the other stuff that I can't put on YouTube because I gotta be careful now, right? That I'll put it over there on that Patreon, right? And it's for free. So I'm not saying y'all gotta pay anything or nothing. So y'all just go over there and follow over there, and I'm gonna put it up, right? I'm gonna be putting this stuff up, right? The stuff that I can't put on YouTube. All right, now let's go into the second live stream of the night. Powerful one. Now we get into the Johnson and Johnson, the one that got this this live stream shadow ban. We're still about 90 of us here on this live. It usually be about 200-300 right now, but it is what it is, right? Now let's get into the Johnson and Johnson. This the one that they want to shadow ban us for this live stream. Well, let's go. I ain't never scared. I'm outside of the club, and they think I'm a punk, right? So let's go. All right, those of y'all, could you bring me something to drink really quick, please? All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video for educational purposes only. Let's go. This one going to expose a lot, and it's exposing some of the pharmaceuticals, all right? And all right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We're reacting to the video. Share this tab instead. Full screen. Let's go. Gavin D. Becker.
Today. So you've been behind the scenes with some of the most successful, richest, most powerful people on planet Earth, but what is it you do, Gavin?
So I do protective coverage, any of the ways that wealthy or prominent people might be targeted. For example, the Saudi Arabian government obtained a system which can get into your phone, used it on Jeff Bezos. So our work was to figure out how it happened.
Why would a government want to hack the founder of Amazon's phone?
So I'll tell you in a second, but we're all not as careful as we could be in terms of what we say, what we text, and there is absolutely no protection viable for the confidentiality of your phone. Do you have any skepticism about that?
I just have a lot of ignorance to how this whole world works.
Lucky you. But all power centers in human history lie. There are some examples of this where it will start telling the truth about something, but years later.
Gavin, we have
All right. Now, if you ever saw this video on the channel, don't worry. You ain't see what I'm about to play. All right. So I don't just play the videos, I construct. All right. So if you saw this, don't worry, keep watching. You ain't seen what what we about to bring out. All right, let's go. This about to be good. This about to be really good. Let's go.
Mutual friend, and that mutual friend actually sent me a voice note late last night. Here is what the voice note says.
So he said, we have a mutual friend, and a mutual friend sent me a voice note late last night because he knew that this dude was going to be on his show. Here we go.
Calling at this crazy hours, I found out that you're interviewing a dear friend of mine, Gavin DeBecker, I think in 2 days, I think on the 13th. He is an extraordinary human being, extraordinary soul. He comes from a very tough background, but what he's done to move from that background to becoming probably the single greatest security expert in the world, he designed the systems that are used to protect the Supreme Court. Well, I've met him decades ago when there was a threat happening to a former girlfriend of mine, and then I was getting threatening letters, and he deciphered the letters in microseconds, got the FBI involved, and put a stop to it all. It was extraordinary what he did.
Wow.
That was Tony Robbins for anyone that...
Well, Tony Robbins said this dude is the top most security expert in the world today. From this, as much as I can deduce from this, I like the brother spirit. From what I can deduce from this, I like the brother spirit. Now, he said he produced security for the Supreme Court and everything, but let's continue.
Didn't recognize.
I recognized it.
In microseconds, got the FBI involved and put a stop to it all. It was extraordinary what he did.
Wow.
That was Tony Robbins for anyone that didn't recognize.
I recognized it.
The voice. Yeah, it'd be crazy if someone didn't.
I say go yourself.
I say, okay, good. That's good. I'm glad to see the feminine is fully developed in you.
I'm about 99% masculine.
99%? Wait a second. Move over. Move
All right. So for those who might not have known Tony Robinson or introduced, as I do, I put this clip in, right? And this clip is interesting because this is Tony Robinson in beast mode. I never really seen him, Tony Robbins, in beast mode. Never seen him in beast mode like this, right? But anyway, watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect.
was extraordinary what he did.
Wow.
That was Tony Robbins for anyone that didn't recognize.
I recognized
the voice. Yeah, it'd be crazy if someone didn't.
I say go yourself.
I say, okay, good. That's good. I'm glad to see the feminine is fully developed in you.
I'm about 99% masculine.
99%? Wait a second. Move over. We'll move over. I just want to see this. I just want to get a closer look. "99% masculine." Now, look at the state right now. Is this your idea of masculine?
No.
No. Oh, this is the 1% that shows up every now and then?
Yes.
I see. It shows up when a masculine energy shows up. Then she goes back feminine. But she surrounds herself with men that are more feminine and calls herself masculine. Because you actually do become masculine around them.
I mean, I've learned in the seminar I need to be more feminine, but it's just a difficult thing to do.
Is it?
I mean, I feel like
I just walked up to you and you changed states somehow. And it wasn't attraction. It's not hard. It's that you keep surrounding yourself with people you think you can control. And the fastest way you control them is you tear them down. Now, you don't always do it verbally and directly because that's a little dangerous. So you do that in your own head. And you demonstrated 4 or 5 times in the first 3 sentences that you spoke about your boss and everybody else, did she not? You emasculated all of them as fast as you could. Because there's 2 ways to be significant. One is work your ass off and grow and take risks and go through the injustice of life that we all go through. Or the other is tear everybody else down. And have the illusion that they're going down, you're moving up. Have you ever been with a woman?
I'm really attracted to men. The problem is I turn.
He didn't answer the question. He said, have you ever been with a woman? And she said, I'm really attracted to men. I would have said, that didn't answer my question. I know you've been with a woman. That's why you think you're 99% masculine and you run around thinking you can control these emasculated men. But when the real masculinity walked up into her face, she turned real feminine. Now, I want y'all to understand that that's the truth, because these, under the Hegelian dialectic now, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, they've created a new synthesis on earth, a new being where the women are now saying they're men and the men are becoming effeminized. The women are becoming masculinized and the men are becoming effeminized, right? So you have generations of beings that are confused because some of the women who need a more masculine man to cover them, the men are now so effeminized that the woman is taking on a masculine role and they get a little confused. The ones who don't want to just go all the way to being gay or something, right? So this is the dialect, what they constructed. They manufactured this synthesis today that we living out, right? Like in the days of Noah, right? We living in Sodom and Gomorrah right now, right? So when the minute that masculinity, true masculinity, shows up, they go immediate feminine. I'm telling y'all the truth. I'm telling y'all what I know because I have the same 100% masculinity and it comes off of your energy. That's why us elders got to teach the youth to stand in their masculinity. That's why they start to call that toxic masculinity. They wanted it to calling it toxic. That was the Hegelian dialect, right? They started a confusion, a conflict between the man and the woman, and had the woman wants to try to brainwash them, right? To say that the masculinity in the men is toxic. So they start instituting it in the elementary schools. You understand? They started to emasculate the men. So they called it ADHD and they called it all this stuff. And they stopped the men from wanting to go because the boys want to go out and play and roughhouse and jump and hunt and do all this stuff. But they sat them in the school and confined them. No, you weren't going to sit down and draw. You're going to tap into your feminine, right? We're going to teach you home economics and stuff, right? Nothing wrong with a man learning how to cook and knowing how to do that. But this was actually effeminized. It's constructing a synthesis. See, I told you I was going somewhere teaching y'all the Hegelian dialectic, because this, yes, the programming, this is what they created. You understand? So they created it where the boys want to run out and play and roughhouse and run and do and jump and dump, which makes them a hunter-gatherer. You understand? Which makes them a provider and a protector for the women and the children and the village and you see, for their village that we're supposed to be a part of. Small villages is what we're supposed to consist of, not big city-states. The cities are principalities. Nimrod built the first cities. You understand? The big cities. All right? Now listen clearly. So this is a construction from the Hegelian dialect to effeminize the men, get them from when they boys and take the hunter-gatherer out of them. Take the ability and call it ADHD, that the boys don't want to sit down for 8 hours in school. They don't want to sit down because they want to run, they want to jump, that's why the boys will excel in gym and they will excel, right? But then the girls, because the girls have a different makeup, male and female created them, the girls can sit down mostly more, and they would like to do these other things that's more conducive to their natural genetic makeup. But the boys, they call that toxic, and they call that a disorder and dis-ease, and they started to give them drugs. You understand? They started to pharmakeia. That's Circe. Listen clearly. They start to give them spells and potions to change their genetic structure and make their energy and their hunter-gatherer and their natural state dormant. You understand? And they said it was ADHD and this D and that D, and they made up all of these different disorders. You understand? When we used to be able to run and play and go crazy, right? So they got this new synthesis of created beings out there now, right? That's why some of the women is like, I'm masculine, because a lot of the men are feminine because they called it toxic masculinity. So they would call my masculinity toxic. And I say, I say your mama toxic, but I can't say that no more. The Most High is bridling me from even that no more. But that's what I would have said. Your mama toxic, but I can't say that no more. So I repent. I apologize. I just had to let y'all know what I wanted to say. Right? I'm a work in progress, and I show y'all my fruit. Right? I work on myself, right, to be more righteous in the image of the Father. All right. So they'll say that my masculinity is toxic. So what Tony Robbins did, he said, okay, you think you 99% masculine? He said, all right, let me come down there in your face. Now, let me tell y'all what happens. This is what happens with me too. When true masculinity, I don't care how masculine, unless you're a man cosplaying that you're a woman, I don't care how masculine you think you are. When true masculinity gets in your face, what happens is the feminine automatically reacts to the masculinity. That's why when he went and he put his hand by her face, he said, now are you masculine? And she was like, no, right? It happens, but it takes true masculinity, not pseudo masculinity, not fake masculinity that's puffed up from being in gangs or no, the true masculinity that you were raised correctly in the law and order of the Most High, and you're male to be a provider, protector, not toxic where you're going to be abusing the masculine energy or anything, but you control the masculine energy. When true masculinity goes in front, they always turn feminine. I ain't never a day in my life had they encounter. And if they didn't, I experienced that, then I still, no disrespect, y'all might not like this, I really don't care. This is my testimony, what I used to live. Nowadays, I won't do it because I would just remove myself from their presence. But back in the days when I was outside, when I would run into The women who thought they was, because I was outside in the hood, in the streets with drugs and, my crew, what y'all would call gangs, and my projects. There's hundreds of us, and there's thug girls that'll shoot you, kill you. Now I'm talking about real life stuff outside. When those would come up and they wouldn't play their position after coming in front of my masculinity, then you get the same energy as if you're a man. Let me explain that. Now, I'm not telling y'all to do none of this. This was the life I used to live. Yep, y'all can go watch it on the Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV channel. Thank you, Akiyama. If you want to see the testimony, now I won't live that because I won't be in that predicament. I remove myself, right, from the presence. But this is how I used to live. If that presented itself, now if you don't become into your position of femininity in my masculinity, where I can now stand down, right? And I will be more nurturing to you, protect you. You can still have your position of power, but you will never usurp my masculinity. You can't. That's not how the Most High created it. You understand? Now, that's where Adam went wrong. That's why we had this mess from the beginning, because Adam was the doggone the first Ahab, the first simp. He was the first, the one effeminate. Oh, Eve, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, whatever, Eve. Adam was the first, he was the first cuck. He was the first trick. Okay? The Most High told Adam what to do, and Adam was like, well, but whatever, Eve. Eve was like, eat this boy and shut up. Eve said, I didn't smash Hasatan. Now I'm about to show you what I did. You come on, get some of this. Come on, get some of this sin. Hold on, I'm turn my mic down. He said, come on over here, boy, get some of this sin. And he said, okay, Eve, whatever you say. Right? The devil's a lie. That's why the Messiah, Mashiach, the Messiah came to be what? The second Adam. He came to right what Adam got wrong. Do you understand? Y'all better understand the scripture. Our Bible is alive. It ain't nothing to play with. Now, let me get back to where I was going. Now, what I would do in that situation is if she doesn't play her feminine position, then guess what? I'm gonna treat you just like my male adversary. And I hope you really got that much masculinity as you playing, because now I'm treating you like a man. That's where I used to live. I was no joke in the world because I was raised from Parkside Projects, Hempstead, Strong Island. I was raised in Queens. I was raised in Brooklyn, and that's where I'm from, right? But Hempstead, Strong Island, Parkside Projects, most of my foundation. You heard? Now, and they didn't raise no punks where I come from. It's nothing to play with. It's the hoodie hood ghetto of ghettos. You heard? And it's live or dies. And so if you didn't play that position, now you're going to get treated like a male. And all you get is male energy. So I hope you keep that same energy, right? And I never had that problem. And when I did, I took care of it. Yeah, I had it before, a couple of times, not much, because real.tech real. A lot of times they would fall back. But I had two that tried to stand up like they was men. Yeah. Later on, they came back, later on, they go, ooh, hi, Rashawn. Right? Later on, they see me around. Hi, Rashawn. Oh, that's Rashawn. Right? Oh, now we can rock out. Now you found out. Sometimes you just got to find out. Anyway, now let me continue. I'm reminiscing on past stuff, but I don't live that life no more. But what the point I'm trying to make is, no matter how masculine they are or claim to be, if they're a true woman, when they get into the presence of true masculinity, the femininity automatically comes out. It just comes out. It's a genetic thing that the Most High placed inside. That's why he wants us to be our true selves, because the power is within what the Most High created in you, your femininity and your masculinity. Femininity is power. Femininity is so much power that the world is given over to the devil because of what? A woman. That's how much power the woman got. The woman's femininity is so powerful that the first man succumbed to it. Y'all hear me? Listen clearly, daughters of the Most High. That's why it's so important for you as well to get your life in order in submittance to the Most High, okay? So that you can cover, because that's why the world and these powerful systems are after the woman. They're after the woman because the woman, Hasatan did not go after Adam. He observed where the power really lies. The power lied in that femininity. I'm going to give y'all a fruit that y'all probably never realize. The reason why Hasatan, even the watchers fell for the woman. Come on, Zichi. Even the angels had not. Everything falls to that power. There's no greater power on this earth than the femininity of a woman. That's why Hasatan wants you to not be feminine. Let me explain. He wants you to think femininity is weak. He wants you to think femininity is servitude and is lowered. That's your power. Now you could use it for evil. It'll be destruction. Now, let me explain this before I forget. Now, Hasatan's observant of the garden, he observed Yah, the Most High, created Adam, his two creatures in his image. Hasatan was jealous, right? Because he wanted to be as the Most High. So Adam is taking his place, right? So when he was observing, he was looking, how can I destroy them? How can I get them to transgress the Most High like I did, thus cursing themselves? Thus, they don't get this world, right? I want this world. This should be mine. Listen clearly. This is in the garden. This should be my world. He's a spirit before he animated the snake body, okay? And that's a whole nother lesson about the animals used to speak and talk. He beguiled the serpent, all right? And so that's why the serpent got cursed as well as Adam and Eve, right? Now, let me talk. Let me continue, all right? Now, that's symbolic about eating some apple and all that. That's symbolic. But anyway, let me continue. So when Hasatan was observing outside of the garden, he realized he was trying to find his tactician, chess. How can I get them to transgress? And as he was observing, he was seeing, it's this woman. This dude is like a slave to, he's like, if I get her, then I get him. It's the woman. There's something in this femininity thing. Y'all got to understand, this is the first woman. I need y'all to understand that there are no women angels. You have to understand that. Now, there is a feminine spirit because that's just the completion of the Most High, the Kalala Yah, okay? So this is the first creation of a feminine being, spirit animating a temple. That's why even the fallen angels couldn't even, the watchers, not the fallen angels, the watchers. The watchers weren't fallen angels. Those are two different angels. The angels that fell with Hasatan is separate from the watchers. The watchers had a job to come down and watch over us. And they couldn't even, they was head blown emoji by the woman, the femininity, everybody. Listen clearly. There is a energy, a feminine spirit. The energy is the most powerful energy on this earth. In man's physical existence is the feminine energy is the most powerful. That's why the Most High said it needs to be covered. Let me walk it back. Now, when Hasatan observed, because all the angels, this is a new creation, the first time a being, physical manifestation of the Most High was created. In the heavens, they don't have bodies. Those are spirits, angels, Malayak, Sabaoth, heavenly hosts, the Alayam, the council of Yah, right? They call it Elohim, right? Alayam is the original tongue, right? Now, he's the Alayah, not Eloah, not Elohim, Eloah, that's Canaanite Hebrew. But anyway, now, when they created these beings, the first two beings, physical beings, that's the physical manifestation of the Father, and created a new world. And this world, the first world was called heaven on earth. Y'all don't know that, but unless y'all go through our library of the lessons. The first world was called heaven on earth, right? That's what it was called. Shamayam on Arayat. Shamayam ha-Arayat. That's how you say it in original Habariyah, right? Heaven on earth. Now, after that world got done away with, now we got a second world that was created because they transgressed, and this world is given to the adversary. All right, now, when Hasatan observed these creatures, because they're new, as he's observing, because he's wise, right? looking who to devour. He discerned that the masculine energy is all powerful. It is everything. He was like, it will submit to the feminine energy. He saw something very interesting. He's like, as I'm observing these two, as they're interacting in the garden, I see that this masculine energy, Adam, keeps submitting to this feminine energy. It's like he's sniffing on her butt, like he's following her around. He's right, because the Most High he said, she's blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh. And the Most High didn't order that. That's what Adam said as soon as he seen her. Y'all better read the scriptures, right? We broke it down in our lesson. Go through our library, right? Now, he realized the power, even though he's stronger, he's faster, he's like he could just snap her neck if he wanted to. He will do anything to please this being. The male will do anything to please. What? He like, hold on. So why am I focusing on the male when the true power is the female, the feminine? Because in the natural state, the male would do anything to take care, to please, to serve the female, the feminine, in the natural state. So he says, I gotta get her. Because if I get her, I can make him do anything I want him to do, because he's gonna do anything she says. And he's like, I think he will put her above the Most High. And he was right. He was right. Because the Most High gave Adam laws. He shared the laws with Eve, and he knew what not to do. And guess what happened? He went against the laws of the Most High for that feminine spirit. And that's what brought sin into the world. Hasatan was victorious, and the world was given over to him. Thus, they got kicked out of the Most High's presence, which is the garden. That's Eden. That's called Adayan, Ayadan in the original Hebrew. That means his presence. The word Eden in original Habariyah means his presence. He kicked them out of his presence because they had sin. Sin cannot transgress the presence of the Most High. The two can't encompass the same space. So they got kicked out of his presence, okay? Out of the garden, Adayan, right? Eden. And now a second world was created. This is the world of sin and iniquity. The world of sin given over to the serpent, the beast. Hasatan was victorious. This world is given over to him for a time. Now, that's why this world will be done away with. Okay, and a new world, and a new Shamayam will be the new kingdom. Now, I was bringing that out because I want the sisters to understand the power of the feminine energy. So all of the devils, right? Because these are devils, dark heavenly hosts, all of the demons as well, which are just disembodied spirits that talk and antagonize and put thoughts in your head. But the devils are what possess you. So you really should be scared of devils. Demons are just nagging, right? Now, all of them are after you, sisters. That's why the Most High is called the sisters to cover their heads. Because your entrance, they call that the Jacob's ladder. It used to be a soft spot, right? And the angels, the fall and everything, they're trying to attack you through the crown of your head. That's why when women prophesy, when they pray, they should cover the crown of their head. That's protecting you from the fallen, the angels, the dark, the devils, okay? So for some of y'all that wonder why the sisters cover the crown of their heads, all right? So when you pray, when you prophesy, when you're doing a spiritual thing with the Most High, you're called to cover your heads. I'm not telling y'all to do it. I'm just teaching you the Bible, the Most High's commandment and his law. All right. And that's why, because they're after you. And because once they get the woman, you got the whole family. You understand? You get the woman. That's why they made this world a matriarchal. That's why, like, the woman is God, and that's Eve syndrome. That started from her transgression. What did Hasatan tell her? If you transgress what the Most High said, euphemistically eat this fruit, you will be as God. He said the Most High don't want you because he know once you do this, you're going to be like him as God. He beguiled her. And what does she want to be? Like God. That's why they run around. The woman is God. The black woman is God. And this is God. And all. And then the world has made them a God, right? They give them everything. Give them the kids. Give them the money. Give them the food. Give them the housing. Give them everything. The men we get diddied, right? I know y'all get violated too. But remember, what are these serpents after? They're not after the woman. The only reason why they want the woman because they want the woman to procreate more men. They want to grape the man. You understand? The male lineage. They want to violate the anal cavity that breaks the spirit. It's a cut in the law of the Most High to break the masculinity of the male, to stop any new Messiahs from being born. Messiah is deliverer in the Hebrew tongue, Habariyatan, the deliverer. That's Messiah's purpose. The Messiah, Messiah, okay? That's his purpose. That's also Moses' name, Messiah, right? But Messiahs are deliverers, meaning those who lead to the Father, those who guide, right? So their job is to stop. What's his name? J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI. He said that during COINTELPRO with the Panthers and all that in the 70s. He said we have to stop because a Messiah will be born from these generations. So they had to poison the black community, drugs, lock them in prison, destroy anything because he said a Messiah will come through. This is a Messiah. Now they know what I'm teaching you. All of them. The Hegelian dialect, the 33 bloodline families, the 300 the houses, the 13 families, the 33 houses, all right? All of them, they know what I'm speaking. The Masons with the free in the front, all of the skull and bones, all of it, right? All right, shout out to Maddie. All right, so now I was breaking all that down. That wasn't part of the lesson, but praise the Most High, let the Most High cook, right? Because the masculinity, the true masculinity won't allow the femininity to conquer him. It's hard to do. That's why they took the man out the homes, because they wanted the men, the little boys and the girls to be raised by only the women, so they only get in femininity. You understand? And then they push so much drugs and toxins and also spiritual, mental drugs, making the women mostly toxic in their energy. So now you got toxic femininity raising a male who needs masculinity plus femininity. He needs it in the proper order, and raising a female who needs the masculinity and the femininity in the proper order. And all that he got is masculinity, who's doing two jobs and is toxic. And so now you got a new synthesis, creation, feminism. And this is the destruction of masculinity and destruction of the family, the destruction of the order that the Most High created. Male and female created he them. And the only reason why he said that the woman should submit, that didn't mean, it ain't a negative word. It just means be covered by the male who's covered by him. Okay, a male who submitted his life to the Father, and you submitted your life to the Father, that male should cover, protect, nurture, and cover you like I will do all of y'all, like I do on these lessons, no matter what we do. Do you understand? Yes, it creates the imbalance. It's out of order. You're, again, unlawful. When whatever you do in the flesh, it reacts in the spirit, because we're spirits animating flesh. The laws are governed by the spirit realm. People are so worried about the flesh, but the flesh is just a reaction to the laws of the spirit realm, dark and light spirit. And they know they serve their Father, principalities and spirits in high places. We don't fight carnal wars. We fight in wars of the spirit, right? But people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, so they live in their flesh. Okay? So with this disorder and the destruction of the way that the Most High created us in the garden, if Eve wouldn't have transgressed, it would have been a whole different law. It wouldn't have been a thing of her having to be submitted and covered, the feminine under the masculine, because she would have been obedient to the Most High law, and the man would have been obedient to the Most High law, and they would have been in what? Harmony, equally yoked. That's called shalayam. They would be in righteousness. No sin would have born to the world. We wouldn't have no Epstein. The devil wouldn't have been a God's world. They would have been, life would have been in what? Ayadan, Eden, garden, his presence. We wouldn't got kicked out of his presence, where everything was provided for us. Do you understand? All right. Now, it was the transgression and the sin. And now that's when the Most High said, okay, for your transgression, this is one of the curses, you would have to submit to the man. He wasn't punishing her. He was covering us. Okay. He was covering the future children. He was like, okay, now you have to submit to the man. He has to cover you, meaning there's a structure and an order. I need for you to be able to submit the femininity to the masculinity of the man who submitted his masculinity, his self, to me. So if the man, now you don't submit to nobody who didn't submit to the Most High, sisters. Okay? Yes, love is the submittance. Okay, so again, it's the disorder. If you submit yourself to a man who's not submitted to the Most High, then you're in disorder. You better off just doing yourself. Try to get yourself right with the Most High. You understand? Submit your life to the Most High, and the Most High willing, he'll send you a man that is submitted to him. Because that's the only man that can cover you. Sisters or anybody is the man that's submitted to the Most High. You don't submit to no man if he hasn't given his life over to the Most High. The Most High comes first on all of our lives. You and the man. If the Most High is first in my life, then I owe my righteousness, my repentance, and everything. I'm going to live my life to please him. And then if you, as my wife, you submit your life to the Most High, your repentance and everything, righteousness, you're going to submit your life to being in his image, then we both can come together because we both serve the same Father. We're equally yoked. And our relationship with the Father and our submittance to his righteousness will protect us from one another's transgression, the flesh, the sins of the flesh from Adam and Eve. You understand that? If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have all this problem. But now we got it, right? So the protection is my submittance to the Father, that I won't lie to you. I won't cheat on you. I won't steal from you. I won't hit you. I won't abuse you. I won't do you wrong. I won't steal all your money. I won't do this because of my submittance to the Father of being righteous. It ain't submittance to you. Do you understand? I might love you and all that, but you come under the Father. The problem is when you put people above the Father, or when you don't got the relationship of the Father, then you in love with one another, and you are both fleshly beings, animated, spiritual beings, animated a fleshly, sinful body, and it's going to be chaos and destruction, because without the Most High first, it ends in destruction. Why do you think the divorce rate and all that's destruction? The marriages who make it to death, they had the Most High in their individual lives and accountability to the Father over everything else. That's what keeps you safe, sisters. What keeps me safe, sisters, what keeps you safe from my sin and transgression is my relationship with the Most High. Brothers, what keeps you safe from that sister's sin and transgression is her relationship with the Most High. So brothers, if she ain't got a relationship with the Most High, you need to be very slow. That's what the courtship is about. A courtship, see, when you follow the laws of the Most High, there's protections. You understand? In the world, you just get together, think she cute, everything, you smash, next thing you know, you in some mess. You don't even know who she is or her relationship. No, the courtship will weed out if she's going to get a relationship. Because guys, you can't I ran into that problem. You know what I mean? Thinking I can, this was years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago. I'm Uncle Yahshua, right? I'm sorry, it's so funny. You know how we are, right? I was back then, now I'm like, I'm Uncle Yahshua. I'm an anointed man of the Most High. I've been sold out to Yah for 15 years, and I've been in a furnace of affliction, and I'm a man of Yah, of man of Yahs, right? Ain't nothing. I'm fighting principalities and spirits in high places. And here my boo-boo the fool boy thought I can just meet a chick. I can meet someone, as long as she know the Most High, right? God or whatever. And then I'm gonna mold her into. I learned that last time. That was it. That was I learned it don't work like that, bro. It don't. She has to already have a relationship. It's crazy. Now you can try to introduce. You can plant the seed. See, but I didn't know nothing about courtship. So if I would have knew, I would have courted her for about a year first. And within that year, I would have found out that she ain't really serving the Most High. She just, she believe in God and all that, right? The church, everybody believe in that. They go to church and she want to wear her, her boobs and her butt. She want to wear her tight jeans with her butt popping out. And so she's going to act like she's willing to serve the way I serve because she want to be with me. Now, the courtship would have saved me from that foolishness, but I wasn't where I'm at now. In the courtship, because courtship should last no less than 6 months. About a year is a good time, right? In that year, you'll find out. Trust me, you'll find out she ain't really serving. And so at the end of it, she was like, I'm good with Yah. I'd rather go to church. I'm going back to the church because y'all, she like, y'all do too much. I want to wear my big shirt with because she had triple D's. I want to have the buttons loose with the triple. I want to have the girls, popping and her hips and the butt. She want to, and then it's so funny because then she would get dressed up to go to church. And oh my, that was hilarious. Because before that, as we was trying to, she was trying to dress more, we went shopping and she was trying to cover her curves. But after she realized, man, I'd rather do church. she's like, I'm good. I'm going back to church. And I was like, okay, I can only respect that, right? So, okay. And when she went to church, I said, oh my gosh, now she looked good, real good in the flesh, right? I had to die to the flesh. See, that's where the sin, right? Because I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh, shooky. I'm ready to smash, right? Sin. Right? So that's the lust of the, right? So I'm like, oh my God, okay, I can't look at this no more. I can't look at this. Right? So I'm like, okay. So we she goes and she got on this stuff and she going to church. High heels and the butt, but again, it's I kind of lost my way a little, but again, the relationship that you have with the Most High, that's what I was saying. You can't force the relationship on him or her. You could plant the seed. Don't have no sex. Don't marry. Don't commit. You go into a courtship, right? That's why we're supposed to live this biblically, but the church won't teach you that. Church, guys, that's Cersei. I'm sorry, not sorry. It's not biblical. That's the Romans and stuff created that stuff. That's why ain't nothing but sin there. You understand? Now, we were there, those who want, now some of my righteous brothers and sisters that are Christian, it's because you don't know, but you see the sin there, right? You see him pastor smashing little boys and all. It's a mess, right? Everybody walking around and twerking and booze jumping, and it's the club, right? Right? It's crazy work, right? But it's always been like that. That's how they created it in Rome and Hellenes in ancient Egypt. When they created it, right? When the Romans took it over, because that's who created the Circe, the church, was the Romans, right? The Hellenes had a different, it's called Christianity, and then the Romans made it Christianity and created all that, Sunday worship and all that type of stuff. But the Hellenes, the Greeks, they had the mystery schools. So it was just an amalgamation of all the mystery religions in one, right? And then it was the Roman state made it the state religion once they took it over with the councils and all that stuff. But these are devils that made that. I think you understand that. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me continue so we get back to the video. But So your relationship with the Most High is what protects and covers you from one another's sin and flesh. So all of y'all out there, you cannot change nobody's belief. If someone doesn't, you meet someone and you're interested in having a relationship, which should be trying to lead to marriage. And I'm not talking about marrying the state. I don't agree with that. Marriage is between you, her, and the Most High. You can draw out a covenantal contract if you want, but that's between you and her. That's your contractual agreement, because our ancestors do that, and you can sign it and she can frame it up. But I don't agree with going to marry the state. That's beast. That's Hasatan. You ain't did nothing but marry the beast, and now the beast is all in your marriage. Try to get divorced and tell me you ain't married the beast. All right. So anyway, let me continue. So I don't want y'all to think I'm saying that if you found the woman or the man to marry, that you go to the beast and sign the state and do all that crap. The Most High ain't that. That ain't the marriage under the Most High. That's married under the beast. All right. That's why that divorce rate. That's why you right. You have kids now. They're the you married the beast. They got your kids. Now they decide if you're gonna divorce. You got to go to them to get divorced. Then they tell you what you're gonna be, stipulations for the kids and everything. You just married the beast. So anyway, let me continue. So that's the thing. If you found someone that you're interested in and you think you might be interested in being marriage or leading towards that under the Most High, then you are to do a courtship process. No sex, no physical touch, and none of that. And if you wanted to, if that happens in your life for those, you can contact the ministry, me, and I'll oversee the courtship. I've done it already. We have a couple of marriages in our ministry and babies born. They've been married for years. Married here, courted. Some of them didn't listen, and they went through hell too. Because that boy, I swear, the Most High children, we know we hard-headed. I'm like, these fools start the courtship, all of a sudden, they're like, Uncle, well, we gonna get married now. I'm like, no, bro. You gotta let the courtship play out. The Most High did this for a reason. Oh, well, we know. And guess what? They ain't listen, and they went through some hell. Hell on earth. And I knew what it was. I said, that's because y'all went out of order. But they hanging in there. They making it. It was rough. I'm talking about really rough. Right? And I'm sitting back. I ain't saying to them yet. They're hearing it now. I'm sitting there like, that's what y'all get. I knew that was going to happen. And it went bad too, to the point where they could have broke, well, but because the Most High don't believe in divorce, right? So they kind of have to tough it out, right? And it wasn't healthy. But now it's starting to, because now this would have been the courtship period. You see what I'm, but they made it through that, right? But everyone won't make it through. So anyway, that is for all of your protection. All right. All right. So now, all right. So anyway, now let me get back to the videos. Not sorry, this we teaching, right? So I was speaking on the masculinity and the feminine. And that's why when he went into her face, right? I don't know Robbins. I ain't saying he positive and negative, but apparently he believes he's masculine, right? And his energy gives off masculinity. So I don't know his history. I don't know nothing, right? So I'm not, saying this about that, but I know masculine energy, right? Real Datek real, right? I can tell from his energy that he has masculinity. I don't have to agree with a person like my op and my adversary, right? When I go into I already go to jail because that's the most masculine place, meaning you got your savages, you got everything. It's the jungle. But when I go into a dorm or a tier, I'm scoping out the different levels of masculinity. They call that alpha male, stuff like that. They got these names for it, right? That energy. It's a male, it's levels to everything, right? So I can tell he has a lot of masculine energy, right? So that's why he went up to her. He's like, you think you masculine? So let me show you real masculinity. That's the difference. When real masculinity comes in front of the femininity receives it. And a lot of times, unless they just a straight adversary, they kind of melt. It's a thing. And that's what she did. If we put this back, she was acting all tough, right? She was cursing at the beginning, right? And then the minute he walked into her, she said, ooh, right? 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 Look, the minute she got up to her, he got up to her. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. So she was full of, yeah, I'm you mother effer, I'm this, and I'm 90%, 99% masculine. Now watch this.
I just want to get a closer look. 99% masculine.
Yes.
Look at the state right now. Is this your idea of masculine?
No.
No.
Because did you see how she looked at him? Because in her getting these effeminates, she got, you know, I don't want to say the word because I want to keep this PG, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what happened, sisters, you know, when you ring out, you know, you ring the panties. Sorry, I couldn't. Thank you, Hakiana. Thank you for saying it. I'm trying not to say it, but it's real. We grown, right? We're grown, right? Everybody here is grown. It's late. It's 12:50 at night. Okay, I know what that is because that's what happens. So you see her, she immediately turned feminine. Okay, all right. Let's continue.
99% masculine. Look at the state right now. Is this your idea of masculine?
No.
No. Oh, this is the 1% that shows up every now and then?
Yes.
I see. It shows up when a masculine energy shows up. Then she goes back feminine. But she surrounds herself with men that are more feminine and calls herself masculine. Because you actually do become masculine around them.
I mean, I've learned in the seminar I need to be more feminine, but it's just a difficult thing to do.
Is it?
I mean, I feel like
I just walked up to you and you changed states somehow, and it wasn't attraction. It's not hard. It's that you keep surrounding yourself with people you think you can control. And the fastest way you control them is you tear them down. Now, you don't always do it verbally and directly because that's a little dangerous. So you do that in your own head. And you demonstrated 4 or 5 times in the first 3 sentences that you spoke about your boss and everybody else, did she not? You emasculated all of them as fast as you could, because there's 2 ways to be significant. One is work your ass off and grow and take risks and go through the injustice of life that we all go through. Or the other is tear everybody else down and have the illusion that they're going down, you're moving up. Have you ever been with a woman?
I'm really attracted to men. The problem is I turn them like tires.
You turn them like tires.
Yeah. So they rotate right in and out.
Yeah, I understand. What kind of men do you tend to rotate truthfully?
So it's been half and half. So I would say definitely go for sometimes a feminine side, but more recently it's been the very masculine type.
And how would you rotate a masculine? I'd just love to hear this.
Did you hear what she said? She says it's been half and half. Sometimes she go for the more effeminate side of men, but lately more masculine. And you know she messed with women because she didn't answer. He said, do you mess with women? She said, I prefer men. Yeah, that wouldn't, you just answered my question without answering. Okay, let's continue.
So it's been half and half. So I would say definitely go for sometimes a feminine side, but more recently it's been the very masculine type.
And how would you rotate a masculine? I'd just love to hear this. If they were truly
Usually
masculine.
in the bedroom.
And your idea of rotating him in the bedroom would be?
I'm very feminine.
Oh, you become very feminine?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the bedroom, you become very feminine. And then how does that rotate him?
I just don't keep them.
You don't keep them.
Yeah. So I don't let
So when she get with the masculine men, she becomes very feminine in the bedroom. Okay?
Yeah, rotating him in the bedroom would be?
I'm very feminine.
Oh, you become very feminine?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the bedroom, you become very feminine. And then how does that rotate him?
I just don't keep them.
You don't keep them.
Yeah. So I don't let them get close enough.
Perhaps you're confused and they leave your house and are very happy that you rotate them because they want to get away the minute you become the masculine.
Yes, sometimes there's a very
Whoa. No, okay. Now, I played that clip because I've seen Tony motivational speeches before back then. I've never seen him go gang gang. He actually said, you think that you are rotating the masculine ones. But what he said, I know none of y'all expected that, but what he said was, unfortunately for you, mama, you fooling yourself. They're leaving you because in their masculinity, when that masculine crap shows up, they out of there. Now, you might be rotating a little effeminate dudes and filming them, but the masculine, see, it's the difference because true masculinity is masculine at all times. And no disrespect to nobody, but the feminine does not control the true masculinity. We'll protect it, nurture it, guide it, provide for it, but it will never control the true masculinity. Trueness. That's why these serpent darkness wants to destroy true masculinity and effeminize all of our children. Listen, sisters, your sons and everybody, so that you won't have the pick of no masculinity. You will have effeminate men trying to marry you, trying to run you out, and you won't respect that. Because true femininity will not respect true femininity will not respect effeminate men. It's counter creationists, counter DNA, it's counter genetics, it's counter to what the Most High created in us genetically. True femininity will never respect effeminate men. They can only, and that's why they want to effeminize, or now they even went even further. They took away all of it. Now they say there is no gender. See, that's the synthesis. Now y'all understand it? Now we become the day worse than the days of Noah, worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. Now they say there's even no effeminate men. There's no men at all. There's no male and female. They're just, right? So again, a synthesization of a new creature that's in total contradiction to the Most High, outside of order. Thus they are Baphomet. Okay? Non-gender is Baphometic. All right? All right, let's continue. Yeah, that came out of nowhere. That's why I played that clip.
Perhaps you're confused and they leave your house and are very happy that you rotate them because they want to get away the minute you become the masculine.
Yes, sometimes there's a very nice, like in my life, and I suspect in yours too, there's often a very straight line between certain childhood experiences and what we ultimately do. In my case, a very easy one is there was fear. I then come to have a deep understanding of fear, both sides of it, and some compassion for it, and some insight, and I then study it. There was violence in my childhood, and so I now it's so long ago that I'm 71, so my childhood is so long ago now that it doesn't have a grip on my throat like it did for a lot of my life, where the narrative was very, very important to me, and the narrative of my childhood was important. Go ahead, you were going to ask a question.
I was going to probably give people the context on your childhood.
Oh, you or me? I'll do it. Okay, good. Yeah, my childhood, damn it. I'll tell them. So yeah, a very, very difficult time. My mother was a heroin addict. She was quite violent. She was very troubled. She committed suicide when she was 39 years old, and I was 16. And that was a kind of failure for me because I considered it my job to get us all through this drama alive. She shot my stepfather in front of me. There were a lot in that house that we lived in. I think I saw the house a few months ago, by the way. I think there are 9 bullets in the walls and floor of that house that I can account for, probably still there. And so while I'm describing this to you dispassionately, it's because of 2 things: the distance in terms of time, but most of all because of healing. Because my mother died when I was 16, so I don't have an opportunity to sit across the table with her and say, what were you thinking when you such and such, and what was going on in your life when such and such? But in a dream, she came to me once and I asked her, why were you so cruel to me? And she was totally perplexed. And she said to me, cruel to you? I was preparing you for this extraordinary life. And I think that's true. I think that's what happened, is that for you, whatever your experience was, for Tony Robbins, who we talked about earlier, what his experience was, it took those experiences. You take away those experiences and you don't have someone who grows up wanting nothing more than to write these books in order to help people deal with these issues of skepticism, of fear, etc. You don't get somebody doing what I do.
What is it you do for people like Tony Robbins? What is it you do for famous people, for world leaders? What is it you do, Gavin?
Now, this is going somewhere. Shout out to A1 Fractal. We going somewhere with the Johnson & Johnson. This about to get really, really dope. Really good. Really powerful. We going somewhere. Let's continue.
The main function of my company is anti-assassination. So we develop and deploy anti-assassination strategies. Under assassination, which you can consider the worst possible outcome, are lesser outcomes like other kinds of crimes, destruction of reputation, threats that are designed to cause anxiety and fear.
But I heard you talk about the Jeff Bezos situation.
You heard me talk about cybersecurity and the vulnerability of phones. And the Bezos situation is a little bit different in that I was involved very publicly in it, but clearly with permission of my client and organized with my client. Same thing as when I testify in a court case. There's no secrecy about it. I'm doing it, but it doesn't mean that I'll then do it everywhere. But the Saudi Arabian government, which at that time had just obtained a system called Pegasus 3, which can get into your phone remotely. It doesn't require a click of any kind, meaning you don't have to acknowledge anything. It can get in. It's called a no-click exploit. And it could do everything in your phone from 7,000 miles away that you could do holding the phone in your hand, even if it was off.
Now, did y'all hear that? Y'all probably know that, but this was back when they hacked Jeff Bezos' phone, the Saudis. Right? And they got it from the ISIS-Israelis. This Pegasus thing that they can hack the phone and they can operate your phone from Saudi Arabia, 7,000 miles away. And so they hacked Jeff Bezos, and Bezos hired him to figure out what was going on.
Phone in your hand, even if it was behind, meaning you don't.
Pegasus spyware sold by the ISIS-Israelis from the NSO group enables governments to hack phones and access data without user interaction. Reports suggest it was offered to Saudi Arabia, raising concerns about its use for political surveillance instead of combating crime.
Have to acknowledge anything. It can get in. It's called a no-click exploit. And it could do everything in your phone from 7,000 miles away that you could do holding the phone in your hand, even if it was off. Could turn on the camera, could turn on the microphone. It exists. It's a very real thing made by...
Even if your phone is off. My phone be doing that stuff all the time. I know they got my phone because it be just doing the crazy. I'll be sitting there, it's just be doing stuff. It is what it is, right? Even if your phone is off. All right. Now, let's continue. Watch this.
The Israelis and the Saudi prince miles away that you could do holding the phone in your hand, even if it was off. Could turn on the camera, could turn on the microphone. It exists. It's a very real thing made by the Israelis. And the Saudi prince, MBS, had just gotten it. And he used it on a group of dissidents around the world. He also used it on Jeff Bezos, according to the United Nations, according to lots of things that have been public. Our work was to...
Jeff Bezos and the Saudi crown prince, that dude in the middle, exchanged WhatsApp contacts at a dinner in 2018. The hack occurred. So in 2018, they had that Pegasus. At the at the dinner, the Saudi prince and Jeff Bezos, they exchanged WhatsApp contact. That's when the Saudi prince hacked Jeff Bezos' phone, put the Pegasus on it. The hack occurred shortly after, leading to suspicions that spyware was used. The Washington Post, which was owned by Bezos, had been publishing critical articles about the Saudi regime around this time. So he set Bezos up and hacked his phone. Now, they had that back in 2018. What do y'all think they got now? If they had the Pegasus, right? The ISIS Israelis selling it, giving it to the Saudis and stuff. Y'all know they have stuff even stronger than that back then, right? That they can all turn our phone on. What do you think they got now? But anyway, let's continue.
Figure out how MBS had just gotten it. And he used it on a group of dissidents around the world. He also used it on Jeff Bezos, according to the United Nations, according to lots of things that have been public. Our work was to figure out how it happened. In those days, I didn't know what Pegasus 3 was. I didn't know what this system was. But the instrumental or perhaps useful thing for you and your audience to know is that there is absolutely no protection viable for the confidentiality of your phone if a government wants you. And the reason I say there's no stopping it is that even when Apple puts out a new solution, which they do an update that breaks some particular exploit, thousands of people around the world immediately start working on the next exploit. So if I said to you, here's a phone and we've modified it and it's great, Mr. President, here you can use this phone for your confidential conversations, in a month, it won't work anymore. And so I'm able to tell clients and friends, and now you and your audience, there are a lot of things being offered for sale that, supposedly protect the confidentiality of your phone calls, for example, or your texts. Nothing will work reliably. There is no solution to that problem that is reliable.
Nothing.
Yeah, there are devices sold. There's all variety of things, but the reality is that even if something worked, even if I said to you, here's this cool new such and such phone that will protect you, it'll only protect you for a while because there's a constant effort to improve the exploits. And also, I have to say, people are somewhat reluctant.
Oh, and we need to get that understanding. Shout out to Governor Tour. That's why I know they got my phone. I know my TV is listening. I know that everything. I'm so above like the foolishness to thinking you can stop them from, how I stop them from doing anything? My righteousness, my submitting my life to the Father. Because that's the only covering you got. This is the world, this second dark world belongs to the adversary until his time is up. So this world belongs to the devil. These are children of the devil. We're in their world. It's like you in there. So I'm like, this dude is the top security of the entire planet. Him. He is the number one security of the whole world. Him and probably other agencies in other parts of the country. But he's the top for America. All right? Top leaders of the world use him. He's telling you, everybody, there is nothing you can do to stop. Nothing is safe. Everything's being recorded. Everything's being listened to, everything's being everything. So I just live my life knowing that that's my reality, right? I don't care what they got or what they do because I'm covered by the Most High. That's really all we got at the end, right? So you can't run around trying to be paranoid and freaking out. Now you do little things to try to secure yourself, right? Like I got my little VPN and like I'm not giving people out my address. I use a PO box. I ain't putting my name. That's for regular people stuff. Let me explain. That's to stop regular people from being jealous and trying to hack something and do something. But these governments, these principalities that serve, man, you might as well just, that, and like I said, Governor Tour, that's just for regular people trying to track, the regular, I got to put because I'm online. You got people jealous. They try like even opening emails. I just don't open stuff. You know what I mean? Get your computer hacked. You know what I mean? Get a virus and stuff. Just certain precautions. I take those. I took those when I was living in the world in the streets. You know what I mean? You ain't just coming up to my door and somebody answering it either. You good luck. You can be knocking all you want. Only way you gonna get that door up is if you knock it in. You knock it off the hinges. Because if I don't know you coming, ain't nobody answering the door. I'm just telling you, I lived that my whole life, even in the streets, right? Still today. You knock on that door, ain't nobody coming. Cars in the driveway and everything. They like, I don't care if you see lights on out, ain't nobody coming to the door. I'm sorry, who told you to come here? If I told you to come, then you would be calling. You'd be it'll already be set up. I live that kind of life, right? So again, the things I'm doing is to protect against people, but these principalities, man, they know everything, bro. You tripping. But anyway, let's continue.
And maybe even lazy. I'll put myself on the list, and I'll put you on the list without even knowing you. We're all not as careful as we could be in terms of what we say, what we text. And so the best we can all do is be watchful what we say and have no pretense of privacy or confidentiality, because it simply does not exist, period. The U.S. government got into the phones of all of our allies, prime ministers, Chancellor of West Germany, Prime Minister of England, President of France. This is a game that's going on all the time. And privacy is just not part of the new world.
Why would a government want to hack the founder of Amazon's phone?
Well, again, from what's been public, the founder of Amazon was also the owner of the Washington Post. And the Saudis had killed Khashoggi, who was a journalist for the Washington Post. And the Washington Post then started putting out an Arabic edition. That didn't feel good for the Saudis. And then they really went after the...
So they put Pegasus on his phone. They hacked his phone. James Khashoggi, a journalist for the Washington Post, was assassinated on October 2nd, 2018. He was an outspoken critic of the Saudi government and crown prince. Investigations suggest his death was premeditated by a team of Saudi agents, and he has had lasting political consequences. All right. And Bezos owned the Washington Post.
Call him a head of state. He's the prince, but his father was alive and was actually the head of state. But they really went after MBS. I think Bezos was a kind of adversary in that regard. Additionally, the Saudi sovereign fund developed an Amazon competitor called something like Noom or something like that. And so they were concerned about that. And they were also doing deals with Amazon. And so they could get economic advantage by seeing what the various executives are texting to each other. So there was a lot of moving parts to that. So all these things I've just shared with you were high stakes matters going on around the time that Khashoggi was killed, and that the Western countries of the world were objecting to this assassination team of his going around and killing people and getting into their phones.
Thank you, 3rd Timothy. We humbly receive. Thank you so much, King.
Learned today, for example, this morning on the way over here, that I'm in the Epstein files.
Oh, really?
And here's the way I'm in there, is that someone sent Epstein an article that I wrote called Fooling Ourselves into War. And so somebody sent that article, which is an article I really like, by the way.
Can everybody else hear sound? Can everybody else hear?
I can hear.
Okay. Beloved brother, you probably got to restart your phone or your computer or whatever if you can't hear sound. I think everybody else can hear. All right.
Published in Huffington Post at the time, published in Huffington Post, sent Epstein an article that I wrote called Fooling Ourselves into War. And so somebody sent that article, which is an article I really like, by the way, published in Huffington Post at the time. And they sent that to Epstein. So that's an example of being in the Epstein files and yet obviously never having met Epstein. But I have a few clients who, and friends, who the Epstein group made approaches on and failed, meaning they tried to get them and failed. I'll give you one story without naming the person, of course. He goes to meet with Epstein in New York to ask for money for a charity. And Epstein is perceived as this big billionaire, which he was not, by the way, I'll tell you in a second. And Epstein is in a robe, and they're across the desk just like you and I are. And Epstein says, hey, they're finishing the meeting. He says, hey, I'm going to get a massage, hence my robe. You want to get a massage? And through the hallway, my friend can see a massage table and a room and a very cute girl who's the massage therapist, right? Dressed like a massage therapist. And so he happened to say no. In fact, interestingly, he happens to not like massage, which is itself, a lot of people would say yes and might even think it would improve my relationship with this guy, Jeffrey Epstein, who I perceive as this rich guy that I'm trying to get money from my charity. Had that happened, what a different world. for that person. What a different life. Because in that room is cameras and then eventually audio. It didn't start off with audio, but audio was added later. And then you're getting a hand job, if I'm allowed to say hand job, from somebody who you don't even think about their age, but turns out to be 17. And you are in a world of trouble for the rest of your life. And that's a big piece of what was going on with Epstein, with cameras in that apartment in New York, and eventually audio, cameras and eventually audio at the island. My take on it, and certainly my public take, is that there was a profound blackmail operation going on to the benefit of probably more than one government, but at least one government. And when I said a moment ago he wasn't a billionaire, he wasn't a billionaire. For one thing, his earning path.
All right, I'm going to say it because I was just going to let it pass, but I can't. All right. From the interview, he seemed like a pretty good guy, pretty stand up. I like his morals. I like his breakdown. But that right there, watch this.
And eventually audio, cameras and eventually audio at the island. My take on it, and certainly my public take, is that there was a profound...
Shout out to Gabriel. Now, that could be nothing, but I have a very good eye to see and sense, right? So when he said my take on it, my public take, he took his hand and rubbed it across the desk and then put it back. Now, that could be just a nervous twitch thing he did, but I didn't see it from this whole interview yet. We 13 minutes in, okay? So stuff like that looked like it's a sign to me. It's like...
And eventually audio, cameras and eventually audio at the island. My take on it, and certainly my public take, is that there was a profound...
See? My take on it, and certainly my public take, right? It's like I'm letting whoever, and now the thing, because I don't know all of his other stories, but from what I got, because I had to watch this whole thing, right, is what I get from him is, I'm not saying he dark, because I didn't pick that up. Let me explain. But he knows what I think. This is what I just think. I could be wrong. I think he knows the way I know that even though you are against these darkness, you still understand the devices and the power of these darkness. Meaning he still, because he's in a position of wealth and power, and he has children and family that he loves, that he got to it's kind of like when the Most High telling me, don't put Johnson & Johnson in the title no more, stuff like that. It's the wise as a serpent thing, right? So what I think is kind of like him, like, I'm not, like, he like, whatever sign that was, like, I'm just keeping everything surface, because he says I'm not, he says it on there, like, there's certain things I won't say. Because he like, they ain't about to come and next thing you know, my whole family dead. That's the wise as a serpent. You understand? So I'm not going to say he did the sign because he dark and he with it, but I know that was a sign. I could just feel spiritual thing, right? Because it was no reason for him to do that, right? And then the timing and the statement that he was making. All right. Yep, and he said, at least my public take. Yeah, he's covering himself. And he says that through the interview. I cut a lot out because it's long, right? And I just got the meaty parts, the real good parts. And he keeps saying, like, there's things he doesn't say and implicate because he still has to live on this earth, right? He basically like, bro, there's certain things you don't want to play with. And that's how the Most High instructs too. There's principalities that you don't want to play with. Vengeance is the Most High's, and there's a lot of things that is his fight and not ours. You understand? So don't get too cocky in your spiritual walk and thinking you can just take on all type of whatever. Is wrong, bro. The Most High, less is more. The Most High will have you fall back. Let me handle this. There's places he don't want you to go. Like remember, there's places in the deep we are not to go. You understand? Because there's principalities down there that we can't mess with. All right. All right, let's continue. This gets good in a second, guys. This gets really good in a second.
Getting a hand job, if I'm allowed to say hand job, from somebody who you don't even think about their age, but turns out to be 17, and you are in a world of trouble for the rest of your life. And that's a big piece of what was going on with Epstein, with cameras in that apartment in New York, and eventually audio cameras, and eventually audio at the island. My take on it, and certainly my public take, is that there was a profound blackmail operation going on to the benefit of probably more than one government, but at least one government. And when I said a moment ago he wasn't a billionaire, he wasn't a billionaire. For one thing, his earning path is highly suspect. I'll first tell you what he was. What he was is a construct. He's a created construct. Money, wealth, private jet, private island, fun, not married, young girls, lots of things. So he was a construct. The money, $500 million of money came from Les Wexner, who's a wealthy guy who owns or owned, I don't know what he's doing now, Victoria's Secret, big donator to the state of Israel. And $500 million was transferred to Epstein along with power of attorney to use it and invest it in the ways he saw fit. Quite an unusual, I'm mildly wealthy, but I'm not sending you $500 million. I'll tell you that. The idea that you're doing this is itself extraordinary, but it was probably the funding mechanism for this construct. While it's a real name, Jeffrey Epstein, and he has a real birth certificate and grew up in a real way, the picture that is presented to the world is not authentic. It is not accurate to who he was. And the more you dig into this story, which of course people are doing so much now because of these 3 million documents so far, and videos, by the way, and photographs, there's a lot of material there. It's very interesting to people right now, and more to be learned. But what was actually going on? Why in the world would anybody say, well, there are national security implications to some of this content? That's why some things are redacted. What would that be? Why would the prosecutor who prosecuted him in Florida and provided one of the most unusual plea bargain deals in world history, and certainly unique in American history, which is, imagine I'm a U.S. attorney, I've got you on some crime, and you say, okay, I'm going to plead guilty, I'm going to serve my time, but please let my accountant go, and please don't prosecute my wife, because all she did was deliver the stuff, and she wasn't involved in anything. And so those are called unindicted co-conspirators. So I make a deal with you, and I say, okay, you go to jail for the 8 months, and we will leave the unindicted co-conspirators unindicted. We won't prosecute your wife, your son, your accountant, or what have you. That's a very normal process. It's a bargaining process, basically. However, in the Epstein case, the U.S. attorney gave him a deal that said that we would not prosecute unnamed co-conspirators. Holy shit! Who's that? Who's unnamed co-conspirators? Unnamed co-conspirators could be 50 people. It could be 75 people. The guy who gave that sweetheart deal became the Secretary of Labor. He was at that time the U.S. Attorney for Florida. He was asked, why did you give that sweetheart deal? Because the deal's ridiculous. Unnamed co-conspirators will be exempt from prosecution. And he said, I was told he belonged to intelligence. And then he had to resign because of this. There was a lot going on with Epstein, the person who, there's so much of this, but the person who sort of brought Epstein into the world of power and got him his job at, I think, Morgan Stanley, I could have that wrong, but one of those big finance companies, was William Barr's father. William Barr was the Attorney General, who was the U.S. Attorney General when Epstein was killed or died in prison, depending on your choice of reality. So there's so much there, but I won't be the first guest, Stephen, that you've had that says that it was an intelligence operation. Why the U.S. government is reluctant to be more transparent. Some of it is national security. Some of it is, let's imagine an ally of ours is involved in that operation. So there's a reluctance, and there's a question, it's a little bit like UFOs. Could the public handle it, is the question that's always asked in these cases. Meaning, could the public handle it if, for example, the UK was running an intelligence operation inside the United States to control senators and congressmen and powerful executives and powerful figures and scientists. Could we handle it? Could the U.S. public handle it? My take personally, absolutely yes.
So you believe that he was an intelligence asset, and it sounds like you believe he was an intelligence asset potentially by a US ally.
Yes.
So who is that ally?
Israel.
You believe that Epstein was an Israel intelligence asset?
Yes, I do. And Ghislaine Maxwell, just for additional background, but everybody can find it. Her father was an Israeli intelligence asset who was so revered. His funeral ceremony was held in Israel, was attended by the prime minister, by I think the last 4 or 5, by every living head of Mossad attended. Sure. Blackmail is not always done by calling you up and saying, hey, Stephen, I'm going to hurt you in the following way if you don't do A, B, or C. The other version is far better, which is even alluded to in some of the now released material, which is he calls and he says, Stephen, I've got terrible news. Do you remember you had that massage from Cindy? You know, that girl, Cindy? Oh, yeah. I remember. Well, she recorded something. She had something in her bag. She made a recording. And I got worse news, Stephen. The girl's 16 and a half. And now, by the way, you are stomach drops, diarrhea. You are in a world of stress right now, just hearing that. And he, instead of being your blackmailer, becomes your rescuer. He says, I can handle it. I can handle it. I can handle it. She's got the recordings. I don't know where they are, but I can handle it. I can handle it. I can handle it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. And he owns you now forever. If you were involved in a naked experience with someone who's underage, and there's a video of it and audio of it as well, you will do anything that you are asked to do that is within reason. Very few people would have the character and the stamina to do what you describe Bezos doing, which is that he wrote a public letter saying a very unusual thing happened to me the other day. I'm being blackmailed by the National Enquirer, and here's what they said. That's very, very rare. And so, a senator, a congressman, he owned a lot of people.
You said they've released some of the files, and you said they hadn't released other files.
Yes.
And you have implied that was because they basically can't release these other files necessarily.
Well, I don't know what, I think more is coming. I think more will be released, but there are certainly files, including files even right now, even yesterday. Though there's a law, as you may know, Congress voted for a law to release everything unredacted. There's still a lot of redacted stuff. So there's more to come. And will some be redacted? Sure. Is anybody going to sit here like I did today and say, hi, I'm the secretary of blah, blah, blah. And let me just tell you what was really going on. I'm the head of the CIA and let me tell you what was really going on. Not likely.
But Trump knows. He knows who Jeffrey Epstein really was.
I would say all senior people in the U.S. government and many, many people in general know everything that you and I have discussed here today.
I'm glad that he stated that fact, because the host said, and Trump knows it, and he pointed, they all know. And that's the point, that they have everybody so focused on just one, and that's part of the thing. Trump knows, Trump. And it's like, hold on, you're talking about heads of government, states of all nations. No, it's bigger than just Trump. You understand? So he's correct. They all know. And that's why ain't nobody going down, because they all guilty. That's what I think. That's just my take. Ain't nobody going nowhere because they all guilty. They all will be going down.
He knows who Jeffrey Epstein really was.
I would say all senior people in the U.S. government and many, many people in general know everything that you and I have discussed here today. No secret. There are some examples of this in U.S. history where it feels like after about 25 years, we'll start telling the truth about something. 50 years ago, Johnson & Johnson went to the FDA and they said, look, our baby powder, that stuff.
All right, here we go. The thumbnail. Epstein, Johnson & Johnson, Skull and Bones, Billionaire Power, Trump and the Hidden Networks. Let's go.
Stuff that you put on the baby. And 50 years ago, Johnson and Johnson went to the FDA and they said, look, our baby powder, that stuff that you put on the baby and you breathe and the mother breathes, well, it's got asbestos in it and it causes cancer. And the FDA said, well, thanks for bringing this to our attention. We'll begin to study how much asbestos is an allowable amount. Now, they never considered 0, which is what I'd want on my baby or you'd want on your baby. And they began to study. And then they studied for a while and they studied for a while. And lo and behold, 40 years had gone by. And they hadn't come out with a ruling to say there shouldn't be any asbestos.
Okay. He said 50 years ago, it came out that Johnson & Johnson's baby powder that most of us was using had asbestos and causing cancers and tumors and all this stuff in the babies, right? 50 years ago. And they're like, okay, shout to F-bomb. They're like, okay, well, thanks for letting us know. We'll handle it. 40 years later, they still was using it. Now, I want to say something to everybody here. Should that be illegal? If it was brought to your attention of your company that your product had a chemical in it that was cancerous, that was causing cancers and unaliving and disorders, right? And it was brought to your company's attention and you acknowledged it, and then for the next 40 years, you still sell it. You don't change it. You still make billions. How is that not a crime? How is no one ever going to jail? How many children, now adults, have gotten tumors and breast cancers and lung cancers and all type of melanomas and all type of disorders? For 50 years, Jacob Castro made trillions. Listen clearly. And then in 2023, they say, now from 50 years ago, in 2023, they say, okay, now we're going to take it out. We're going to put talcum powder in, talc or whatever. But nobody's guilty? Nobody. Because these are the principalities, what I'm talking about. This world was given over to the darkness. No, I'm saying this because I want to point out nobody's going down for this Epstein stuff, guys. Because they all come. I'm trying to show y'all that none of this stuff is new. If you calculate how many deaths happened from that baby powder for 50 years, then that's probably like a war. That's like the body count from that. And that's just one product. Do you understand? All of the foods, the products, the pills, the things, they've been poisoning us. They've been doing all this stuff. So everybody's tripping over Epstein because they graping little ones. And they've been doing this back since ancient Kemet and Sumer and Babylon and Rome. When the Romans was writing, changing the Sunday, taking the Apocrypha out our Bible and saying this is canon, they had doggone what's-the-names on, not kilts, the thing, togas, and they was graping little boys at their feet while they was doing it, taking breaks in saunas and bathhouses and all of it. You can't, and it's like, and people acting shocked. They acting like, well, nobody's going. I'm like, ain't nobody going down. This is part of the Hegelian dialect. They are sent to destroy. It's the darkness. They have been doing this. Like, bro, if they locked up everybody tied to Epstein, then the whole world would collapse. That would be the end. That's the Armageddon. That's going to usher in. That'll be it, right? That'll be it. But it ain't time for that yet. So this got to play out. But I'm pointing this out because they've been unaliving us. And remember, it's to get them sick, right? poisoning the food, poisoning the air, poisoning the vaccinations, poisoning the talcum powder, poisoning fluoride in your toothpaste. Literally, they wear hazmat suits to handle fluoride, but they got us brushing putting aluminum in our teeth when we was little. I think I think all mine gone. Those teeth then fell out. No, I still got one. This one right there. Aluminum in our teeth. I had aluminum in my teeth for 50 years. Yo, you gotta be crazy, bro. Man, poisoning us in every avenue and nobody's ever held guilty. Asbestos in the lead paint and stuff in our walls and everything, right? So again, I'm pointing it out because we can't look and think that anybody's going to pay for this because it's all part of their agenda. So we got to look at a bigger scope and understand that it will be a price to pay, but it won't be like people like, well, lock everybody. No, they won't lock. They can't lock each other up. All right.
No, they never considered zero, which is what I'd want on my baby, or you'd want on.
You got to go to work in a few hours, right? We're going kind of long.
And it causes cancer. And the FDA said, well, thanks for bringing this to our attention. We'll begin to study.
Okay, so they found out. So the FDA said, thank you for telling us that there's cancer in the baby powder with the babies, little baby. Now, what is the difference, everybody? Listen to this. What's the difference between what the pharmaceuticals did, right? And the FDA knowing that there's what's the name, asbestos in the baby powder, and between what Epstein and them is doing, right? It's just different ways of sacrificing the innocents, slaughter of the innocents, the babies. Still poisoning them, still unaliving them, still, right? Just different methods. It's nothing new under the sun.
It's got asbestos in it and it causes cancer. And the FDA said, well, thanks for bringing this to our attention. We'll begin to study how much asbestos is an allowable amount. Now, they never considered zero, which is what I'd want on my baby or you'd want on your baby. And they began to study. And then they studied for a while and they studied for a while. And lo and behold, 40 years had gone by.
So the FDA and the pharmaceutical both knew. So that's showing you that the system, it'd be different if it was just the pharmaceutical. Right there, they like, okay. And so who should be guilty? The FDA and them. But who's going down? Nobody.
And they hadn't come out with a ruling to say there shouldn't be any asbestos in your baby. And they began to study. And then they studied for a while and they studied for a while. And lo and behold, 40 years had gone by. And they hadn't come out with a ruling to say there shouldn't be any asbestos in Johnson & Johnson baby powder. When did they come out with that ruling, by the way? Last year, end of 2024.
Johnson & Johnson discontinued its talc-based baby powder in 2023, transitioning to a cornstarch-based formula following thousands of lawsuits alleging asbestos contamination caused cancers, including mesothelioma and ovarian cancers. Do y'all understand? So in 2024, they finally got, after 50 years of, again, let's go.
After 52 years. So at the beginning, the government is saying, asbestos? No, what are you talking about? Agent Orange, the same story. Agent Orange is a material used in Vietnam for defoliation, hurt people, killed people, and caused birth defects in their kids, including American soldiers, lots of them. The government knew it. They had tested it on 40 lab mice. And lab mice don't have a good life generally anyway. They don't have good life expectancy. But in this case, 38 died within 5 days.
So they tested the Agent Orange on lab mice and 38 died within 5 days. Agent Orange was a powerful herbicide used by the U.S. military during the Vietnam War to eliminate the enemy's forest cover and crops. Its use led to severe health consequences for the Vietnamese civilians and the U.S. veterans over there. This was heavily downplayed due to strategic interests, but they knew 38 lab mice died, and they still allow, because that's all they doing is spraying. They probably spraying Agent Orange in our air and everything, because these people are devils, and they got a job to do, and their job is to torment and inflict as much harm to the Most High's children as possible. So the Most High's righteousness will help you survive and cover you. Okay, that's about it. I think only thing we got left is righteousness. That's why I was pointing out that the phones and everything, bro, the stuff they got now, you think, bro, they got everything, invisible stuff now. They got stuff that they can holograph themselves. Yo, let's continue.
What did the government do with that information? Oh, put that in a top secret file and get rid of that. And then it sits for a long, long time. And the Institute of Medicine says, Agent Orange hurting people. What are you talking about? No. And they lie and they lie and they lie. And then finally, 20, 25 years later, okay, yeah, sorry, we were wrong. It does cause birth defects. You see that same story with breast implants, silicone breast implants. You see that same story with baby formula, with baby food, which has arsenic in it. I don't want any arsenic in baby food, but deny, and we'll see it with mass vaccination.
You see? Come on, brother, drop it. That's why I said, yo, this brother dropping that stuff. He said, you see it with the baby food. It was like arsenic in the baby food, in the baby formula. It's in everything. They've been poisoning us from the beginning, bro. Come on, it's in the hair care, the perms, the makeup, our toothpaste, bro. It's like everything, okay? And that's why I'm trying to point out the big picture is that they like got everybody tripping over Epstein files, while the whole system is diddying you. It's killing you. It's like, yo, this thing is crazy. And then that's why they got them so infatuated with Trump. Come on, ma cherie. They got everybody so obsessed. And remember, I told y'all, well, some of y'all might have known, the Hegelian dialectic, right? The thesis, antithesis, synthesis, right? So they got you running and blaming him, while they poisoning your whole family. They made everybody take the Jim Jones jab deuce. Now it had nothing to do with Trump. But you see how so quick you just Trump. So they gave everybody Trump derangement syndrome. And he's just a spokesperson right now in the place to do such as, right? But they're like, Trump is the devil, right? You're like, bro, you are tripping. If you really don't understand the levels of this thing goes way back when Trump was over there just firing people on his TV show. You understand? Like crazy work, bro. So anyway.
Because after some years, there will be, okay, yes, there is a good chance that it causes myocarditis, already been admitted, by the way, pericarditis. I don't want any arsenic. Yeah, sorry, we were wrong. It does cause birth defects. You see that same story with breast implants, silicone breast implants. You see that same story with baby formula, with baby food, which has arsenic in it. I don't want any arsenic in baby food, but deny, and we'll see it with mass vaccination. Because after some years, there will be, okay, yes, there is a good chance that it causes myocarditis, already been admitted, by the way, pericarditis, cancer in young people. It was a bad product. Sorry, but they won't.
So what he just pointed out, he said that's what's going to play out with everybody who took that Jim Jones juice. He was just playing out, this is how they do it, right? They initiate the problem, and then they let the effects happen. They let all the destruction, all the people get sick. And when you get sick, what do? You buy the medications, ma cherie, right? And that makes you more sick, but they make money. So they're making money off the misery, the destruction of the Most High's children, right? My people destroyed for a lack of knowledge, right? So then, all right, so then they later, after years later, then they come out and say, well, we were wrong, right? Y'all gonna see 10 years from now, I'm like, well, we were wrong, sorry. everybody who took the Jim Jones jab juice, we're sorry, but you all got such and such and such and such. That's why I'm like, pray to the Most High and repent if you took it, and pray, right? Because this is what they've been doing, and they just gave you the whole Luciferase, mRNA statin. Even Elon said it. They can turn you into a butterfly if they want. When they do, like, that was the worst. That thing right there was like the modern time, I don't know what you could call some ancient thing that these ancient pharaohs and stuff did to people. It's the modern version of Nephilim splicing the DNA. That's it. What do they call when they would splice the animals and the herbs back in the days of Noah, right? That's the modern one that they did, changing the molecular structure of the human. Non-tested, non-approved, non-nothing, all illegal, bro. And later they're gonna say, so, and people dropping dead like flies right now. No disrespect to nobody, but they blaming other stuff. People been dropping dead. Remember before when they first took it, people was dropping right away. Remember all the celebrity, the sports athletes and stuff, they was falling out and dropping, right? But later you'll see, before this fall, they're gonna be like, sorry, the millions that are gone, it was a bad, bad vaccine, bad vaccine. All right, let's continue.
Do it a year away.
Y'all remember when the people was putting spoons on their back, metal? That's not funny. I'm just sorry. It was crazy. They had spoons and forks to their back, and the people. I can't laugh. I'm sorry. That's just crazy. I'm not laughing at it. It's just nuts, the stuff that they was doing. And people, everybody was like, we're magnetic. They was putting freaking spoons and was sticking to them and stuff, right? Crazy work, bro. All right, let's continue.
From a thing, and they're obviously, as we can see every day, been admitted by the, because after some years there will be, okay, yes, there is a good chance that it causes myocarditis, already been admitted, by the way, pericarditis, cancer in young people. It was a bad product. Sorry, but they won't do it a year away from a thing, and they're obviously, as we can see every day, they won't do it 5 years away. It's very easy to see and to locate when the U.S. government or any power center, this is, I'm an American, I'm all for America, but all power centers in human history lie. Knowing that they are lying does not tell you the truth, however. Meaning knowing that Oswald did not act alone as a shooter from the 6th floor of the Texas Book Depository, if he was a shooter at all, knowing that does not tell you who was the shooter. So often the best we can get in our skepticism is to know that we are not being told the truth.
How has the work you've done over the last several decades of your career shifted?
I like what he just said. I like that he's pointing out, he said it ain't just the U.S., it's all systems, empires. The best we can do is know we're being lied to and thus seek the truth in spirit of the truth. Seek the relationship with the Most High, because these principalities and powers that be have a governorship over this earth for a time. The world is given to their daddy. Do you understand? The devil. We are to be in it, but not of it. Okay, our righteousness protects us. Let's continue.
Belief about the version of reality that actually exists. Like how are they different?
So so often the best we can get in our skepticism is to know that we are not being told the truth.
How has the work you've done over the last several decades of your career shifted your belief about the version of reality that actually exists? Like how are they different?
So I can answer it easily because I was just like you. I would say I was naive. And in fact, by the way, I want to quickly acknowledge that I'm probably naive today, even with what you've heard, because there may be a level above the level above the level above that I'm not seeing or am choosing not to see. I can tell you the exact evolution.
Good word. There is a level above, a level above, a level above. I was going to expose one tonight, and the Most High said no. And now it's funny because I know they watching because they shadow ban our live tonight, right? So they all ears. And if I would expose that, ain't no telling, right? Now he said that I know or that I choose not to know. I want y'all to understand this man be dropping some stuff in between. He said that I know or that I choose not to. He's a very smart man. He's choosing his battles. He's choosing what he exposes. He's choosing what principalities he takes on. there's certain things that you choose. Don't go into that village. Don't go into that depth of the sea. Don't let the Most High handle that. You understand? He said things I'm choosing to not, right? Come on. This man is very, very smart man.
In reality that actually exists. Like
Well,
how are they different?
So I can answer it easily because I was just like you. I would say I was naive. And in fact, by the way, I want to quickly acknowledge that I'm probably naive today, even with what you've heard, because there may be a level above the level above the level above that I'm not seeing or am choosing not to see. I can tell you the exact evolution for me, not dissimilar to you. I grew up in the 50s and 60s. I believe the courts will always come up with a fair decision. I believe that the IRS will only collect money and destroy people with good reason, and they won't do it with bad reason. I believed everything. And a lot of it right up until COVID, by the way, right up until seeing what went on with both mass vaccination and the mass control through fear. Here's what I want to tell you I've learned. It's not that unusual, I think. I think it's easy to embrace, which is that are human beings the same as they were 1,000 years ago? Are human beings the same as they were in Caesar's time? What did Caesar do, by the way? A Caesar, pick a Roman emperor. Whatever the fuck they wanted to do. They had sex with who and what they wanted. 8 years old, 10 years old, boy, girl, whatever it may be. Even in King Farouk's time in Egypt, one of the last kings of Egypt, if you were a house guest, they'd say to you, what we're going to...
Hold on. Did y'all hear what he just dropped? He just dropped what I be dropping. That's why I'm like, bro, everybody's running around Epstein, Trump, Epstein, Trump. Y'all so current, not understanding these principalities. He like, what have they been doing forever? Thousands of years. Caesar. What Caesar? Pick one, right? The Greeks, the Romans, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians. Like, pick one. What have they been doing? He said, whatever they want. If they want 4-year-old little boys, that's what they was doing. 5-year-old. Same Epstein stuff. So if you think that all of a sudden, because Epstein files and all this stuff come out, that they all going to just turn themselves in and up. Bro, this is their gods. This is what they serve, bro. You can't, it's like crazy, bro. That's why religion, bro. That's why I said, don't be following these doggone Romans and stuff. I told y'all that. I said the Romans literally, when they was doing the Council of Thessalonica, the Council of Nicaea, go to my lessons on the channel, click the live stream tab, go down and read the titles and read the Romans, read the Greeks, read how Christianity was born, read the Christians, look at the lesson. I'm showing the books, I'm showing the ancient texts, I'm breaking it down. I've already been breaking it down. And what is he at? This is the top intelligent dude in the world. Just said the same thing I was telling y'all. Same exact thing verbatim. He just said the Roman dude was doing the same. I just told y'all when they was making the dude, they had the little boys around on the ground. They was diddying them in the saunas and the gymnasium, the things and stuff. Those little pools with all that nasty olive oil in it and all the stuff they was doing. You understand? It's like, all right, watch this. Yeah, it's about to get good. We about to break something down. His brother about to drop something in a second.
To do. Are human beings the same as they were 1,000 years ago? Are human beings the same as they were in Caesar's time? What did Caesar do, by the way? A Caesar, pick a Roman emperor. Whatever the fuck they wanted to do. They had sex with who and what they wanted. 8 years old, 10 years old, boy, girl, whatever it may be. Even in King Farouk's time in Egypt, one of the last kings of Egypt, if you were a house guest, they'd say to you, what, we're going to have dinner at 6. We can send somebody to your room. Do you want a young boy or a young girl? No shame to it. No problem whatsoever. The rich and powerful people, like the ones you were describing at Davos.
Shout out to Mill. You hear what he said? As a house guest, when you come, in as far as the last, kings of Egypt, what do you want? You want a little boy, a little girl? To your room? We'll send it to your room. But everybody like, Epstein. I'm like, bro, all these kingdoms, this is all they've ever done.
Often go from dinner at 6. We can send somebody to your room. Do you want a young boy or a young girl? No shame to it. No problem whatsoever. The rich and powerful people, like the ones you were describing at Davos, often go from, I already have all the money. I've already had all the fame. I've already had all the influence. What do I want to do now? And sometimes they want to do forbidden things. Have an affair. Keep a girl in an apartment. These are easy, right? Cheat on my wife. These are easy still. 14-year-old girl. Uh-oh. Not getting so easy anymore, but I've done all the other stuff. And that's what the Epstein piece appeals to, which is the forbidden. Human beings did not get the biggest claws or the biggest teeth or the biggest muscles. We got the biggest brains relative to our size. And the nuclear defense system that all human beings have is intuition. Much different from logic. Intuition, the root of it, by the way, I learned when I was writing that book, is inter, which means to guard and to protect. So intuition, when you think about it, oh, I just have a feeling I should go back to the apartment and double check such and such. Did I leave the fire on the pot? And you go back and you open the door and you didn't leave the fire on the pot. But something else will always be going on that makes you glad you came back. I believe that intuition is always right in at least two ways. One, it always has your best interest at heart. It's not fucking with you. It's giving you real information that's valuable.
Now everybody listen clearly. What he's calling intuition is the Holy Spirit. That's the Rayak Hayakadash. All right, the Holy Spirit. But he's calling it intuition. And he's correct. Now he said human beings wasn't given the biggest claws, the biggest teeth, the biggest muscles of all the kingdom, but they were given the Holy Spirit, intuition. The animals don't have the Holy Spirit. They have instinct. All right? They act off instinct. Listen clearly.
And you didn't leave the fire. The nuclear defense system that all human beings have is intuition.
So the nuclear defense system against darkness. That's why I said this about to get good. Y'all listen clearly. The nuclear defense system, we're going to go a little long because I'm going to break this down and then we're going to close out. The nuclear defense system against all darkness is the Holy Spirit, meaning the spirit that's going to tell you what to do and what not to do. They call it instinct. They call it intuition. It's not intuition. It's the Holy Spirit. And you need to develop a stronger relationship. Listen.
Anymore, but I've done all the other stuff. Have an affair. Keep a girl in an apartment piece appeals to, which is the forbidden. Human beings did not get the biggest claws or the biggest teeth or the biggest muscles. We got the biggest brains relative to our size. And the nuclear defense system that all human beings have is intuition. Much different from logic. Intuition, the root of it, by the way, I learned when I was writing that book, is inter, which means to guard and to protect. So intuition, when you think about it, oh, I just have a feeling I should go back to the apartment and double check such and such. Did I leave the fire on the pot? And you go back and you open the door and you didn't leave the fire on the pot. But something else will always be going on that makes you glad you came back. I believe that intuition is always right in at least two ways. One, it always has your best interest at heart. It's not fucking with you. It's giving you real information that's valuable. And number two, it's always based on something. And so our journey is to figure out when I have an intuitive feeling like do this show with you, who knows why, but when I have that intuitive feeling, and by the way, I don't do most shows, I don't know what the reason is. I don't know what it'll be. I can make up one with logic, right? I like that guy. I learned a lot from his shows. I can create a case. I can make a case for anything. But if it's just based on what I feel and everything you've succeeded at and accomplished was based on what you felt, it was based on intuition. In America, in the West, we think we're doing it by logic, right? I do a big PowerPoint presentation and I say to the board, here's the reason, here's why, and here's the percentages. And they say, oh, good. The board at corporations in America would actually prefer that I use logic, even if I'm wrong, instead of using intuition, even if I'm right. So when I say to you, no, I just think it's the right thing to do. I think it'd be smart. I think it'll really work out, like something like Amazon Prime that people opposed. And then it's like 175 million people just in America are using it. Big success. Intuitive process. not a logic process. Logic is weak and plodding. Logic does A, B, C, D. Intuition does A to Z instantly. And you don't.
Let me explain. It's because he's calling it intuition. He's correct. Logic is your mind, your brain, your cerebral, your neurotransmitters, reacting, your thoughts, logically thinking. What he's calling intuition, because the reason why he said logic does A, B, is good to have our logic, but having logic without the Holy Spirit. See the difference, guys? When you change the name of something and you don't have a relationship with the actual spirit, it's an actual spirit that's assigned. It has a purpose. And he's correct. It's for your well-being. Now, he said the logic goes from here, 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 right, because it's like in a different realm. But he said the intuition covers the whole, because it's not intuition, it's the Holy Spirit. Listen clearly.
Not a logic process. Logic is weak and plodding. Logic does A, B, C, D. Intuition does A to Z instantly. And you don't know.
I take logic is not weak. Logic, because you need to use logic over emotion. But it's weak compared to the Holy Spirit. But he's calling it intuition. You see, guys, I really wish he would call it what it really is. But he, sometimes you can not have a relationship, but still be able to be blessed because you're living righteously. You understand? But I'm going to break and show you this is the relationship you need to have with this thing that they're calling intuition. Okay? Now, let's continue.
Why? It's knowing a logic process. Logic is weak and plodding. Logic does A, B, C, D. Intuition does.
Cut from a different cloth. They keep attacking this lesson. They had a sister that said she couldn't subscribe. They had they shadow banned the mess out of it. We ain't got over 100 all night. I'm like, what in the world? I already know it's only gonna be like 1,000 views when this ends. Verse like 20, I figure Monday we should get about 20,000, 15. I figure 10 to 20,000 would be, it's going to probably be 1,000 after we finish this. They do not want this teaching, but we going to keep teaching it. I know that's right. What I tell you, if it's one person, we going to keep teaching. I was teaching when there was nobody. That's the work of the righteous. All right. So anyway, there's so much fruit coming from this. But you need to learn to call it what it is so you can see what it really is.
And plodding. Logic does A, B, C, D. Intuition does A to Z instantly. And you don't know why. It's knowing without knowing why. I don't feel good about that person. I'm going to back. I said I was going to make this business deal. I'm backing out of it. I said I was going to show up to that thing. I'm calling and canceling. And by the way, canceling, one of my favorite things. I recommend it to everybody. I recommend canceling and postponing to everybody I know. You are not obligated to keep your plans. You made a plan 3 months ago, and you don't know who you'll even be, or if you or them or anybody will even be alive 3 months from now. There's nothing wrong with canceling.
What he's calling on, that's called laya. Everybody, y'all write that down. Ma chérie, y'all get, if you can, get a pen. Right? Laya. L-A-Y-A-H. I'm going to put it on the screen. That's the Habaraya word for no. Let me explain. He's correct what he's saying. He's saying there's nothing wrong with saying no. No is the word that you should hear and say more than any other word in this earth. Let me explain why. No is the word laya. That's the word that will cover you and protect you in this dark second world that is given over to the beast. Let me explain. In the first world, before Adam and Eve transgressed in the garden, in the Most High's presence, it wouldn't have been laya. It would have been kanya. Write that one, Hakyama too. K-A-N-Y-A-H is how you say yes. This is the language that our Messiah, which you call Jesus, spoke. All right? This is the language that the Bible, what you call the Bible, is the Safari Yah, was written in. Some will say they call it Khan in the, that's not Canaanite Hebrew, but that's the shortened version. You took Yah's name off of his letters, his words, out of Yah. Put the father's name back. It's Khan Yah. And some will say La. I think they say La for in the Canaanite Hebrew. So it's Kayan and La Yah. Now, in the first world, before Adam and Eve sinned, we would have used Kanya. For you would live your life saying yes to things because everything would be righteous. The world wouldn't be in sin and iniquity. All right? We would be of that world. You see? Not just in it. So we would have been one with that world because that world was called heaven on earth and the Father's presence was over that. It was called the garden. All right. Now, with that world would have been no sin, no iniquity, no lying, cheating, stealing. So our existence would have been existence of kanya, of living yes, because there wouldn't be things to harm you. But because of Adam and Eve's transgression and the second world was created, a world of sin and iniquity, and then the devil is the God of this world, we are to be in this world, but not of it. So the biggest tool that we have, one of the biggest tools we have in this world is not kanya, not yes, is laya, no. No is the strongest protection that you have in this dark second world of Hasatan, this world that we are to be in and not of. Y'all listen clearly. This is a spiritual warfare tool of all tools to fight. And I'm going to show you and break it down for understanding. Now, the reason why you need to say la ya, because P. Diddy likes to party. And you got to tell him what? La ya. No. Listen clearly. That's why when our babies are born, the first powerful thing that they latch on to, those who raise children, you know what I'm talking about. The first thing that they latch on to is no. For anybody who raised kids, or if you raise your little cousins or something, you know when the baby, right? Because the baby is born in sin and iniquity, so they get to age and they'll lie to you, right? They'll hide a cookie. Nobody taught them sin. It's born in the flesh from Adam and Eve, because Eve did the thing with the Hasatan, so we have the flesh of the serpent. The mark of the beast is in our heart. It's lodged in our heart, sin. That's why he said the heart is evil continually, and we need to castrate it and die to it daily and replace it with the heart of the Father. That's where the mark of the beast is, sin, 3 and 6, Adam and Eve. Listen clearly. So when our babies are little, they start to sin. Nobody teach them. First time they start. The first word might be dada, usually, or mama. That's usually the first words. Almost guaranteed. It's usually dada more than mama. But it's dada or mama, right? Especially if the dad is around. Now, then it's usually dada. Now, the first thing that they hold on to is no. Let me explain. For those who witness babies, you know once they get that no, they say no to everything, right? They're like, no, no, no. You want ice cream? No. You want this? No. You want that? No. It's like a new toy. No, no, no. You'd be like, stop saying no. Right? Right? You're like, stop. Right? And that's where you catch them out there. I used to do that. I'd be like, you want ice cream? No. Good. You ain't getting it. No. I want ice cream. Oh, no. Stop saying no all the time. But I didn't know that the Most High was equipping them with Laya. Now, each letter Adiyat is a spirit that fights on your behalf. Understand? He was giving us the power of Laya, no, the spirit, to say no, because we're born in a world of sin and iniquity, guys. Listen clearly. We're born into a world that's going to try to grape us, harm us, poison us, unalive us, beguile us, seduce us, destroy us. So we need to understand Laya more than anything. We need to say no to the club, say no to the drugs, say no to the liquor, say no to the girl, say no to the boy, say no to the lies, say no to the stealing, say no to the cheating, say no to the this, say no. You need to say la ya more than you say anything else. If you raise children, they need to hear no 1,000 more times than they ever hear kanya yes, because you're preparing them from the real world where they need to say no to everything. No. My first instinct when I'm not sure of something is to tell you no. You know why? Because if I tell you yes, then I just made a covenant. Y'all listen clearly. If I tell you yes, then I made a covenant. I made an agreement. And the spiritual realm is all about covenants. You have to agree with a thing, these devils, to allow them into your life. They have to get acceptance, and they get acceptance with your agreement. Agreement comes with kanya. Yes. Yes is a covenantal agreement in the spiritual realm. And these devils and principalities work through the spirit, not the flesh. Y'all listen clear. I'm teaching y'all spiritual warfare now. So you never say yes. Whenever something, and they try to rush you and everything, could I do this? And I don't got time to really think it through. I say no. Because guess what? No can always be turned to a yes later. You understand? But once you say yes, you would let them in. You understand? If I say no, I kept you out until I can decide whether I'm going to let you in or agree or make a covenant. No closes the door. It's all about Dalayat's doors, portals. Everything is portals. This is spiritual warfare. No closes doors. Yes opens doors. The Most High say close the door. The Dalayat. Keep all doors closed. Close my screen door. Like your grandma said. Close my screen door. You understand? So, Laya is what you are to be telling your children. I used to just do it just randomly, just because I need to prepare them because they'll get spoiled. What does Kanya do if you do that all the time? It spoils the child. Spur the child, spare the rod, spoil the child. I come and just say no just to say, remember I told that before. I used to come in the house when I was raising my kid, I just say it's going to be a Laya day, a no day. Before I even knew what Laya was, I knew the power of no. I would come and be like, no to everybody and everything. They're like, Daddy, you're so crazy. Daddy, no. Right? They come over, Daddy, no. Daddy, no. I was like, no, it's a no day. I don't want to hear nothing. Daddy, you so crazy. You so crazy. I'm crazy, but I'm guarantee you it's no. Right? You might get yes tomorrow, but you're going to get used to no. You got to deny the flesh. No, you got to say no to your flesh. You got to say no to temptations. You got to say no. That's Laya, the spirit. So that's what he was talking about. He was like, it's okay to refuse engagements. It's okay to cancel things. It's okay to say no. You better say no in this dark second world. Your no's should be like 90% and 10% yes. Because the world is evil. The people are confused and they're dark and everything's evil. So why would you be saying yes 90% in a dark, evil world? Guess who say yes in a dark, evil world 90%? Devils. Darkness, because it's their world. So they saying yes to little girls, yes to drugs, yes to atheism, yes to this, yes to that, right? We are to say la ya, no, la ya to everything. Facts. All right. I wanted to teach that spiritual warfare. I know I taught it before for those, but there are newer people who just finding us. That's what he was saying right here. So this brother's dropping it. He just don't know the spiritual components of everything he's saying. Actual are Sabaoths, heavenly hosts. They're spirits. All right, they're alive.
You or them or anybody will even be alive 3 months from now. There's nothing my favorite things. I recommend it to everybody. I recommend canceling and postponing to everybody I know. You are not obligated to keep your plans. You made a plan 3 months ago, and you don't know who you'll even be, or if you or them or anybody will even be alive 3 months from now. There's nothing wrong with canceling. Now, I don't do it rudely.
That's why I always say no first. Shout, yes, let your yes be yes. So what I'll say is, you know what? This is a no for now until I get time to think. Because this is how they get you guys. When they get you at a time where you're not ready to make the decision. Let me explain this difference. when they catch you at a time, right? That's where they catch you at an inconvenient, yo, hurry up, make the decision. Like, yo, and it's like, then you make the wrong decision and you gave a covenant to it. Do you understand? So the covenant is a yes. That yes is a different rayach. It's an agreement. You know how the devils try to they can't get in your home, you got to invite them in. The way you invite them in, everybody listen, if a devil's trying to get an invitation into your home and you say no, you didn't invite them in. If you say yes, you just invited the spirit in. Do y'all get the difference? This is spiritual laws of the Shamayam of the heavens. We're not fighting against carnal. I teach spiritual warfare. The Most High had me teach his children spiritual warfare because we're destroyed in the spirit. I ain't talking the flesh. Yes, stand true in your honoring your word and let your yays be yays, your nays be nays and stuff, right? Don't flip-flop in your word. No, I'm talking about spiritual warfare, of spiritual agreement and covenant, of saying yes and laya and kanya. Let your layas be more than your kanyas in the dark second world, okay? And that gives you the grace to think and see, right? Be still. So if I close that covenant, then later I can look and be like, oh my goodness, I'm glad I just died. Well, praise the Most High for me dodging that. Or if later I see it's fruitful, I can say, okay, I come back, revisit it. All right, I think I'm gonna entertain this now. I think it's okay for you to come in, or okay for me to go into do this meeting or do this partnership or do this, you know what I mean? Never let the spirits rush you into making a decision. If you ever are rushed and pushed where you can't clearly sit still and discern the matter, say laya, no. Say no. And you can always say no with a disclaimer and say, I'm saying no right now because I don't have all the information. I'm not in my right mind to really think it through. So it's a no for now. Right? So you're not in covenant. You didn't allow it access. Then you go back, you weigh and judge. See? Discern the matter. Diligently seek out what the whole scenario is, the context. Then you make a decision. Because decisions are covenants with your free will. Praise the Most High. Let's continue.
Way. But just to finish on, sort of what your viewers and listeners
That's a good one. Move slow with no. That's a good mantra.
Can do is to really fall in love with intuition. 3 months from now, there's nothing wrong with canceling. Now, I don't do it rudely, by the way, but just to finish on, sort of what your viewers and listeners can do is to really fall in love with intuition and to learn the way you communicate with yourself. There's signals from intuition, curiosity.
You know what I love? He said the good thing to do is to really fall in love with the Holy Spirit. See, now you see the difference. If he knew that this intuition was the Holy Spirit, he said the thing I can instruct your listeners to do is to really fall in love with the Holy Spirit. Right? I agree.
And to learn the way you communicate, your viewers and listeners can do is to really fall in love with intuition and to learn the way you communicate with yourself. There's signals from intuition, curiosity. You just wonder something. Suspicion, worry can even be a signal of intuition. But the biggest one is true fear. When you feel true fear, I don't want to do this.
And one of the things that I learned through my writing was that in many cases, when someone has a really well-trained intuition, their first thought is the right thought. And actually, if you give them longer to think about the problem, they make a worse decision.
Okay, that's because their first thought with the intuition, that's the Holy Spirit telling them that. That's why it's always the right thought. Later, what he said, when they give a second, they start questioning it and they don't do the first thought, it always goes bad because that's your thought. The first one was the Holy Spirit trying to tell you what to do, but we question it and do the wrong thing.
I learned through my writing was that in many cases, when someone has a really well-trained intuition, their first thought is the right thought. And actually, if you give them longer to think about the problem, they make a worse decision. I get an intuition. So do you have to train your intuition?
Well, I think it happens automatically as you live life, that new distinctions are added. But I also believe that it is a natural resource. I could think of it in a spiritual sense. It's very hard to figure out.
That's because it is a spirit, brother. You ain't no spiritual sense. It's the Holy Spirit. You see?
Why we feel a certain way. And we do what Magnus said, which is we get our answer and then we backtrack and see if it fits, right? I think the training that's necessary, Stephen, is not the training to improve your intuition, but rather the training to listen to it and to not interrogate it and to not prosecute it. Because
bingo! I was wondering what he was going to say. So he asked, was the training for us to improve our intuition? See, that's when you're thinking of it as like your mind or a function. You're right? No, he said the training is to train yourself to actually just listen to it and not challenge. That's the Holy Spirit. The training is the form of relationship. Now y'all see how key it is to know what it really is? Because once you understand that it's a spirit that was sent to comfort you, to help you, to guide you, from the Messiah who went to the Father and said, I'm going to go to my Father and ask him to send the Comforter. And when the Comforter comes to you, listen to what it tells you, because it's going to be speaking what the Father tells him. So listen to him. He's not going to speak on his own accord, the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, what they call intuition. It's going to speak what the Most High is telling him. So that's the Most High talking to us all. So you need to form a relationship with that spirit. Do you understand? And you can't do it if you thinking it's just some neurological intuition type of thing. No, it's not. That's from the Father, the creator of all things. And you need to nourish a relationship so that you can trust to know that I can know that when the Holy Spirit speaks and tell me, I don't question it or doubt it. I listen, because it is not speaking on his own accord. It is speaking what the Father tells him to speak. That is Bible. That's Safari. Yeah, that's a relationship with our Father. You heard that part? Y'all see the difference between it being some intuition? You can see the power.
To improve your intuition, but rather the try, we feel a certain way. And we do what Magnus said, which is we get our answer and then we backtrack and see if it fits, right? I think the training that's necessary, Stephen, is not the training to improve your intuition, but rather the training to listen to it and to not interrogate it and to not prosecute it. Because I'll give you an example. A woman is working late at night in an office building like this. She's on the 10th floor. She's leaving. She pushes the button for the elevator door opens up. Inside the elevator is a man who causes her fear. She doesn't like it for whatever reason. Obviously, she has no opportunity yet to assess all the issues. What's he dressed like? What's he look like? What did I hear 3 weeks ago about a guy who wore a blue cap and t-shirt and bow? She doesn't have any time for that. Her first reaction was like that. What does she do? Most women, they get into a steel soundproof chamber with someone they're afraid of. And there's not another animal in nature that will do it. Now, why does she do it? Because the thought comes, oh, I don't want him to think I'm a racist because he's Hispanic, or I don't want to be that kind of person, or I don't want this reality to be true. So I'm going to act like it's not true, right? And what I say is, let the door close in his face. No problem. If you've got the signal, that's a low-cost decision. Wait for the next elevator.
I like what he just said. That's true. The reaction, the emotion, the Holy Spirit, the reaction was fright. No. The reaction was laya. No. Don't get in the elevator. But they, because of their thinking, now here come the logic and the thoughts and the emotion. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to offend it. Well, it might be all right. And he said, there is no other species on earth that would do that. He's correct, because the animals live off instinct, and they would never go into a confined, sealed space with the threat that could take their life, because they have instinct straight with the Most High, and they'll flee the animals. They will never go in, but they don't got free will. Y'all listen clearly. We got free will, the choice to listen to the still voice, the Holy Spirit. Your intuition, what you think is your intuition, is the Holy Spirit, and it's resonating all through your members. You could feel something. That's the Holy Spirit saying, Laya, no. No. You need to hear no, children of the Most High. Laya. And let that door close. I don't care who offend. I don't care what. I ain't getting in there. Laya. No. Let's continue.
Right, that's a very low-cost issue. Now, there are let the door close in his face. No problem. If you've got the signal, that's a low-cost decision. Wait for the next elevator. Right, that's a very low-cost issue. Now, there are so many examples of this in my work where I interviewed people who had been victimized, and time after time they would tell me, I knew when I walked into that underground parking lot that that was the same car that I'd seen earlier. I knew when I met that guy, such and such. In fact, there's a woman who wrote me the most beautiful thing. I think it's in Gift of Fear, or it's in one of the subsequent books. And she said that she would look at her lifelong diary. She kept a lifelong diary, and she looked back at it, and it would say, met this guy, feel a little queasy about him, not so sure, dated him, married him. And then what she wrote to me was, she said, again and again, I could see, there it was in my diary. Listen to this, the ending embedded in the beginning. And so what I encourage people to do, going to your original answer, is how people can be safer, is listen to their intuition, know that its function is to protect you. That's what it's doing. You know, I remember a friend of mine telling me he went back home for Thanksgiving.
Listen to the Holy Spirit and know that its function is to protect you, guide you, lead you, comfort you. Yes, he was sent.
And he saw his whole family. And he said he learned to only stay. You know, I remember a friend of mine telling me he went back home for Thanksgiving and he saw his whole family. And he said he learned to only stay for one day. He said, because all the shit happened on the second day with his family if he stayed for 2 days. And he also learned to stay in a hotel. I said, oh, you staying at home? He said, oh, fun. No, never stay at home. Because here was this group of people. But what he told me that was interesting is, he said, Aunt Charlene, you taught me to speak more quietly because you talk so fucking loud. And he says, Uncle Carlo, you taught me to be more gentle because, man, you're rough in everything you do. Throw the glasses around and the way you engage. Dad, you taught me to listen to people because you never fucking listened to a thing I said, even today. Isn't it a beautiful way of looking at it, basically? These were the teachers in our lives. For my mother, 100%.
All right. Now, you hear what he just said? He just dropped a real important lesson. I'm going to teach y'all another spiritual warfare lesson. That's why I said this lesson is going to be so good. That's why they shadow banned it, because I knew I was going to teach a lot of spiritual warfare tips. Now, what he's speaking of right here, he said he learned from the sin of others.
Fucking
Listen
loud. And he says, Uncle Carlo, you taught me to be more gentle because, man, you're rough in everything you do. Throw the...
Now, let me give y'all the fruit. Let me give y'all the spiritual warfare tip. You have to, everybody listen clearly. You have to watch the mark of the beast in others. Sin is the mark of the beast. It started at Genesis, Bereshit 3:6. 3:6, mark of the beast, sin. All the other marks in Revelation, these are marks of the beast. The beast is sin. Listen clearly. The beast is sin was brought into the world when Adam and Eve transgressed, 3 and 6, when she chose to transgress. Then she gave to him and he did eat. That created the world of sin and iniquity. Beast. That's the beast. The sin. Now, from us being descendants of Adam and Eve, it's lodged in our heart. We're born with sin and iniquity in our heart. It's in our flesh. The flesh is evil continually. We have to die to it. Now, You have to watch the mark of the beast in others. That means watch the sin in others. This is what he was talking about, that person was learning from the sin of all his relatives, their transgression. Now, I got a quote this is my quote that I made. Is look at everyone and see the sin that's awake in them. Listen clearly. You look at everyone, family members, co-workers, friends, new people, everything. I'm teaching you spiritual warfare. Look at everyone and look for the sin that's awake in them. But also leave room to see the righteousness that might be sleeping inside of them. All right, I'm going to say it again. This is a quote from Uncle Yahya Shah. I'm marking it March 17th, 2026 in the Gregorian calendar. Look at everyone and see the sin that's awake in them. But also leave room in your thoughts to see the righteousness that might be asleep in them. Asleep. All right. Now, what that means is, as I look at everyone, I'm looking for the sin that is alive and breathing and awake, right? Some like to drink, some like to smash, some like to smoke, some like to cuss, some like to steal, some like to lie, some like to fornicate, some like to, right? The sin. So you're looking at the mark of the beast in others. So I'm looking at others, everyone, to see the sin that is awake in them. It's alive and functioning. But I don't want to get so jaded that I miss leaving room for the righteousness in them that might be dormant, asleep. Because sin is awake. You look for the beast first. Everybody listen, because this is the beast's world. That's why the world is so dark. That's why Epstein and the governments and the pharmaceuticals and the drugs and the fluoride and the beryllium and the aluminum and the toxins and the poisons and the raping and the killing and the lying and this is the beast's world. So you look for the beast first. Watch the mark of the beast in others. Look for the sin, but don't become hardened where you can't see the righteousness that lay asleep in the person. Because we were all, we were all in sin. When I was in my sin and I was good at it, right? I was a drug dealer, gun toting, thugger, street nigger. I was outside of the club and I was proud of it. You heard? I wore it like a badge. Thugger for lifer. You heard? But within all my sin and transgression, I was smashing and drinking. Well, not really drinking, I drink some, but smoking. I was smoking like a chimney. I was smashing everything that moved. I was selling all the drugs. I was popping that gun. I would stab you. I would bust you. I would do all that, right? But in that sin that was alive and awake, there was a righteousness that was dormant and asleep in me. And it would pop up. Listen, guys. It was asleep, but it would awaken whenever I would see the meek, the humble, the hungry, someone being victimized. That righteousness would pop up and I would activate. It would wake up. You see? When it come to my babies, when it come to people I cared about, when it come to protecting my hood, my boys, when it come to protecting the shorties from my projects, they come up, right? When rival dudes would come up, stick-up kids would come and try to run the projects, I would get everybody, yo, right? Me and whoever else out there said, yo, y'all go in the projects, y'all go in the hall, we strap up our guns and we go on the wall to keep them away because they could shoot little kids playing, women and kids and stuff, get shot in crossfire. See, even in the sin, don't become so cold that you don't have room to see the righteousness that might be dormant in the person. Because even Saul Shaul, Paul in the Bible, who was a killer, all right? Who was a slaughterer, all right? He was even deemed worthy. You understand? It was a righteousness that was asleep. So look for the beast first, because this is the beast world. And always remember, that's why the world is so dark. All right. Praise the Most High that I'm getting the points that I wanted to get out in this teaching. Spiritual warfare. Because these are the tools that help you fight your everyday life to be more and more righteous, to grow in spirit and in truth, to become a mighty man, a daughter, a son of the Most High in this dark second world. You heard? Let's go.
Oh, never stay at home. Because here he saw his whole family. And he said he learned to only stay for one day. He said because all the shit happened on the second day with his family if he stayed for 2 days. And he also learned to stay in a hotel. I said, oh, you staying at home? He said, oh, fun. No, never stay at home. Because here was this group of people. But what he told me that was interesting is he said, Aunt Charlene, you taught me to speak more quietly because you talk so fucking loud. And he says, Uncle Carlo, you taught me to be more gentle because, man, you're rough in everything you do. Throw the glasses around and the way you engage. Dad, you taught me to listen to people because you never fucking listen to a thing I said, even today. Isn't it a beautiful way of looking at it, basically? These were the teachers in our lives. For my mother, 100%, I'm so far past forgiveness and so far into gratitude for the pieces that were wonderful. And by the way, this is a suffering person. Right. This is a person that, the charities are for and social welfare is for, a woman with 3 kids and no job and a heroin addict, for God's sake. That's not an easy job. And other drugs, too, by the way, which helped me as I grew up to be skeptical of pharma. Because some of the pills she took, one of them called Doradin, has now been taken off the market for causing what? Psychosis, which explains a lot of her craziness. And so all of this, teaching.
So they was giving the drugs and making people psychopaths, psychosis. Mm-hmm.
That it depends what you do with it. Meaning we all, nobody gets out of here alive. Right? Everybody's got a story to tell. And I remember a case where I overvalued my own ability to predict human behavior, which I say in these books, you can predict human behavior. Right? To drive here today in traffic, I had to predict the behavior of thousands of people based on just the little movements of the big metal objects around them. That guy who starts to move over into your lane and then he catches himself and goes, you never trust that guy. You always want to get way behind him or way in front of him. So we're predicting human behavior all the time. I want to be very concise in answering this question about what changed in terms of my view, how I've gotten started where I started. First of all, I worked in government, worked in the Reagan administration. I lied. I did things that were lies, that were deceitful several times in my career. I can give you examples in a minute if you want. But, to make a prosecution work, I reached a bit to get some bad guy who was trying to kill a client, prosecuted or in custody for a longer period of time. I was in many meetings where the questions were, this thing happened, not how shall we tell the public, but what shall we tell the public? How shall we spin this thing? This is the norm in every corporate boardroom in America. It's not, there's a cancer-causing asbestos in the baby powder. I guess we better let everybody know. That's not the meeting. The meeting is, let's notify the FDA and say it's under study. And so if we get asked, we'll get through this thing. Who goes to jail, by the way, in these corporations for the shit they do? Opioids, et cetera. My God, 100,000 people dying from heart attacks from a pain pill, for example. Vioxx, for God's sake. It's unbelievable. And
I love what he's pointing out. Shout out to Adrena. Now listen, Adrena. Now listen. He said, that's what I was talking about. Come on, Governor. So he said, who goes to jail? He said 100,000 people dying from this one. 500,000 from this drug, this one, cancers. They ain't never going, but they worrying about some doggone Epstein. Yo, bro, this is so crazy. I'm not saying we ain't going to keep exposing Epstein, but I want to take the focus and understand what is so big. It's like they unaliving people with wars and with all type of toxins and diseases and disorders, and they're just doing it and they literally unaliving everybody. Thousands and babies and poisoning the wells and the water and the cancers, and nobody ever goes to jail. And the corporations make billions and trillions, kingdoms, principalities, and nobody ever. I need y'all to understand this dark second world, bro, this beast world, so y'all can have a clearer picture of understanding only the Most High can take care of this. I'm not doing this to make you feel inadequate or to make you feel ain't nothing you can do, because it is something you can do. Be righteous for righteous sake and watch the Most High. Watch him handle this. Vengeance is his. These are things that are so big that ain't nothing you can do about it. You can't stop these principalities like this. They've been doing this for thousands of years. They building their stuff. The way that you combat it is righteousness. Being righteous to the Most High and helping your neighbors. You can love your neighbors. You can love yourself, and stopping any little thing that you could stop. You understand? You're a little sand on the beach. But if you can stop any little thing, stop it. Just stop it. Do your little part. Each of our little part. We are the little engines that could. You heard? We are the little engines that could. You understand? You understand? So that's why I say I'm going to teach this like they shadow banned us tonight. This probably only going to get 1,000. Hopefully they even let us get to 2,000. I don't know. I'll see once this ends, right? I don't know what it's going to be. It's not going to be nowhere 10. I can tell you that. They ain't even let us get past 100 on the live. So it ain't going to be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people watching it. But guess what? I'm going to still teach it like I've been teaching, whether it was 50,000 watching or 100 or 50 or 1. Little engines that could. We keep being a light in this darkness, but vengeance, the big, let the Most High. He got something for all this. So this brother's dropping it. He is correct. He like, look at all this. He's seeing it all because he's doing security and he's in the meters, and he's like, the meter ain't how are we going to inform the public that they being poisoned by this arsenic in the baby food? No. He said the meeting is how are we going to tell them we're going to blanket this over and just say there's nothing to see here and feed them this arsenic for another 50 years. Principalities.
Dying from heart attacks from who goes to jail, by the way, in these corporations for the shit they do.
Exactly. Forever.
Study. And so if we get asked, we'll get through this thing. Who goes to jail? Cancer-causing were this thing happened, not how shall we tell the public, but what shall we tell the public? How shall we spin this thing? This is the norm in every corporate boardroom in America. It's not, there's cancer-causing asbestos in the baby powder. I guess we better let everybody know. That's not the meeting. The meeting is, let's notify the FDA and say it's under study. And so if we get asked, we'll get through this thing. Who goes to jail, by the way, in these corporations for the shit they do? Opioids, et cetera. My God, 100,000 people dying from heart attacks from a pain pill, for example. Vioxx, for God's sake. It's unbelievable, and nobody gets in trouble. Right? Companies are fined. Do you know what the fines mean to these companies? In that new book I gave you, Forbidden Facts, I lay out what all the pharma companies have been fined criminally, what it cost them, and what they made nonetheless, right? And of course, they made the right decision because financially they did very well. But I want to get to the concise part.
Still happy. I can't remember his name right now, but it's at the beginning. So when we first started his part of his clip, it says his name right at the beginning. So you can, when you get a chance, just go there and you can find his name. I forgot it now. It's Andrew something, I think. I forgot it.
Look at world history as a pie chart, right? The entire thing is tyranny as a government method. as a control method. Just a tiny sliver is representative democracy. A little bit starting in Greece, Western Europe, the United States. Tiny sliver. So our norm, Stephen, is tyranny. That is the norm for human beings. And what happens to that tiny sliver that I'm describing? That tiny sliver always moves toward totalitarianism.
What does that mean?
It means that the representative democracy we have, let's say in the UK, which is pretty stressed right now in terms of freedom of speech, or in the United States, moves toward totalitarianism in that it says, it starts with, we pass a law. And if, the US Constitution says, if there isn't a law prohibiting it, you can do it. And for government, it says, if there isn't a law allowing it, you cannot do it. That's the U.S. Constitution. That's the U.S. method. Well, look what it's become. A law gets passed, and then regulators, unelected officials, go fucking nuts on interpreting that law the way they want to and applying it the way they want to. And so it moves toward totalitarianism. 40,000 new laws passed in the United States every year. How many rescinded? Almost none.
So where are we now? Here in the United States, where we both are sat, or in the UK, where are we in the arc of history? Because it kind of does seem to move in sort of cycles.
Now, if you're talking about where are we now, like Western society or the US, empire in decline. And first of all, is it an empire? Obviously, right? We have 760 military bases overseas. 760. We have a larger budget.
Here we go. Oh, shout out to Latan. Latan, you dropped something. Oh, you right on time. Yo, Latan, that's crazy. Look at the Holy Spirit. I read your comment after. I didn't see it on the live when you said BRICS, Brazil has BRICS. BRICS is Brazil. And I forgot about that, Latan. Right? Now, Latanya, hopefully I'm saying that right. Now, you're correct. Remember when I said they in the West, they do have BRICS. So we're going to have, that's where America's going to have to battle for Brazil, because Brazil is part of BRICS. So, but they're not in Brazil the way they was doing Venezuela and trying to do Cuba, right? So Brazil is part of BRICS, but they're going over there for it. But with them still being in the BRICS with Russia and China, that's still, so something's going to happen. But Brazil is so big. So I think what America's doing is taking its time, right? And this is crazy because look what he just brought up. And the timing that she just came, I think this is a she, yeah, Latanya, that she just came right when he said this. Now you hear what he said? We have, I think he said 7, let's see, watch this. This goes back to the last live stream I just broke down when I did the geopolitics, right? Watch what he says. Hold on. It won't go back. Why is it not moving?
For what we call defense, now called war, 760 military bases overseas.
We have 760 military bases all over the world. All, right? That's when I was teaching y'all America's defense and the geopolitical hemisphere conglomerate war. It's going to be the two that's going to come together, the East versus the West, and they're going to battle to see who's going to be the head of the one globosphere. That's the order. That's where we're going. And he just broke that down. 760 military bases. Watch this.
Empire. Obviously, right? We have 760 military bases overseas. 760. We have a larger budget for what we call defense, now called war, since Trump has changed the name to Department of War, more accurately. We have a larger budget than every other country in the world combined.
We have a larger, I broke that down, my other one, military budget than every other country in the world combined. Russia, China, India, Brazil, whole BRICS, Africa, whatever, Saudi, I don't care, Japan, whatever, name it, North Korea, South Korea, all combined, America has a bigger military budget than them all. Watch this.
Military spending. How many overseas bases does China have? I think it's one. Now, I'm not saying China's all lovely.
We have 760 overseas military bases around the world. China has one. That reminds me when we was breaking down the submarines, the nuclear, the armaments, where we got like 700 of this and 400 of this and 200 of this, and they got 4. They got like 1, 2. Okay? No, it's not. I agree that they tell us about, but remember, we get to see everything. So what I'm pointing out is the technology, we would know if they have others because they know what we got and we know what everybody knows what everybody got. That's what I'm pointing out, Hakiyama. The technology, the worldwide technology, there's nothing that's not seen and showed. There, right? Far as that, like a military base, because in order to have a military base, you have to have like armaments and stays so it's visible. It's not like the only way you can hide that is to have it under the earth so far down and have it where it couldn't be visible. But if it ever opened up, our sensors would pick it up, right? So, yeah. So when they say that, the reason why we're able to say we have 760, but I agree with you. So let's say, I see what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. That's funny. You got that. I was about to say that. So that's what I was about to say, because I know the United States is so sneaky. I was about to say, if they show 760, they probably got more. So then I say, you know what? Let me apply that to the other countries as well. So that meant if China's showing 1, they might have 5, right? It's crazy work, but you're talking about from 760 around. And that ain't got nothing to do with the submarines, and the marine. It's just crazy, the armaments. So anyway, let me continue. Watch this.
Bases does China have? I think it's one. Now, since Trump has changed the name to Department of War, more accurately, we have a larger budget than every other country in the world combined for military spending. How many overseas bases does China have? I think it's one. Now, I'm not saying China's all lovely. I'm just saying they have a different method. They have a method closer to what we had in the 60s, which was to come in with beneficial help. We'll redo your roads, et cetera, et cetera. So we're an empire.
I love that. Listen what he said. He said, well, that's true. It shouldn't make you proud, my Sharif. You know why? Because all these empires are empires of darkness. I need y'all. So what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is you have to see the beast for what it is. You can't look, right? Now, I love my land. Let me explain. I love my people in my land. My ancestors fought and blood shed underground. For those who ancestors didn't shed their blood, some of your ancestors came over, you were born here, right? I love my country, but I don't love the serpents who are ruining, right? I don't love the serpents who unalive the indigenous ones to gain it. I don't love the serpents over it. Just like I love the earth, but I am in it, but not of it. I don't love those who are ruining the earth. Y'all understanding me? Because the earth and the fullness thereof is given over. That's called dominion. It was Radayah. Adam and Eve lost it. I take back the dominion. Now, I can't physically own the earth because now this world belongs to the serpent Hasatan. But I still love my earth. So I won't ever be chopping down trees for no reason and desecrating the earth. I speak. I might walk barefoot on the earth and ground myself, right? I might touch a tree and feel the energy in the plants, my plants in the front that I speak, water them. And I know that plants, right? Those are Yah's children, the earth. So you get it? And Who's this earth, right? Who's destructing earth? So that's the same way about the country, right? Because the country is an earth. It's the ground. It's the, right? So that's why I'll be explaining. Now, I'm not proud of none of their devils that these devils are doing to our country as they fight for dominion of their serving their God, who is the God of this world. And I'm in it, but not of it. But I love the earth. I love the animals. I love the trees. I love the righteous people. I love Yah, the Most High's children. And he sent me to this country. So I love my country because I'm here and I'm a righteous American in this country. I was born here, so that labels you as an American, right? From the land that you were born into, right? So I am the righteous, but I don't love, right? So again, that's what I mean by the tactics that these serpents doing. We would never be proud of none of it because they're all evil. They're fighting for head of the serpent. But I'm glad that our country was smart enough in their dark sense, dark intelligence, to put their defense budget and all that first, because each of these countries are devils, all of them empires, and they're going to consume one another. It's all about conflict and chaos, right? It's the Hegelian dialectic, right? Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. So they're going to try to cause conflict so they can consume. All right. So he's going somewhere though. I think
etc. So we're an empire, and we're an empire in decline. And a moment ago when I said...
Now listen what he said. He dropped, that was a good one. Watch this, what he said. And he said, America used to be like this.
With beneficial help, we'll redo...
He said, so China...
How many overseas bases does China have? I think it's one. Now, I'm not saying China's all lovely. I'm just saying they have a different method. They have a method closer to what we had in the 60s.
Now listen what he said. He said, we got 760 military bases worldwide, right? China only got one. I'm not saying that makes China lovely. I'm saying China has a different strategy. She said this is the strategy that America had back in the 60s. Now listen what he said. He said, by going in and acting like they're nice. What do you call it?
Which was to come in with beneficial help. We'll redo your roads, etc.
To come in like they beneficial help. Oh, we're just nice. We come in to redo your roads and we're going to help you, like they did to Africa, right? They come in here. We're going to give you money to redo your schools and beneficial. We just really nice. That's the serpent. Y'all hear me? That's the serpent coming in. And he said, America, listen clearly. I need y'all to listen to the strategy. Listen, this is an adult, a grown man speaking, and he's speaking strategy and statistically. You can learn from it. I'm going to decipher in between. Listen clearly. This is chess. He said America used to have that strategy in the 60s. What he's saying, they will come to your country and say, we are America. Hey, we just coming in. We want to help and we want to build your roads and we want to do this like we benefactors. And they come in and the people let them in and then they take over and diddy. So he said, that's China's strategy now. So they don't got all of the military bases. America dropped that strategy back in the 60s and started working on defense for what's coming now, which was really smart, actually. America dropped that and was like, listen, we need to just start worrying about building armaments and nuclears and subs. And because once this thing, America must have had the foresight to see when this thing when we start to come to the new world stuff and all these kingdoms start to attack for who's going to be the head, we need to be prepared. So America started getting ready 50 years ago. That's why they can't catch up. You understand? Now, it doesn't make none of this good. Well, it's all bad. It doesn't make none of it good because war is bad, period, right? But there's a time needed because it's this dark second world, right? But I wish it wasn't a prison planet, but it is, right? So now, listen clearly. So that's what's happening with the strategic warfare while we blowing their drones out the air and stuff, because they're like Iran is battling with 1990s, right? Early 2000s technology, all right? And yeah, so my Cherie, you're right. So this is the difference. Our technology, so what America focused on, hopefully you can understand this, my Cherie. America didn't focus there. America focused on defense. China technology with their electric cars, right? With their trains, with their computers, with their, right? At the same time while they're enslaving their citizens too. So let's not get that. Let's not get that. They don't got the freedoms to do nothing. Like they couldn't even do this, what I'm doing, right? Like right here, I could disrespect our president and be fine. They can't do that. But let me explain. So they are focusing on artificial intelligence. That's why they need the oil. You understand? They got the minerals. So that's what they was doing Venezuela and Iran. That's what we're stopping. They need the oil to further. So they're planning on doing robots. That's why they got all the robots. So they have a different strategy on the chessboard. America didn't put all their influence and money into technology like this. They put it into defense, meaning military armaments. That's what he was bringing out. And these are facts, what he's saying. And it's not that one man's opinion. This is actually facts. You got to read and study up on it. You can see this is proof. I did a lesson on it. If you go back and show the military armaments of America and all of the strategic places and all of the missiles and all of the B stealth bombers and all of the subs and all of the nuclear subs and all, they spent billions and billions and billions and billions for 15, 20 years. Instead of putting it on technology, they was putting it on warfare. I honestly would think I would do that. Let me explain what I mean. If I have a house and I have roommates, right? And if I know that this neighborhood is going to go to war, we don't know when, might be 5 years, 10 years, I might want to put my money in securing my house. Let me explain. Getting cameras, getting guns, getting survival things in case the electricity cut out, getting, right? Preparing for the ish hit the fan, right? STF, SHITF, how do they call that, right? This is what I'm trying to explain. So America was preparing for what's coming. Everyone else was preparing in their own way. Okay? Now, well, that's what I'm trying, my Cherie, it's all blasphemous. I don't think you get it. It's okay though. I don't think you get it. So maybe over time, as you have a little more patience, you'll try to get the bigger picture, understand it's all dark. I think you're looking at it like America's supposed to be righteous. This is the world was given over to Hasatan. America is not meaning the people who run the system, who unalived the indigenous people here, the people who unalived the people in Hawaii, the people who unalived the people in Egypt, the people who unalived the people in Assyria, the people who unalived all these kingdoms, the Romans, what's his name, Nero, Alexander, the Greek, the Hellenes. We can go through all time, Caesars, and right. None of this is, the world is dark, bro. And these kingdoms every land was built on slaughter, murder, genocide, unaliving. So we're discussing the tactics of these dark empires, right? And what we're discussing is the tactical ways that these empires are preparing to fight one another for dominance. So what he's breaking down is America's strategy now was all since the 60s has been preparing armaments and defense. And he says now China is going the way of benevolence, which shows out, which they did. So that's what they did to Venezuela. They did it to Africa, all in there, right? And you see what happened when they did it with the Africans. What happened? But again, he said America was using that tactic before. And that's why I said I would think that was smart, darkly smart for America to switch that and go to defense, because in my home, I would probably spend more of my money securing my home than buying my kids phones and technology and tech. So now this the part. Now listen to this, my Cherie. I know you're not saying pancakes. I understand. We're just having a discourse. So listen to this, daughter of Yah. Do you think China is above America in the technology and warfare? Huh? See, that's the difference. You just said China is above us in technology. You're talking about phones and electric cars and robots. They ain't nobody is nowhere near America in technology and warfare. America has submarines that run off nuclear energy that could run for 25 years without recharging. I think it's 7, was it 7 or 11? We broke it, we showed it, all through the earth. Nobody is nowhere near. So while China was pumping theirs and now that could work for them. Maybe they're going to use it to make the robots do stuff, right? But matter of fact, he's about to show something. I ain't even think of that. Watch this. Good. This is a good discussion, ma Cherie. Good discussion. And because this is how we really learn, right? Because we got to understand and then Russia got a whole different tactics, what they're doing, right? That's just China. You got North Korea, you got Russia, you got India, you got you got Iran, Iraq, you got all these different, but those are smaller, right? But you talk about the three powerhouses are China, America, and Russia. That's what everybody else is under one of those principalities. So you got to look at these kingdoms as principalities. And that's how, ma Cherie, you will see it's all blasphemous, because they all dark principalities. All right? All right. And they got their kingdoms by violence, by sin. Their allegiance are to devils, all of them. That's why the citizens are suffering. Now, the places where the citizens were being treated well, these principalities come in and destroy them. And that's until the Messiah comes back. You heard? That's what's prophesied would happen. Now watch what he brings out. This is about to be something dope right here. Watch this.
Bases does China have? I think it's one. Now, I'm not saying China's all lovely. I'm just saying they have a different method. They have a method closer to what we had in the 60s, which was to come in with beneficial help. We'll redo your roads, et cetera, et cetera. So we're an empire, and we're an empire in decline. And a moment ago when I said that tyranny is the normal state of affairs for how people are governed, how is it exercised? Through fear. Always through fear. Fear is the method that causes division. And
come on, fear is devil food. So he said tyranny is how all of these empires govern. Tyranny is chaos, right? Confusion. Who's the author? Hasatan, right? And he says, what is the method for it? Fear. Listen clearly. He's correct. Now, hold on.
And division is the fuel of power. How is it exercised? Through fear. Always through fear. Fear is the method that causes division. And division is the fuel of power. Meaning you want the population to be divided. You want the left and the right. You want the Trumpers and the Democrats and the forever Trumpers and the never Trumpers. Division is the fuel that all world leaders relish. I give you the example.
Divide and conquer, fear, confusion. Let's go. Tyranny. Listen.
In the cleanest terms, the king and the queen look over the castle wall, and when they see their subjects fighting, they high-five each other. Because if they're fighting with each other, they're not coming over the wall, and there's always a wall. But if they're not fighting with each other, that's a big problem. Because then they're coming over the wall. Because everybody knows in their heart, wait a minute, these fuckers are living in absolute luxury.
He said the king and queen look over the wall and the subjects are fighting and they know that everything is working well. Because as long as there's confusion, as long as there's chaos, conflict, Hegelian dialect, right? So she wasn't here earlier too. That makes sense. So you missed the beginning part, my cherie, with the Hegelian dialect teaching. She said, talk about being of this earth. Hold on, let me see what she wrote. What does the Most High think? With free will of our, we woke that, so you late. That's kind of why so what you just did, my cherie, you jumped into a lesson at like the end, and we broke down free will. We went to the skull and bones. We went through the Hegelian dialect of the synthesis, antithesis, thesis. It's so much that we broke down. So yeah, so you're gonna have to, after it's over, when you watch the lesson over again, then you could kind of catch up. But we kind of broke that down in this lesson already. Talk about being of this earth. What does the Most High think? With free will of our time. Yeah, we broke all that down with our free will. Facts. Yeah, that's how you know. I'm about to pop you, my cherie. I'm like, you know better to show up to the class late too. You know what you're doing, right? You done walked into class 2 hours late, and then you standing there, everybody like, would you stop? Girl, you're gonna have to go back and read the notes. We broke down so much. All right. So yeah, we done went somewhere. You know how we are. You should know better than that. All right, let's go. But I'm glad you're here. Just don't. You can always come late. I'm glad you're here, and you can always say whatever it is you want. Don't ever feel like I welcome any discourse and any discussion, and praise the Most High. All right, and I know you're his righteous daughter trying to seek the truth and expose the dark. I know that's right. Like we all in this fight together. All right, so watch this. He about to show something really good in a second, and then it's finishing out. Sorry, guys, it's kind of we weren't going long, but it's finishing out.
Well, I can't afford to feed my kids. If they're fighting with each other, they're not coming over the wall, and there's always a wall. But if they're not fighting with each other,
I like that. He said the king and queen and these elites, dark elites, these powers. As long as the subjects, us, we fighting the woke versus the right, the black versus the white, the this versus the that, then they're not going to come at us over the wall, and there's always a wall dividing, right? Let's continue.
That's a big problem, because then they're coming over the wall, because everybody knows in their heart, wait a minute.
So if they ever stop fighting, start paying attention to us, then that's a problem, because then they're going to start questioning us. They're coming over the wall.
Are living in absolute luxury while I can't afford to feed my kids. They're motorcades, and today and in those days they're beautiful ornate wagons pulled by a bunch of horses go by and splatter mud on me in the street. What really is the difference? I mean, royalty is such a bullshit scam.
So what happens to the Western world if we're in a declining empire?
I'll give you the optimistic version because I have a dear friend, happens to live in Cape Town, who helps me with this sometimes. Because like anybody, when I look a lot at what happens, I can get discouraged.
Like he said, America is a declining. It's on the empire, the decline. He's correct, because the most my cherie, because the Most High is cooking. Yeah. All of these empires are on the decline. I don't care how much technology, how much weapons, how much stuff they get. He sees the bigger picture. It's on the decline, all of it, because it's imploding. Because the Most High is cooking, and most people don't know it. The Most High is causing all the fires, all of this, all of that, everything. He's doing it all, and most people don't even see his hand. Oh yeah, let Yah cook. Facts. All right, watch this.
Get cynical. It's not a good place to live. I think, Tony, maybe even happens. I can get discouraged. Dear friend happens to live in Cape Town, who helps me with this sometimes, because like anybody, when I look a lot at what happens, I can get discouraged. I can get cynical. It's not a good place to live. I think, Tony, maybe even he said it on your show, Tony Robbins, which is, that what you focus on will determine the quality of your life. So I can focus on the pharma companies and all the shit they're doing, or I can focus on the beauty of nature and spend more time in nature and spend more time with my kids, etc. So my optimistic answer, which comes from a dear friend.
Now you hear what he said? He said with the Western, with the countries declining, empires declining, he said Like it depends on where you focus your energy. Listen, my Cherie. He said, I can focus on Epstein. I can focus on, man, woe is this and woe is that and down with this. I'm woke. I'm the woke white left and I'm the ultra conservative. I'm this. I'm MAGA. I'm this. I'm that. I can focus on this. Or he said he chooses to focus on the animals, the earth, the gardens, his children. You know what I choose to focus on? Do I got to tell y'all? Come on, my Cherie. Where's your focus? Attention is the new currency. Guess where my focus is? The Most High. You heard? I'm about my Father's business. I live every day of my life in complete focus with the Father and his instructions and guidance to what I am to do. If your focus, put your mind, what you believe you will achieve. So if you focus on the wrong things, then you're going to get the wrong things. He is correct. My focus is on the Most High. And that's why I'm trying to get all y'all to focus on our Father, focus on his righteousness, focus on everything on him and all things. Let's go back what he said. Watch this.
Will determine, live in Cape Town, who helps me with this sometimes, because like anybody, when I look a lot at what happens, I can get discouraged. I can get cynical. It's not a good place to live. I think Tony, maybe he said it on your show, Tony Robbins, which is, that what you focus on will determine the quality of your life. So I can focus on the pharma companies and all the shit they're doing, or I can focus on the beauty of nature and spend more time in nature and spend more time with my kids, etc. So my optimistic answer, which comes from a dear friend, Nick Hudson in Cape Town, is that even if empires decay, and social decay is outside this studio. It's in London, it's in New York, it's in Los Angeles, it's in Seattle, it's in Portland. It's unavoidable. Take a drive in Los Angeles. You know it. Every freeway on-ramp, not some, every single one of them has tents underneath it with people living there. That is not good news. And so, but here's the good news part of it, the optimistic part of it, is that survival and thriving always prevails, and it does not rely on these systems, meaning you are who you are. In the spiritual sense or in the scientific sense, whatever way you want to look at yourself as a collection of energy that doesn't need that body, by the way, right? The energy doesn't go anywhere when that body's done, meaning the energy is still there. It's not destructible.
He keeps calling it intuition energy. That's your spirit. Spirit doesn't need the body, well, not to live forever, because the spirit lives forever. He's correct. But it's not energy, it's the spirit.
And so it's indestructible. So you are this being, this awareness, this consciousness. And if around us, when we go outside here today, all the buildings are gone and social decay has accelerated, are we going to be okay? And the answer is yes. What happens? Now we're living in the forest. And now I say, Stephen, you're pretty good at carpentry, right? Come join us. And you say, you're good at planting sweet potatoes? We need some of that. Let's do that. And small populations of people begin again, commence again, even after nuclear war, after a variety of things. And I know it's crazy to some people, but I take my hope and my optimism from that fact, which is that it doesn't rely upon the electricity working. It doesn't rely upon the plumbing working and the sewage system working, that eventually there's enough of the earth, natural earth, for us to do what has happened before, which is start again. Give you a very fast aspect of this.
Did y'all hear that analogy? That's why I said over listening to the fullness of his thoughts, his beliefs, and how he's living his life, if it's true everything he's saying, this is a righteous man. Because there is no unrighteousness in none of it. None of it. He might not be saying my father's name. He might not be saying, he's saying intuition. He's saying energy. But he's saying, like, I don't need none of them Yeah, I heard reset too. He said, back to the earth, back to living in small villages, back to living from the fruits of the field. The herbs of the ground shall be to you for healing, and the fruits of the trees shall be to you for meat. Back to, right? Yeah, all I hear is the fruit of my father through this whole thing. That's why I was like, because I listened, because I chopped it up. This was long. It was like 2 hours or something. So I had to get a lot of fluffy. I got all the fluff out. We'd be here 9, 10 hours, right? But I'm like, all I hear is fruits of my father. All through this, bro. All through this. All through this.
My hope and my optimism from that fact, which is that it doesn't rely upon the electricity working. It doesn't rely upon the plumbing working and the sewage system working, that eventually there's enough of the earth, natural earth, for us to do what has happened before, which is start again. Give you a very fast aspect of this. 1,000 years ago,
just like he wanted in the first place. That's back to his original covenant before sin and transgression. Let's continue.
1,000 little governments. There's shoguns in Japan. There's village war, which is start again. Give you a very fast aspect of this. 1,000 years ago, there's 1,000 little governments. There's shoguns in Japan. There's villages. The guy has 300 people and he's the chief. Then it becomes what it was in your life and my life, which is about 190 countries. But those 190 countries are really about 5 power centers. Right? There's NATO, there's Brexit, there's the oil-producing countries, and eventually that 5 power centers will come to 2 power centers.
Woo!
The West, U.S., and China is my prediction, but it'll be somebody else's prediction, can do it differently. And then those 2 fuckers are standing in a room together, and one has to kill the other. That's the course of history.
Did you see what he just said? Did he just not break down my whole the other one, my geopolitical? I've been telling y'all, he just literally said it. It might be China, it might be Russia, whatever one for the Eastern Hemisphere who become their top. America, we already get that. It's them 2, and then they're going to go to be who's going to be the one, and that's the one world thing. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. All right, watch this.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes in that 5 power centers will come to 2 power centers. The West, U.S., and China is my prediction, but it'll be somebody else's prediction, can do it differently. And then those 2 fuckers are standing in a room together, and one has to kill the other. That's the course of history. That's how it goes. That's how it goes in every geographical area in history, which is we've got 30 villages, and if I can find your village, we'll take the women, we'll take the children, and we'll kill the men. And it's just a matter of math. How many of there are of you, and how many are there of our group? We are currently at war with Russia.
Oh, come on, Unbothered Movement. This one, this boy dropping it. This boy dropping it. Everything I'm telling y'all. Now listen clearly. I said that. Everybody was saying stuff like, when they're trying to start World War III, right? And I told them, I said, we already in World War III. Everybody, we already in the war, but y'all just don't know it yet. I've been teaching this for months and months, and when it's geopolitical, right? When I first started the geopolitical, when I said they are battling for the head of the one world order. They're already battling, right? So these little skirmishes, they're battling for the oil, they're battling for the mineral, they're battling for the geopolitical positioning of the East and Western Hemisphere, who's the top. They already in World War III. Guys, World War III ain't gonna be played out with shooting because everybody got nuclear arms. This is how the World War III plays out. They're bro, I swear. My Cherie, when you rewind at the beginning of his part of the clip, because we showed 2 clips, it says his name. I can't remember it right now. So at the beginning, whenever you get back, you get time, you go to the beginning of his part of the lesson, it says his name at the beginning. All right.
which is we've got 30 villages, and if I can find your village, we'll take the women, we'll take the children, and we'll kill the men.
And that's because this is a world, the second world of beasts, sin and iniquity. And that's why all kingdoms, he is correct. He said they're going to come in, take the women, take the children. Great. That's what every little villages to big villages, South Africa, North Africa, Caribbean, wherever. They just, it's like from ancient times, nothing new under the sun. It's tyranny, it's conflict, it's devils. And that's why the world is given over to the darkness, and the remnant is righteous. You understand? There's a small amount on the earth who are the children of the Father in spirit and truth, that are righteous light in this dark second world. Be ye the light, children of the Most High. Let's go. Let's close this out with a bang. Let's close this out with a bang.
And it's just a matter of math. How many of there are of you, and how many are there of our group? We are currently at war with Russia. We are not supporting the war in Ukraine only. We are at war with Russia because we are providing satellite information, electronic warfare strategies, drone strategies, providing targeting information, and that is war today. That is war. War is not just the guys on the battlefield with rifles. That's the low-end element. The high-end element is supersonic missiles, which Russia has, and the high-end element is intel and satellite technology and the wide variety of things that are going on, some of which aren't even in the news, by the way, that go on in Russia and they say, oh, shit. Or that go on in Ukraine and they say, oh, shit, the Russians have figured out that thing. But the U.S. is so far beyond other countries in the world in terms of technology. And so that is war with Russia. And you could say that our war with North Vietnam was war with China. But now there's just no question about it. So that was a long answer, Stephen, to say I want to get your imagination closer. We're already at war with Russia.
Speaking of crazy weapons, I was reading about a story where you did a tour with the CIA and they showed you a mechanical dragonfly.
Yeah,
with a battery. What did they show you?
Well, I've had a lot to do with the agency that's been public over the years, and I was giving a talk, and then afterwards, they took me on a tour to a CIA museum. They showed me a lot of things. Oh, here's the helmet that was worn by that pilot who was shot down over Russia, named Powers. All kinds of interesting memorabilia, and one of them was a little dragonfly, the size of a dragonfly, and it was mechanical. And I looked at.
Y'all see him do his hand thing again? Right? You see him do his hand thing again? Now, what? Come on, good word. She said, Russia is currently in the dark, no satellite at all. Telegram is down, and Putin is unaliving his generals. That's because the Most High is causing them to implode each other. Now, listen clearly. This is called the Insectohopter. It was a miniature aerial vehicle developed by the CIA. It was hand-painted to look like a dragonfly. Now, what he's talking about, guys. He's saying they invited him to CIA. For those who don't know, who didn't watch, you got to go back. This dude runs the security of the top elite of the world. This dude, right? Now watch this. Watch this. This is my cherie, because that's why he said America's technology, you have no idea, right? That's why I showed the military stuff. All right, now watch this, guys.
Named Powers, all kinds of interesting memorabilia. And one of them was a little dragonfly, the size of a dragonfly, and it was mechanical. And I looked at it real closely and thought, wow, that's really fantastic. It's very interesting. And he said, you don't have any questions at all? I said, no, I mean, I get it. And he said, why don't you ask me when it was built? And I said, okay, when was it built? 1967. In 1967, before we had any miniaturized electronics or motorization, the CIA had built that little thing.
Now, ma cherie, do you hear that? See, another part of America's tactics is secrecy, right? So, people be like, well, China is more advanced. China got this and they got that. Let me explain something to y'all. America, back in the 50s, when they caught Area 51 with the fallen angel, whatever these alien devils they found, And they got the technology to make those stealth bombers, the one that look like Nephilim. Do y'all not understand others don't have that technology? America got fallen angel technology from what's the name? From the Anunnaki, from the pyramid stuff. That's why they went into Iraq with Saddam Hussein. They got, what's his name? Gilgamesh. No, not Gilgamesh. Nimrod's head from Babylon. So they get in, they be looking for their ancient gods, and they they got temples too. Like, it's crazy, bro. All right? So understand. So a part of America's real darkest stuff is secrecy. That's why we got these secret societies and stuff, right? So they built that dragonfly in the 60s, bro. Now listen clearly. This dude is like, where do you think this was built? Let me tell you another tactic about America. Whatever they show you, you multiply it times 1,000. Whenever they show you. So if they had these little insect copters, dragonflies that would fly in and do it in the 60s, that's why Trump said they got stuff he can't even imagine. He like, Trump, because Trump wasn't a politician. Trump came from, he was a real estate developer, and then he was a TV, he came to be a real estate dude and all that. He a big mogul and doing all that. I'm saying he righteous, unrighteous. I'm just saying he wasn't born in the political stuff, right? So he is saying like, Trump always say stuff too, right? Trump just speaking stuff. I actually like that about him, that he speaks his mind, right? They don't like that. They've been trying to control him for a while with that. They got him a little better now. First presidency, they couldn't control him for nothing. He just say it, right? So Trump is like, Trump is like, y'all won't believe what they got. They got stuff I can't even explain what they got. So again, thank you. 50 years ahead of anything they show us. Now watch this. Go back a little.
Was a little dragonfly, the size of a dragonfly. So here's the helmet that was worn by that pilot who was shot down over Russia named Powers, all kinds of interesting memorabilia. And one of them was a little dragonfly, the size of a dragonfly, and it was mechanical. And I looked at...
So this was like memorabilia when they showed them this. They would show them, this is from there. This is like their museum of art. They're like, this is in the museum that we had this in the 60s. Bro, and guess what? Area 59 and stuff was what? That 60s stuff. Let's continue.
Memorabilia. And one of them was a little dragonfly, the size of a dragonfly, and it was mechanical. And I looked at it real closely and thought, wow, that's really fantastic. It's very interesting. And he said, you don't have any questions at all? I said, no, I mean, I get it. And he said, why don't you ask me when it was built? And I said, okay, when was it built? 1967. In 1967, before we had any miniaturized electronics or motorization, the CIA had built that little thing. And it was a little camera that would fly around in here as a dragonfly and then fly home. And I don't know how many pictures it held, but it's an interesting piece I want to share with you about AI, which is people.
So in 1967, they had a dragonfly that can fly in, film, record everything, and after they can equip it to spray stuff to do. So if they made the dragonfly, so let's go forward, they reduced it, because dragonflies are big, you can see. So they reduced it to a fly, they reduced it to a gnat, right? And it can record, spray, shoot, right? Come on, guys. All right, let's continue.
People wonder, how sophisticated is AI and where is it? My belief is that everything I want to share with you about AI, which is people wonder, how sophisticated is AI and where is it? My belief is that everything we have access to, like AI, we probably have something that the U.S. intelligence had 10 years ago. We're probably dealing with something quite old already.
I'm just looking at a picture of this dragonfly.
Oh, I didn't even know it was public.
That's
the fucker. There he is.
This little thing here.
Yeah.
And, this was made, as you say, 50 years ago. So one can only imagine the type of technology they have now.
Oh, of course.
So the host looked it up, and he said he didn't even know it was public. And he's correct. Imagine the technology.
I mean, they don't even need to fly a Dragonfly in because we have all these electronic devices.
Of course, they can turn on our devices, probably your watch if it's an Apple Watch, but certainly your phone. We are participating in, I won't even call it an experiment, but a process that you read 1984, I'm sure, and most of your audience did. I was very heartened during the beginning of COVID that 1984.
So there's a book, and I think it was a movie too. It's called 1984 by Orwell. And it was a book built on the extreme surveillance, propaganda, and censorship. The party controls everything. Totalitarianism, like the government. It was like Orwell theory, 1984, right? And the crazy thing is that's 1984, I'm an elder. That's when they released the crack into New York. They started on it in, I think, 81 with the freebase in Cali. But by the time 83, I remember 84 is when it was really big, when they released the crack into the hood. It went from Cali, hit New York, and then it started spreading across the country and destroying. You talk about Orwell novel, that crack zombie era was insanity, bro. You had to be there to experience the insanity of walking zombies, bro. It was insanity. Unleashed. They unleashed a beast. And when I seen this 1984, I'm like, I never forget 1984 because it was so bad, bro. That was the height of the darkness of the crack. It was in a full-fledged. So by the time 1984 came, those who started to smoke the crack in the streets was in a full zombie now. It had enough time to make them sucked and sores and hair falling out and teeth, and it looked like Night of the Living Dead. And we have never seen such a thing ever in history. You understand? There was never such a thing unleashed on the American public. All right? And I'm like, wow, that Orwell. So it says the party controls everything. History is rewritten to match the party narrative, the government's narrative, and there is a loss of individual freedom. During the COVID-19 pandemic, sales of 1984 saw a significant increase.
Became the 17th best-selling book in the world. I was very heartened during the beginning of COVID that 1984 became the 17th best-selling book in the world in the English language. Telling me, people are paying attention. They see that what they're experiencing here has a degree of 1984 to it. I think all science fiction stories come true. I really do. I see it time after time. Because with AI and social media and other things, we actually are challenged to know what is real and what is not real. Did Trump really make that speech, or is it an AI film? Did that really happen, or is that real, what I'm looking at? The cat really did that, or is that an AI film? And we are challenged now to understand and choose, I would say, what's real and what's not real. And that challenge has beauty in it, because it's making, for me...
A cut from a different cloth. Those movies are all real. What those movies are is showing us what they are doing, have done, and will do. And they have to expose everything, because that's the laws of the Shamayam, the heaven. The darkness has to expose it, and we have to, with our free will, deny it, receive it, prepare, or ignore it. Act like it's just a movie, but they have to. So all those movies are all real. Every last one. That's why I watch these movies. And I've been going back to watch the old ones, because everything coming to pass. And they show you everything in the movies. They got to. They have no choice but to show you. So they all real. Y'all better start getting your movie on and get y'all discernment on and watch these serpents showing you what they're doing. Praise the Most High. Get your righteous on. You heard? That part first and foremost. Your relationship with our Father.
It's making me question reality itself. In other words, I'm questioning what really matters to me and what will I call real? And I'll give you some examples. I'll call touch real. Hug you, shake your hand. I'll call that real. Nature, time in a park, time with animals, my time with cats and dogs, unbelievably important to me because I trust those fuckers. Right? I believe that cat.
He's funny when he cuss. But you see, I keep hearing my father in this man. I'm sorry. I don't know. I discern, and I've been, I'm watching him for hours, and all I hear, even though he don't speak my language, he don't speak, but I hear myself, my love of my father, love of the plant, the love of the animals, the love of the earth, the natural. I hear the distaste for the empires and the darkness. I hear my brother. I'm just sorry. That's what I hear. All right, let's continue.
Use some examples. I'll call touch real. Hug you, shake your hand. I'll call that real. Nature, time in a park, time with animals, my time with cats and dogs, unbelievably important to me because I trust those fuckers. Right? I believe that cat means business. This is what it's doing. If it wants to be on my chest purring, it wants to be on my chest purring. And if it doesn't, she's out of there.
It's
right?
a CIA cat.
And so, and children are the same thing.
You get to this dead internet theory where like everything you see is
and children are the same thing.
either written by, produced by AI. Therefore, our level of skepticism just raises to the point that we don't trust anything we're seeing. You're saying that that's actually a good thing for us because it makes us question what we're seeing again and revert to real things that are irreplaceably human.
Yes, I think it's good I think it's spiritually good for us to redefine reality as opposed to, take me back 20 years in my life and possibly yours, what did I believe? Everything the government said. Every official narrative. Why wouldn't I believe it?
Do you think there's any downside to our lost in trust in institutions?
Well, I have
Yo, I like your statement. Paul from Newcastle. I wonder if is that Newcastle, Delaware? I wonder which Newcastle that is. But anyway, he said 1984, if you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stomping on a human face forever. Now look at the map of Italy. That's the Romans. When you go through our breakdown, of Roma and ancient Hellenes in there, and you'll know the Romans was the biggest gangsters, the ditties of them all, of all the kings. The Romans is the one that named everybody exonyms, right? The Romans would conquer you. The Greeks was never called Greeks. They were called Hellenes. Roman went in there and called them Greeks. It was a slur. They called the followers of the way Christians. And the Romans are nasty. But I like that. He said that big boot, that's Roma. The Romans is nothing to play with. They diddy stuff. All right, let's continue.
such a negative view of big centralized institutions said. Every official narrative. Why wouldn't I believe it?
Do you think there's any downside to our lost in trust in institutions?
No.
Well, I have such a negative view of big centralized institutions.
Why?
Because I think what happens when a very good number of people to live together is about 300. And what I base that on is Fiji, where I live a lot, villages are about 300 people. There's a chief who lives with them. He doesn't get special treatment. He's not carried around in a gold chariot. He's got to eat the same food they do. And he is generally benevolent. And because the beauty of the Fijian village, and I encourage you to go and all your viewers to go. Don't all go on the same day because you'll fuck up Fiji, but go anyway. The beauty of the Fijian village is that people will be born and grow up and get married and have children and die all in the same house and all with the same people. That's fantastic, because what they don't get that I get in my life and you get is the engagement with all these anonymous people that don't matter, right? The waiter is just a snapshot to me, not a real person I'm sitting down with. I like to, by the way, really engage with people at the expense of the friends I'm with very often. I'm really curious about people, the Uber driver. I'm curious. But I know that this is a temporary relationship. In the Fijian village, It's not a temporary relationship. I believe in small populations for governance, and I believe in.
He's talking about homestead. He said a village should be really no more than 300, because once you, a tribe. He's talking about once you go above a certain number, then it becomes like a city. It becomes a principality. A spirit takes over. He is correct. Your small simplicity and numbers. He's correct. He's talking about a tribe.
Subsidiarity, a word you probably don't know. I only learned it about a year ago from a dear friend in Cape Town. Subsidiarity means government at the most local possible level. In village, it's not a temporary relationship. I believe in small populations for governance, and I believe in subsidiarity, a word you probably don't know. I only learned it about a year ago from a dear friend in Cape Town. Subsidiarity means government at the most local possible level. So if it's an issue regarding building permit, that ought to be city or county. Nothing to do with Washington, D.C. If it's an issue regarding interstate commerce, okay, maybe we need a little Washington, D.C., we need a little state involved. But government at the most local possible level, so that I can come over to your house, Stephen, and say, why did you not approve my building permit? Or so I can meet you in the restaurant where we see each other every morning, where our kids go to school together. I don't believe centralized government works, and I think further that centralized government is our enemy. It is the enemy of citizens.
Facts. Centralized government is the enemy of the people. He's shout out to Paul from Newcastle in the United Kingdom. Shout out to United Kingdom in the building. I didn't know there's a Newcastle out there. Shout out to England in the building. We got some of our ministry members, Brother Paul from the United Kingdom as well. Right? We got quite a few of our brothers and sisters live in the United Kingdom in our ministry, in England and everywhere. All right, in our ministry. All right. Now, so that was the brother. I can't remember his name now. It's somewhere. Maybe I could find it really quick at the beginning of this thing, because y'all wanted to. A lot of people like, what is his name? Dag. Somewhere right here.
To get away the minute you become the masculine.
Yes, sometimes there's a very nice, like in my life, and I suspect in yours too, there's often a very straight line between certain childhood experiences.
Hold on, what happened? Oh, that wasn't the beginning. I was like, what happened? That wasn't the beginning. This is the beginning. There you go. Where's his name at? Oh, it's the beginning. It's the beginning of the video. Gavin D. Becker. There is his name. 7:45 a.m. I know I need to be shutting this down. People in the United Kingdom waking up like, Unc live. That's what some of our ministry members be waking up like, Unc still alive. Gavin De Becker, that's his name, guys. What a great breakdown. Whew. So I ain't gonna do no more, right? But the relationship with the Holy Spirit, the Rayak Hayakadash. So we broke down, right? We broke down and stop share. I know I'm like, it's finally over. We went long. We've been going long lately, man. The Most High is like. So this was Epstein, Johnson & Johnson, Skull and Bones, Billionaire Power. I was going to show a little clip of something funny with Trump, but I ain't going to do it now because we're going to close out. Hidden networks, and we touched it all, right? Epstein, Johnson, Trump. Y'all got your Skull and Bones. We got everything, but we got the fruit of the Most High to prepare. So the Holy Spirit, he called it intuition. It's the Holy Spirit. You learned about the Hegelian dialect, right? The thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis. And this is the conflict that they create, and they're like born a new entity out of the conflict, right? They cause the chaos and then born a new entity out of the chaos, out of the confusion. But who's the author of confusion? Hasatan. So that meant whatever comes out of that confusion and chaos is not going to be of the Most High. It's going to be of Hasatan. Your intuition is the Holy Spirit. It's the Haya Kadash. I know y'all like, huh? The Ha? Right? Right? That's how you say Holy Spirit. And the reason why that's called, because the original Hebrew has meanings. to the left. So it describes what it's about, right? So let me do this. I'm gonna close right here. I'm gonna do this for y'all really quick, right? I did this for y'all. Stop share. So maybe I could show y'all this really fast, then we're gonna close right now. All right, so come back to y'all and bang, share screen,
Excuse
window,
me.
bang. Uh-huh.
Um, we had one question. It was about the thumbnail. Amanda asks, "Did you make the thumbnail or AI?" I mean, no
I
offense, just wanted to know a
no no
short
no no.
source.
So I do. So I one day I'm gonna show you my process. That one took me 6 hours. It's my perfectionist thing. It hurts me, right? So I use AI to start a process, right? But AI can't make what my thumbnail is. So I use AI to start making the process like the DNA symbol and that thing, right? And I gotta keep prompting to get what I want, right? Then once it gives me a foundation, then I take that foundation and then I start in my Photoshop, my editing program, I start adding, deleting, mixing, and I make the thumbnail. So a lot of times I'll show you the way it looks from the beginning. And when I show you afterwards, you'll be like, dang, bro, you bought that from that? Yeah. So one day I'm going to film myself doing it, but I'm going to have to do like a time lapse because it takes me hours. And this one took me 6 hours, and that's not good. I need to chop it down to at least three. I'm doing 2 hours, but I don't think I'm too much a perfectionist to get it done in 2 hours. But if I can get it down to 3 hours, I know y'all like 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours. This one took six, right? Because I kept at it. I kept at it. I kept at it. So like I add these things. So like in the thumbnail, you see uh this. Let me start share. You see this image, right? Share. Share screen window, and then I'm gonna get back so we can close out share, right? So so when I show the thumbnail, you see the little part right here with the people and the skull and bones. That's this. So I squeezed this, cropped it, put it into the thing. I'll show you how I do it one time. It's a whole artistic thing, and so that's why I can have thumbnails that can never be replicated because AI can't create what I'm creating. But I do use AI to help with the foundation. Before I didn't. I used to do them all just straight by myself, but now I can even go further and get like all that other crazy looking intricate stuff, right? So let me see. I think where's it's in documents. I could do that, right? Let me show you something. And then I'm gonna close out with that thing, right? Just to show what I'm talking about. So I got it to do this, right? Why does that say documents? What is that? Oh, that's a different documents. Where's my documents, bro? What are you doing, bro? What? Downloads. Oh, I said documents. Downloads, bro. I'm tripping. That's because I'm tired now. So, where is it? I got it to do, where is it? This, right here. Double click. I think it's this one. Yeah. So, the first thing I did was get it to do this. Stop share, right? Which takes a while because they don't, you gotta prompt, you gotta get it to do it. It's a skill set to get it to do this level, right? All right, good. Y'all can see that. So see, I got the toxic waste. I got the guys over here, big pharma, right? Now this, if I wasn't a perfectionist, I could have just made this the thumbnail. That would have been maybe an hour, no, maybe half an hour for me to keep prompting to get it to give me this, right? Because it won't, you gotta, right? But I'm such a perfectionist, so I just keep going, right? And then I got this, right? That's really dope, right? And then I got it to give me this, and then I kept going, and I got it to give me this. See? See how they look so different? right? Then I kept going. I got it to give me this. Then I kept going. And now I want to bring, so when I do it, I need to bring an element of like the darkness. So I got it to give me this, right? And that's where I got my third eye thing. Remember I said the table with the seats, right? And the darkness. And then that was another one. I got to give me this, right? I'm probably going to use one of those another time. And see now, look. And see now I start to put it together. So you see? So now I got this and I merged the two. I picked that other one and I was able to merge and blend. Now this is me doing it, right? AI can't do this. They don't, right? So I'm merging, and if I show y'all gonna be like, dang, bro, that's crazy. The work that it takes to do this, right? And then I continued, and yeah, I think that's different levels of it. Then I put my thing over the top, my red border, and then I continued, and later I added Epstein down here. And then I added the skull and bones in this section right here. I place it there. So anyway, it's just a lot of work. It was 6 hours to do in that one. All right, so let me stop sharing. Let me show y'all a thing so we can close out. Share screen, because it's going to be important what I'm about to show y'all to close out. Window, bang, share. Y'all about to learn something. Share screen, because the brother was talking about intuition. Share. Now this right here is the word. It's a Hebrew word, Habariah word, not Hebrew, not Canaanite Hebrew, not Paleo, not Yiddish. Habariah, the original pictograph word language that was taken at the Tower of Babel, that the Most High said he would restore at the end, right? It's Raya, Haya, Kadash, Ha, right? This word says the Holy Spirit. This is how you say the Holy Spirit in the original Habariah. Now, in the Canaanite Hebrew, they'll say Ruach HaKodesh, right? That's not actual Habariah. That's not Hebrew. That's there you go. See, this is the Canaanite Hebrew. Ruach HaKodesh. Ain't no holes in Hebrew. I'm sorry, but there's no holes in the Habariah, in the language. Okay? There is no Ho Kodesh, right? Now, and I understand some of us learned it, but we learned the Paleo Canaanite Hebrew. The Ho is Ugarit. No, that's Phoenician. The Ho was the last vowels, right? Ain't no holes, right? Sorry. And Kadesh is how the Canaanites say set apart. Holy in the Canaanite Hebrew is the word Kadesh, right? But that's not Quadesh. It's with a Kayaf, okay, Kadesh. But I used to say Ruach HaKodesh too. The Ruach HaKodesh. We got songs with it, right? But we were learning as I learned this language, the tongue, right? Now, the yes, there was a Q. So the Q is a Kayaf. That's the mouth. I'm gonna show you. Matter of fact, I can show you. So, because there was 22 Adiyat letters. First there was 19. The Q is one of them. Yes. So all right. So I'm gonna show y'all this because others say this one too. Hold on. Let me move it over. I think it's another one. Yep. There you go. Ruach HaKodesh. So some will say Ruach HaKodesh. Then some will say Ruach HaKodesh or HaKodesh. Right? I remember I used to say HaKodesh, right? HaKodesh, right? All right. So let me show you this. Stop share. Share screen. Right? This is very important. All right? Bang. Just so y'all can have a basic of understanding. Let me see what y'all see. Window. Bang. Share. Now this is the alphabet. It's called the Aleph Bayat. These are the Adiyats, the letters that our Messiah spoke. All right? He spoke Hebrew. He was a Hebrew. Okay. He spoke Aramaic. He spoke Syriac. These are sister languages. I'm going to show you that in a second. So that right here is the Q for Latin. That's the Kwayaf, Kayaf. Oh, no. Yeah. That's the Kayaf. Yes. That's the Kayaf. Sorry. I was thinking of, all right. So this is the Aliyah, the Baliyah, the Gamayah, the Daliyah, the Hayah. The reason why I'm pointing this out, because the Ruach Hayah Kadash, the reason why the Holy Spirit, this is why this is so important. This means reveal, behold, revelation. This is the breath of the Most High. It's the image of a man with his hands raised to the Father in praise of revealing. The reason why this looks like it's one leg, because that's the seed of man, of Yah. That's this, the Nayan. Know why this looked like a sperm? Because this is the seed of Yah in man, right? So these are the Adiyat's letters. These are spirits. This is the door, the Daliyat. When the Messiah says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, he said, I am the Daliyat. This is the path, the door, the way. This is the Gamayah. This is the walking, the journey on the path, through the door, to reveal Messiah. This is the Wayah, but that's another lesson. I just want to give y'all a basic. I'm staying right here. Yep, from right to left. All right? Now, this is the Aliyah to the Tayyat. When he says, I'm the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending. This is where the alphabets come from. The Greek, that's where they get Alpha and Omega. Alphabet is the A to Z, Aleph to the Tayyat, right? Now, in the Canaanite Hebrew, they'll say Aleph, Gimel, Dalet, Beat, Aleph, Beat, Gimel with an I, Dalet, Hey, right? None of that those vowels are not in, it's Alayaf, Bayat, Gamayah, Dalayat, Hayah. Now, this Hayah is the H. And this Yod, this is where they get Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey. Everybody listen clearly. This is where those who say they're the tribe of Judah are not, who won't speak the name, do use the tetragrammaton. This is a Yayad. It ain't no Yod. It's Yad. Do you not know you're a Yad? It's like the tribe of Yaada from Yarashalam, Judah. Ain't no J-E-W nothing. Ain't no Yod, none of that. It's the Yad, Ha, Wav, Ha. That's this, right? So that's where you get, and this is the pictograph. Now in the what you call that? The paleo, they got these squiggly lines. That's when you start doing fallen angel stuff, right? All right, so anyway, because all of these denotes agriculture, path, doors, house, ox, the walking path, the arm. This is the mighty hand, Kayaf. This is the ion, all right? Now, no, this is the fire. Yeah, that's what I was mixing up. Kayaf and fire. The mouth is the fire. The Kayaf is not the mouth. Sorry, fire is the mouth. That's this one, and that's the eye. All right, the ion. All right, so anyway, so that's where they get the Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey. They say you can't say his name. The devil's a lie. The Most High said, say my name forever. All right, his name is Yah, Wah, A, Ha. Ya'ad, Alayah, Hayah. But anyway, let me stick with, I'm sticking with the Holy Spirit, because he was talking about the intuition in the lesson and forming a relationship. So I want to show y'all what it is. That's that. That's that right there. Yad, Ha, Wav, Ha. Right? That's the Wav. And the Wav was one of the last letters added, because this is when the Messiah had to come down. Because before that, this letter didn't exist. That's why the W, this is a Wav, and the V. Before the W and the V, it was a Bayat. That's why even in the Spanish languages, they replaced, before they had a V, they had a B. So that's why you'll hear some of the Latin languages, they'll still use a B in place of a V. So for those who speak Latin languages, Spanish and stuff, you understand, these are ancient tongues. So before there was a W and a V, there was a Bayat, right? That's why some would say the word love is ahavaya, ahava, right? Ahava with a V, but it's actually ahaba, ahabaya, right? Because before there was a vav, there was a B. So this wav was a V and it was a W, right? The wav, but that's the Messiah. It's a tent peg, a stake. This is the stake, stent peg, where they pegged them to the tree, hung them from the tree. So when he came, then this letter was manifested. This is, all right. So anyway, that's a whole nother lesson. But let me get back to the Haya. All right. So that's the pictograph image of the Habariya Hebrew word Haya, to reveal, to behold. Okay. So this stuff is very key and important. It means to look, to behold, to reveal. It's to express, to show. Also used as the word the. That's why the word ha is the shorten of haya, is what we use for the word the, right? Ha. That's why I say ruach ho kodesh, right? It ain't no ho. Ain't no holes in the Mossad's tongue. It's ha. And it comes to shortened letter ha, haya. So it's the fifth letter of the Hebrew Aleph Bayah alphabet. All right. And it's a pictograph of a man with his arms outstretched, showing praise, pointing up to the Father. Okay. This is the revealing spirit. It means to behold. Okay. It means to be revealed. All right. This is what the Father reveals. All right. And each of these adiyats or letters, are actually live spirits, like our Bible is alive. And they fight on our behalf. All right. And if you're in sin and transgression, then you're going to get the complete opposite of what they are fighting for. All right. Like anything else, the Most High creates completion. All right. So that's why you have to be very careful and speaking the holy set apart tongue. That's why he took it away at the Tower of Babel, because he said, if I don't confound them, they'll be able to do all things. They accomplish all things. So at the Tower of Babel, he confounded the tongues and dispersed them, because there's power in these adiyats. Do you understand? So you have to, this is nothing to play with. Okay. Now, so it's a cleansing. Look at it as the inner sanctum temple. All right. Because if you call on something and you're not in the right spirit, then you're going to get an equal opposite reaction to they, right? They once you call on it, what you need to be in the correct spirit when you call on. They'll fight on your behalf, but you're in darkness, you're going to get a complete opposite of what you're calling on. All right? That's the spiritual warfare lessons in the heavens of Shamayan. But anyway, I ain't trying to spook y'all or nothing, but I just want to share this is the Haya. Now, let me get back to that word so I can close out. Right? The Haya, the Holy Spirit, the Haya, Ruach Haya Kadash. Stop share. Let me click it again. Right? Stop share. Share screen. And I wanted to do this when it was a lot. You see Hakiyama, I was like, man, I'll do it. I'll be teaching this another time. I want to do, it'd be like 200-300 people here. And I'm like, they can get, all right. So now let me get back to the original, now this word says Holy Spirit. Now let me break it down for you. Ha, that's a shortened version of Haya. That means the, right? Ha, Kadash, or Kadayash, right? That means set apart. This word in Habariya, original Hebrew tongue, means set apart. This means the. Haya means revealing. And Rayat is how you say spirit. It's not Ruach, it's Rayat. Okay? It's Rayat when you're saying the Holy Spirit. Let me explain. When you're just saying a regular spirit, it's Rayat with the het, the CH. It's not, it's ha, Rayat, right? It's not Ruach. The way they say R-U-A-C-H is R-A-Y-A-H-C-H. Rayat. That's for any regular spirits. But the set apart Holy Spirit is the Rayat. That's why it has the MT, the completion, the sign, the mark, the cross, right? That's the Tayah, the last letter, the seal. That's the sealed spirit, the set apart spirit. So this word says the set apart, revealing spirit. Ha Kadash Haya Rayat. Now because we learned our Hebrew kind of backwards, we would say the Rayak Hayakadash, right? The Ruach HaKodesh. That's actually saying spirit revealing, No, spirit revealing, set apart the. So we actually speak it wrong. So it would actually be HaKadash Hayarayat, or yep, HaKadash Hayarayat, instead of Raya Hayakadash. But it sounds easier to say Raya Hayakadash because I'm so used to saying a Ruach HaKodesh because we learned Hebrew backward. We learned it years ago. I learned it backwards when I was learning the Paleo, right? So this is why it's so important, because each of these letters, adiyats, have definitive descriptors that defines. So each letter itself, not only does hayat mean reveal, behold, and all that, then the hayat and then the aleph has, that's the first, the last, the wayav, the mighty arm and of the Most High, right? And then when they put them all together, they come together to form a compounding word. But individual, they have individual meanings. These are each adiyat letters are individual spirits, and you can't replace them. They have a work to do. There's not something that you can replace with no O, because there is no O in our language. You can't replace it with a U, no disrespect, because there's no U. That's Ugarit. That vowels is fallen angels. Do you understand? The Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages was consonantal, no vowels at all. It's all consonants, and it's the ha sound, haya, the breath. Everybody listen. The ha sound of the Habariya tongue, every word, the only sound, there's no vowels, the only sound is ha, because that's the breath of Yah, of the Most High, Haya. So it's ha, everything. There is no hu, ho, ha, he, ha, ho. And the ancient Sumerian, none of the original Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of tongues had any any vowels. It's all consonantal. It's abjads, not abjagitas. It's when you get into Acadia, where you took on the first U, the Akkadians. And the Akkadians are Amorites. And the Most High told us have nothing to do with the fallen Canaanites. But what our ancestors do, we went right following the Canaanites. So that's when we got Yahuwah from Yahweh. Yah, ha, right? Yah, Aleph. So his name is Yah, Aleph, ha. Yah in the book of Psalms says, my name is Yah. When you put the Alephs in between, you'll get, well, Yaha, Yaha, Yah, Yah. So whenever you put something with Yah, it's describing something about him. So if I put Ayah with Yah, I get Yah, Yah. And that means he is Yah, he be Yah, Yah exists, right? So his name is Yah. So anyway, and his name was in everything. All right, so this is the Rayak Hayakadash, right? Now, let me show you something really quick. I'll do it another time. Let me see how many people here. Yeah, still 54 people. That's okay. The Most High's children. All right, we're closing out right now. So I'm gonna show you this really quick, right? So the I gotta find it. Give me a second. Let me go real fast. There. All right, let me just open my folder because I ain't gonna find it that way. All right, I got the folder open. I should. Ancient Picto, yes. So let me double click. So I'm gonna double click that. There we go. So now I'm gonna show you. Stop share. Oh, y'all saw what I was doing? I didn't know y'all could see that. Share screen window. Bang share. So this is ancient Aramaic. Remember they say the Messiah spoke Aramaic? This is the Aleph, Beth, Gamma, Daleth, He, Wav, Zion, Hef, Tef, yeah, see? Aleph, Tau. So this is the Paleo. This is when they start doing the squiggly lines. Now remember, what I just showed y'all, that was this, Hayah. They call it Hey in Canaanite Hebrew, right? And remember, this is for those who know, the Paleo squiggly line, right? And that's supposed to be, where's the Yod supposed to be? They call it Yud, see? In Aramaic, see? In the Canaanite Hebrew, they call it Yod, but it's a Yod. And you see that looks different from the mighty arm. So that'll be Yod, that'll be Yud, He, Wav, He, if you wanted to do the tetragrammaton in Aramaic. This is the original ancient Aramaic script. So if you spoke Hebrew, everybody listen, you would be able to speak Aramaic. That's why they said Jesus spoke Aramaic. Well, duh, he was a Hebrew. He spoke Habariyah. He spoke Hebrew. So if I speak and I see this Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, I know what this means because this is a sister language in the region. You understand? And they got the Mem, that's the Mayam, the water, right? That's the Lamayat, that's the staff, the shepherd's staff, where you pull. The Kayaf is the mighty hand of the Most High, right? Where he says, we have us in the palm of his hand. The Yayad is the mighty arm and hand. Do you understand? The Tet, that's the basket covering the surrounded, right? To gather his children together, right? So the Tayab, they say Tau. So with this, now watch this. Now this is the Assyrian, Syriac letters. And look what we got. Aleph, Beat, Gamma, Dalet, Hey, that's the Hayat again, the Holy Spirit. So I can say Raya, but it will be Hey, Kadash, right? Right? So the same thing, the Wav, that's the 10th peg, right? They got the Noon, that's the seed, okay? So yes, these are sister languages. So of course the Messiah spoke Aramaic. Of course he spoke Assyric, Syriac. Our ancestors did because if you understood our tongue, the Habariyah, then you would understand. The only thing you would have to do is learn what picture groups, what dialects is. This is later that they wrote. But if they say Aleph Beat when they speak, you would understand it because you know what the meanings of Aleph Beat, Gamal, Dalayat, Ha, Wav, Zion, right? And all that. That's Mem, that's the water, Mayam. Okay? That's Shamkaya, okay? All right? So now this is why we have our names, right? What is Lord? I don't know if y'all can see that. I don't know if that played, but anyway, right? So here, now look, this is the Phoenician script. So everybody, now I done took you to Assyrian, I took you to Aramaic. Now I'm taking you to Phoenicia. Look at the Phoenicians. Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Daleth, Hey, there go the Hey again, Hayah, Wav, there go again, where's the Yod? Nayan, where's my Yod? Yod, there we go. So that would be Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey, if I wanted to do the tetragrammaton in Phoenician. Are y'all getting it? Now y'all seeing now? So our ancestors took on the Phoenician. That's why we became Hebrew Canaanites. That's why I'm teaching to come out of the Paleo, because it's Hebrew, it's Canaanite dialect. And the Most High told us have nothing to do with it, but it was part of our progression of coming back to his original tongue. Do you understand? This is why our ancestors taking on these scripts, right? So this is Phoenicia is where you get your E and your, well, that was earlier. That was Ugarit. Phoenicia was the O, I think, and the E, I think. The O and the E. Nope. The Phoenicians were Hamites. This Phoenicians were descendants from Ham. I think they came from Caphtorim and mixed too. So yeah, so they mixed their seed, but the original Phoenicians, they're Hamites. All right. So that's Ham's descendants. But did they mix with what you would call the Asians? 'Cause remember, the original Asians were Afro-Asiatic, right? Afro-Asians. That's where you get the Afro-Asiatic region and the Afro people, right? That's why they call us Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, all right? So the original Asians, right? So remember, everyone descends from the original seeds, okay? So yes, the Phoenicians did have because they settled in that land and they went west into what we call Asia, into Western Asia, okay? But yeah, they were Hamitic, all right? And the Phoenicians were Hamitic and mixed a lot with Canaanites, all right? And that's where we get the Bible word, the Greeks. The Phoenicians civilized the Greeks, the Hellenes, when they went out of their dark ages, right? And that's why they named the Bible Byblos. It's come from the Phoenician city Byblos. Biblia, they call it Biblia. It's come from the Phoenician city Byblos. All right. So again, the same script, right? That's the Hayat, right? Aleph, Bat, Gimel, Dalet, Hayat, Tayat, right? So if you speak it, you speak it. And this is the pictograph of some of the 19 early. This is the early pictograph of the Hebrew, right? It's just written from right to left. But Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Dalet, but they wrote because they don't know the Habariyat. That would have been Alayaf, Bayat, Gamayah, Dalayat, Hayah, Wayaf. But anyway, all right, so, all right, yeah. And then this is how the script went from early, this is the Hayah, right? The man with his arms raised, giving praise and worship. And then our ancestors started to become, so does this with a man raised, giving praise to the Father, where did these come from? This is a good way to end this. I'm going to show you how our ancestors started to worship, the Canaanites started to become one. So this was the picto of the man giving praise and worship to the Father, Hayah, the revealing spirit, right? And they later, when they started to follow Acadia and the Canaanites, they changed this to this. This has nothing to do with no man giving praise and worship to the Father. Then later, they started following some other, I guess, Ugarit, Phoenicians or whatever, and they changed it to this. And this right here is the, what they call those people, those people who say they're troubadour, the wish people, the Yiddish, the modern. And it got nothing to do with no man giving praise. So now y'all can kind of see why the Most High, we have to come back to the original tongue. All right? And we'll be teaching because it's important, because each of these Adiyat letters are actually spirits that fight on your behalf. You know how you have what they call those angels, guardian angels? They're Sabaoths, heavenly. These are what's fighting for you when darkness is fighting against you in your righteousness. That's why I say strive for righteousness, because the Most High's heavenly hosts, these are called heavenly hosts, right? The Adiyats, they fight on your behalf when you don't even know it, as long as you're in righteousness, okay? So that's the things that you don't know is stopping things from attacking you in your spirit and your life, and you have no idea that your righteousness, the Most High, these heavenly hosts, these Adiyat letters are fighting on your behalf. And the Messiah is in each one of them, from the Aleph to the Tav. That's why he said he is the Aleph to the Tav. He's in every one of these letters. And when you put it together, it's an amazing, amazing language. All right? All right. So I just wanted to, yes, every last one of these Adiyats are lettered. These are spirits. And Mashiach. And when you put them all, it describes his purpose of coming to the earth. And then the cross, being nailed to the cross beam, to the tree. Right? All the way down. It's amazing. Our elder Tamayah, I'm going to teach y'all that one day. They got the breakdown of how each Adiyat, he walks, he's the head leader who goes through the house and leads them through the door to reveal the Messiah. It's just dope the way it all goes all the way to the completed mark. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. All right. This has been Epstein, Johnson & Johnson, and Skull and Bones, and a lot more, right? And a lot more. We did another crazy long one, but I can only do what the Father said, and I only had 1 hour of sleep too, and he'd be super staying me. That's the thumbnail. Trump, Johnson & Johnson, and Epstein. There you go. That's another one. Me putting my letters, and I put the Skull and Bones here, and that's all me. All right. May the Most High bless and cover you all. Hopefully y'all got some fruit from this lesson tonight. And again, as your journey, we all start somewhere. The Most High is calling his children back home to his righteousness, and it's just one step at a time, right? Don't worry about what you don't know, what you haven't learned, just your righteousness. As you continue to die to your flesh and try to live more righteous and do the right next thing, more things will be revealed and added unto you. And the Most High will remove the things that are not of him. More of him, less of you, right? May the Most High bless you all from the house of Yah. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance tonight. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We got mad shadow ban, but we still got up to about, I think it got up to like 90 of us on the live stream. Usually be like 5, 4, 300, but whatever. Praise the Most High for the 90 souls and forever how many thousands get to see it afterwards. May the Most High cover and bless you all as we battle against all these dark spirits. See? So we don't have nothing to worry. So guys, those letters I showed y'all, those adiyats, fight on your behalf against all these dark spirits. Skull and bones, ancient Kemet, pyramid, DNA, the drugs, pharmakeia, toxic waste, Epstein, pharmacs, right? All this darkness, your righteousness. The Most High sends his angels, Malayaks, sends his heavenly host, Sabayavs, sends his adiyats. All right? The word, the Bariyah is the word that the Messiah spoke. And he spoke Habariyah and the adiyats. The letters were manifested. Those are spirits that fight on all of our behalf. All right? So our righteousness is when we're covered. It doesn't mean we're perfect. It means we are living more righteous than unrighteous on this earth. We're not perfect. We repent when we transgress and sin, but let our righteous deeds outweigh our unrighteous acts. And he knows that we love him and we're striving in this dark second world that our ancestors cursed us in. May the Most High bless and cover us all. We see y'all Wednesday. We live again Wednesday about, hopefully I can start on time, about 9, 10, 15. I started really late tonight. Had a lot of attacks, a lot of work, and I did the best I could. I won't be doing no Johnson. I'll be trying to get the titles right, so hopefully we can get through the shadow ban Wednesday and the lesson can reach more of the Most High's children worldwide. As many as we can reach. Praise the Most High. All right. May the Most High bless you. Y'all go forth and be a blessed light in this dark second world. Go forth and be the light of the Most High in this earth. We love you all in the love of the Father, and he loves you all. That's Ahabaya. I'll teach y'all that another time, because each of these words means something. It's not the love of the world, where the thin line between love and hate and all that. People love you and then they kill you. Bam, bam, bam. Sick love, that's not Ahabaya. All right? You'll learn what that is another lesson. Peace and blessings. Thank y'all for joining the house. Thank y'all for joining this lesson. All right. Peace and blessings from the house of y'all to all of y'all worldwide. Have a blessed night, children of the Most High. We see y'all on Wednesday. Shalom. That means peace and blessings of the Most High to you all. Shalom. We out. Thank you again, Hakim.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's assembly!
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah! Praise Yah! Hallelujah!
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.